You like that? Hello there, one and all, and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers and the first season of Elite in the 2023 year. We're on day 2 of the round robin. My whole shift with me, Visions, and brother. We really went through it yesterday. Lots of tight action in day 1 of the group stage. And let's just figure that today is going to be even more crucial to some of the teams that weren't able to find a successful day number 1.
That's exactly it. You know, day 1, full of surprises. We love to see it. But day 2, this is where you have to really pull up the bootstraps, get yourself some big wins. You don't want to miss out on playoffs, and you just don't want to have to rely on your fate being in someone else's hands. So get those wins. That's kind of what you have to do, and we'll see who's going to step up to the plate today.
Big stuff, man. There's only 3 days worth of group stage action. Again, 12 total teams across both Europe and North America qualified for this season of the Elite. The top 8 will make it to the double elimination playoff, which means as we dig into matches 3 and 4 in the round robin phase, we will see some pretty clear separations possibly in these overall groups. Well, let's take a look at the overall schedules here in slot number 1 over the course of today's action in Europe, because we have some favorites that started to pop their way in. But at the same rate, there are also some teams that looked pretty good, even though they faced a couple of defeats. First and foremost, how about that Originals and Team Falcons game? The Saudi Arabia squad looking real solid in their first day of action.
Yeah, coming through with some surprises, right? I think coming in with some great performances, a lot of the players stepping up in some of the big moments. So definitely not what I think a lot of us had originally anticipated. But that's kind of been the story throughout NA and EU. Some teams have been able to step up to the plate, find some big upsets. You're looking at, of course, you know, Originals as well came off a pretty tough defeat yesterday, looking for a big bounce back today to try to also kind of secure their playoff spot.
Yeah, kind of a not a must-win situation, but you make your road to playoffs a little bit easier for either of those two teams that are at 1-1 in the overall standings. You know, if you find a way to beat your kind of close counterpart here and separate again a little bit further away from the bottom 2 teams. Whereas Elevate, they're looking real solid. Only 2-0, but they did drop a couple of maps, had to survive a map number 5, and I would say one of the bigger surprises that Nix's squad only dropped a single map yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of expectations for them. Looking over to Group B and what the schedules look like on that side of things, the Wobblebobs, which is, I would say, one of the strongest teams in Europe and definitely the best highlighted French squad, they're looking real feisty. Didn't drop a single map yesterday, but they do have a little bit of a tougher test going up against La Nave del Mysterio in their opener.
That's right. They have a much harder group today, so this will be kind of the big test. We were kind of questioning, I feel like, Wobblebobs coming into this just based off their last performance. Wasn't really up to par with how they usually are at. So today will be a really good test to see how they're going to be able to perform. And of course, we'll take a look at Team Notorious as well, a team that I think a lot of people have near the top for as far as one of the better squads here in EU. They're looking to continue to keep that flawless record going. We'll see if they can do exactly that. And then down low, we'll be taking a good look at eFuse as well as who's in charge. Those are a couple of big matches to see who's going to be able to stay in playoff contention.
100%. You lose that match, you're 0-3 between those two squads, and your chances at playoffs becomes pretty much an impossibility, and you're hoping for playoff tiebreaker situations. But let's take a look at the group standings overall just to kind of get us all orientated on who's doing well and who needs to have a big second day. As mentioned, Wobblebobs and Team Notorious 2-0 in Group A, and as we also just alluded to, eFuse and Who's in Charge at 0-2. It's kind of a must-win situation for both of those two squads playing up against one another. And for that eFuse team, it's not just you have to win your first. You kind of also have to win your second as they play Clutch Raid in their second match today. You win both of those, you kind of nullify the poor start you had yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, the big problem right now, too, is obviously the map counts that you're seeing. You talk about, tiebreakers, having a really tough day number 1. Well, when it does come down to those tiebreakers, you're looking at those map counts in particular, and you need to be able to get yourself not only the map counts, but the wins on the board here, too. So definitely a big couple series on the board here for those squads down at the bottom.
And in Group B, again, there's a bunch of surprises kind of all over the place. First and foremost, how about this Nixa team? Very clean through their first day. We will have a lot of time to talk about them here since they will be on stream for us, but my goodness, I don't think any of us really expected the clean map count that they were able to put together. Whereas for Elevate, they did survive, as mentioned, a map 5 affair in one of their matches yesterday, but ultimately, they still look like one of EU's best.
They do look like EU's best. I think you can always rely on Elevate to go big in some of those big moments, game 5s. I mean, that's just what a lot of those individuals are kind of known for. They can always ice up, and that's exactly what they were able to do, despite maybe looking just a tad bit shaky in some of the respawns. We'll see if that will be cleaned up for today as well.
100%. So with that, now, what are we focused on for the stream itself? We will be covering a multitude of matches all at once, but these are our opening primary focused matches for the day. Nixa, Team Veer, a very important matchup here for the side of Team Veer, who is 0-2. And I think the bigger thing about this Team Veer squad is they definitely can play, and they're not, out of the running as of yet, but this opening matchup becomes crucial for their chances at trying to get into a playoff contending spot. Whereas, how about the grudge match? Elevate, the Originals, recent roster changes for the Elevate squad, see them now playing up against their former teammates that have found their way to the Originals roster.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? Just both teams just going for what is going to be a grudge match. Let's be honest, between these guys, they want to have that win over top of each other. They want to really have their win over the old teammates. So I think that one's going to be a really special one to come in. And overall, I mean, we are just loaded with matches as usual coming into what is going to be the fantastic day number 2 here, Alan.
100%. And on that, we are Clutch GG stream. Keep an eye out for that Originals and Team Falcons matchup. Those are both teams at 1-1. And then Team Veer and Signs. That could be a battle for trying to stave off possible early elimination, as both of those two teams are also 0-2. So lots of implications towards playoffs kind of already being thrusted forward to us here today. But boy, I'll tell you, we've got a really good one right on our hands right here. Team Veer. This is a squad that I think you can kind of look over what they're doing and what they have done kind of in the past. It's kind of a mixed bag squad. Lots of experience built into some of the individual names, but one of the first times that the collective group of 4 have really ever played together. Where's your headspace at Team Veer after their 0-2 start yesterday?
Yeah, I feel like overall, like day number 1 was a tough day number 1 for them, right? They play Originals, they play Elevate, they play a lot of those maps really close. And the fact that they miss out, just by like a map here or there, I think is certainly going to hurt them. But you look at those individuals, and we've been talking about like Mythics, for example, somebody who didn't really have a solid squad around him last year. Now is in a position where he actually has some experience around him, and they have a chance to be able to come through. I feel like take this win. They got tested a little bit yesterday. They put up a good fight, but you really do need to find this win. I think it is very manageable for them just because you see 0-2. I mean, just do not sleep on this team. I still think they have a lot of packed talent.
And I think the coolest thing about this Team Veer roster is you look at a younger player in Mythics who, we talked a lot about him last year as kind of getting into the scene and really kind of establishing himself as a guaranteed Challengers Elite talent.
Sure.
But how do you make that next step forward? Where do you have to find yourself landed to try to get some consistent results? Because last year he was top 8 pretty much throughout the entirety of the year at worst. Some top 16s, but largely speaking, when it came down to in the European region, he was finding himself to Sunday in cups and in most of the elites overall. But there was something that never really felt right about watching Mythics bounce between different squads, some younger talent with them, some, falling off veteran talent. This feels like the best roster that he's been on yet. And I think we kind of look to Mythics to say, if you're going to be the truth of Europe, hey, you very well may need to do it right here because you're surrounded with a longtime player in Detain, Niall, who's been around the league kind of in and out of the European region for as long as we can remember, and then Chaxter. He really kind of got thrusted into the forefront over the last couple of years. Cold War was a great year for him. Vanguard, he played super well on LAN, and he's had a really good start here. So this feels like the best start to a year that Mythics may have had in terms of finding an actual roster to play with.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think a lot of people always, forget Chaxter was also, in those EU Grand Finals when it came down to the final Challengers Tournament of the Year back in Cold War, right? So there's a lot of packed-in talent, a lot of packed-in experience, and that's exactly what you can use, I think, if you're Mythics, and really try to thrive off that, be the role player you need to be. And I mean, we've seen him have his pop-off moments, right? Like, we were really big at the beginning of the year last year in Vanguard with Mythics. So I think there's a lot of potential. And again, it comes down to, I think, a Team Veer just being able to get over that hump, finding that first win. You can do it versus a 2-0 team, have that map record, versus them. That really does set you up for trying to get in there for that top 8 spot.
And on the other side of things, switching the conversation to Team Nixa, how about the possible early playoff surprise team from Europe? Not to sit there and say that we were really sleeping on it because their roster also boasts tons of experience, but for them to go 2-0 in the first day of groups with only dropping a single map, you win this matchup here, and you go 3-0 with a convincing map win-loss record, you may have already built yourself enough of a divide between you and the top 4 versus the bottom 2, so a chance to kind of maybe even guarantee a playoff spot right here in this matchup. And the funny thing about it is, we kind of have like a mixed bag of a roster right here, because we look at two of the players who were long-standing throughout Cold War and Vanguard last year, but most importantly, you look at the two guys in the middle of this roster. DeFrag and Dave played Halo last year. They did well in Europe, and they've looked like they've never missed a beat after not playing at all in the Vanguard year.
Yeah, it's very much like riding a bike at times, right? Just picking the controller back up, learning the timings, learning the maps. You can definitely get right back into it, and DeFrag and Dave have done exactly that. I mean, these guys have just been stellar throughout EU for the last few years, without a doubt. You go back to, Modern Warfare 2019, that's where Dave had really just been, that top 2 AR basically the entire year, right? So there's a lot of talent here, and this is also, the first time Raffi, is not really playing with his duo Grad, who has stepped away from the scene, and I think that he's also fit into this roster quite well. He's a great search and destroy player, one of the few that, is in the S&D scene for the European scene, and I think that this is also, a very, very good roster that's pulled off some surprises with some upsets, at least in day number 1.
It's just really wild, especially looking at players like Dave and DeFrag. They were long-standing members, like you mentioned, through Modern Warfare 19 and even Cold War. Had really successful moments happen. It kind of was a little bit of a fall off, though, from Modern Warfare to Cold War, it felt like at times. But for them to kind of make the early commitment to saying that they weren't going to play Vanguard, but now coming right back in, I mean, their results throughout all of the cups, all the qualifiers have been really, really solid. So it is a little bit of a surprise to see the instant success that this roster has had, considering that there really isn't a lot of natural experience built in with these guys in titles past. So, man, exciting things for this Nixa squad, but you don't want to sleep on Team Veer again. I think this is the best roster that all of them have kind of been on to start a year, largely speaking. So that's our opening primary match. Again, there's going to be lots of matches going on at once. We'll also kind of be looking into the eFuse and Who's in Charge game as that will start in about 30 minutes time. And getting into this opening matchup, I think we have a chance to maybe look at the map set overall as well to kind of get a look to see where exactly this series will lie. And yeah, it's indeed the case. Embassy, El Asilo, Hotel. Brother, we're still not going to watch any Fortress or Hydro, apparently, for you and I. We just can't seem to get those in the map pool. Yeah, those ones, they're taboo for us. We're not allowed to go into them whatsoever, apparently. As much as now we want them that much more, right? Like, I want to see a Fortress hardpoint from the start, but maybe we'll get a little bit later on. Either way, I mean, definitely seeing some larger maps here through the first 3, and then, of course, the 5th. So AR is certainly going to be what we kind of look towards for being able to at least lay a lot of that groundwork initially. 100% the case. And with this opening map overall, kind of looked at some of the results that had happened yesterday. Both teams have had a chance to play it. It was a win for Nixa yesterday. Team Veer played hardpoint on Embassy once and lost by about 50 points. So competitive maps for both of the two teams overall. I think the thing about this is as you start to kind of look over towards, where are the kind of win conditions built into the series, this Nixa team has been unstoppable in hardpoint and search and destroy. So I think when you look at Team Veer, your path to victory kind of has to be by finding a way to get that map number 3, steal it away from them, and then find a way to win your map selections on either the search or the hardpoint early, try to take an opening 2-1 lead, because if this thing gets to 5, you start to sweat a little bit with how good Nixa has been in the search. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like at least the good news here for Team Veer is the fact that they have played a lot of the hardpoints very close, like you said, Alan. And, both of their hardpoint wins yesterday in that original series coming away with it. So, or rather Elevate. So I feel like, they have been able to be really strong when it comes down to winning those rotations, being on point, using that teamwork that we keep highlighting. And as you mentioned, I mean, it's critical. You do not want to give, these S&Ds away for free over to a squad that has just been relentless, and that is probably going to continue to be relentless with some of the stats that we saw coming out for like Raffi, just putting up some insane numbers. Yeah, Raffi yesterday, just throughout the day, was in the top 4 for overall KD across both Europe and North America. He pulled a 1.35 overall KD yesterday. That is massive. Henry on the opposite side wasn't too far away. He pulled a 1.24 overall KD. And again, the sample size is small. They only played 2 overall series. So we can't take that with, a full force push towards, okay, these guys are the truth. But it is still impressive to come through your first day and start things overall. And there it is. How about that? 1.5 KD for Raffi on the Embassy hardpoint that they played yesterday. So he might be one of our biggest players that we need to kind of keep an eye out for this Nixa squad going into map number 1.
He's dangerous, man. I mean, as much as I think a lot of his squads last year were kind of slept on in some of the elites, they were still able to, get some of those top 4s, be able to really put up some big numbers. And Rafi, I think, has at least proven to us that he can be a playmaker in some of those end game moments, those critical moments where you need to win that kill in order to secure spawns. You need to get that kill in order to get scrap time. I think Rafi's been able to deliver on multiple occasions when it comes down to those moments.
And again, he was one of those players that we continue to talk about. He was in almost every single elite last year, and he finished pretty darn well. He had an overall average Vanguard placement of 6.5, which is really impressive considering that, there were some major events that we really didn't see him at. So yeah. I think that, when it comes down to his ability to achieve success, no doubt about it whatsoever. And just kind of, wrapping the conversation up about this Nixa squad, their results yesterday were convincing and surprising, and more so the way that they came off Cup 3 only finishing top 16. So maybe something was learned over the course of that last weekend just before we jump into the elite season proper, because they looked really clean and polished yesterday, in particular, like we mentioned, on those hard-pointed searches, which is always a key to victory when you play those 4 out of the 5 total maps, obviously.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, for this Team Veer squad, it's kind of hard to get a read on, what is their bar? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, how far are they going to go early? Is this a good recipe for possible success, or are they still vulnerable in spaces?
Yeah, that's the question. I feel like the good news is that you did play like kind of the 2 top teams, in the group. At least in our eyes. So overall, maybe you did take away a lot from that. You did, fix maybe potentially some of your mistakes coming into day number 2. And, from here on out, the road does kind of get a little bit easier. So if you are starting to improve, you are starting to find a little bit of growth throughout this week, the rest of it, and then, of course, next, then maybe you still have a chance to be able to get into playoffs. But I mean, that's always the question, right? Where do the strengths rely? Where can you really look at some of these maybe younger guys like Mythics to be consistent? That's kind of always the really big question that we have when you're looking at some younger talent kind of mixed in.
1.26 KD is not bad at all. I mean, it's early. It's only 1 map, but it's still an impressive performance from Mythics. And, it's just really funny whenever we talk about up-and-coming talent, whether it's in Europe or North America, you look at their opening seasons and say, okay, what is your potential?
Sure.
Not just as an individual, but how much does the community and the players around you respect you to want to bring you up? And for Mythics, he got a couple of chances last year, maybe didn't perform to the level that we would hope he would have. Whereas you've got players this year, kind of like Felix, for instance, F-Dot, he kind of works his way into the scene. He only played a couple of tournaments at the end of last year after he turned 18, but he's automatically like in one of the best teams right now for Europe, and he's performing. So it almost kind of feels like the hype has to be lived up to early on, and that may be the case here for Mythics as we get ready to go for Hardpoint Embassy, map number 1, day 2 of the round robin. Let's get it on.
I'm ready, brother. I am absolutely ready. You've hyped it up. Team Veer really need to come away with what you would hope to be a map 1 win. You keep the S&Ds close. Great. If you can steal one, even better. But starting here on Embassy, that's where you're going to have to try to get the job done. We saw a lot of the KD ratios. We'll see if those come into play yet again here as we'll kick it off, jumping into P1.
Jackster just trying to work his way through. Good kills from Team Veer and the break off. The frag stuck into the corner. That subtext should flush him out, and it does. Well played by Jackster. Well disciplined. Dave, the last one, kind of lingering on this side of the map, and he's going to wait for assistance, which it's not coming, by the way. I mean, this is 1 elimination for the side of Nixa, and Team Veer have good control in and around the hard point, plus extra kills on top of it. What a start this is for Team Veer.
That's very nice overall. Now 16 seconds with a potential rotation in the cards here from Nile in the back, who's on 3 in a row. Looking for Rafi, who has no idea he's back here, so that's going to be an easy first one. Henry's going to have a pretty difficult job of trying to flush him out. Stun does come through. Information there. Nile, what a play. 1 off of the cruise missile already, as we'll now see the P2 hill pop in a couple of seconds.
And Nile's one of those players, we talked about him kind of on and off the screen yesterday. You heard it from kind of Proper Infinity when he was on, is like, look, this Nile, he is kind of like, he's like the European classic in my mind. When he's hot, whatever team he's on is hard to beat. But when he's cold, oh boy, is he cold. But not to be here today. Great start, 7-1. And with that, the rotation also pretty convincingly won by Team Veer. Opportunity for Nixa to try to work around the back. Rafi's going to work on one side while his teammates pinch from the other. And yeah, this is actually well designed. Just comes down to, can Rafi actually get involved, because Chalkster's here to assist the hard point itself. Mythics from the backside of the trailer works things out, leaving Dave by himself. A 1v2 around the hard point. He'll be shut down. A flawless start for Team Veer in the first two hills.
Oh, look at Niall. I mean, he's already threatening the rotation. I think he's going to be overwhelmed here, but he's just putting so much pressure on Nixa to have to rotate early, and that's going to give so much time over to Team Veer here. So they're going to have quite a bit of breathing room, quite a bit of space now to potentially work with. Niall's able to win another one onto Dave. That's a huge opener to potentially set up this next break now moving into P3.
Clean elimination for Henry. That will solidify things just a touch for Nixa. Detain Mythics on the way in. Niall deep. Wow, okay. I mean, this AR presence. We talked about teams like PRS and NA yesterday running 3 SMGs throughout a lot of the map, but I'll tell you, the ARs for Team Veer are shutting down every idea that Nixa are trying to build, even getting some success off the flank. I mean, this is just such a nuisance. Team Veer feels like they're all over the map all at once. These double shells are not well coordinated, and that's just almost too easy for Team Veer in these opening set of hills.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they're also just getting to like annoying positions where like you have to deal with one before you can make a move to the hill. And well, that's going to net you quite a bit of time before they even set up their break. Just about, a good 40 seconds or so coming through. Nice win for Detain as he's now working for a set of streaks. Rafi needs to get the job done here. 2 would be exceptional if he's able to find the second, but he won't be able to. Mythics with a nice snap, and now he can start working for the back to see if they can flip out spawns.
It's just all of these gunfights are coming on the designs of Team Veer. They're getting every fight that they want. I mean, 6 and 2 for Detain with the sub. It feels like he's not getting involved, but the thing about it is he's just utilizing the positions that are opened up by his assault rifles above him, and he's able to turn that into some very successful and very efficient eliminations, allowing for Team Veer to dominate the objective. Now Chaxter on the inside, double for him as he just keeps the trigger held down. Nyx is still looking to threaten, knowing that Chaxter's weakened, but get out of his way! 4 in a row for Chaxter. Nade softening things up as Mythics is on the way in, and Team Veer, they're stalwart inside of the admin building.
Oh man, it just feels like they're finding like a multi-kill in just about every single life right now. The kill feed certainly living up to that stat, as Chaxter will take out a teammate, but we'll be able to clear out the last remaining player. And once again, I mean, Nixa just caught in this position where they're not really winning the first 30 seconds of the hill, and they're giving over a lot of scrap time. And I mean, they only have 23 seconds on the board, a lot of that from P1 and P2. These have been very fast breaks. And now we're going to start to see all the subs likely being switched to, and this Detain finds an easy gunfight there. 3 players just about dropping. Henry is going to be able to play his life, and now need to. Nixa, they need some time.
Niall shut down, so Nixa will have a chance to keep Henry in the hard point and earn some very lucrative time for them. But look at the kills on the outside of the map. Chaxter, Mythics, both able to kind of enable a bit of a surround and overwhelm setup, and there's just no trades for Nixa anywhere on the map. This Team Veer squad is looking devilish on the Embassy hard point, and you need to figure it out, and figure it out soon if you're Nixa. Finally, a little bit of back and forth happening, but in the end, it's Niall who gets the final 2. Little 1v2 for him just outside the cafeteria, and that'll be good for the scrap time once again. Team Veer darn close to 200 points in the first rotation of hills. Mercy.
Yeah, please. Rafi able to get in there, but it's just like 5 seconds here, 6 seconds there, and they'll let him have the crumbs here in the kitchen without a doubt. 183 to 50 as we go into the second set of rotations, and this has just been an absolute clinic out of Team Veer, who have just found just about a double in every single life. But we'll see if Nixa can start to put something together. You have great P1 control. Dave's doing a good job working through the outskirts, trying to make something happen to the right side of the map. He will be shut down, and now it's up to Henry trying to go big for some more time here in P1.
He's got assistance, though, pending, of course, his ARs can kind of lock down these outer lanes. Decent time here for Nixa. And Team Veer are being very meticulous about how they're moving across the map. Nade comes out, Henry pushes forward, able to take down the initial sender of Mythics of this. Long route from Niall. How has he been red? Oh! Big gunfight win from Henry. Must have gotten a call out from somewhere, but the shot's immaculate. And Nixa will get to right around the 100-point threshold as the fight ensues. A little 50-50 battle over towards the second hard point.
Mammoth Hill for Nixa. Now they need to try to have a clean rotation, but there are so many streaks in play. One comes down, finishes off an easy kill. Mythics able to turn that into a second. And now Team Veer, they're starting to inch just closer and closer to that 200-point mark. They're still looking fantastic. The hold looking great. And yeah, one by one, you can just see them being picked apart. There's just no team push coming through for Nixa. The pressure's on. They got to make a move, but 30 seconds left. Team Veer can just about get the closeout if they can grab the rest of the time.
And it just feels like, after that P1 just kind of came and went, like when Nixa gets the setup that they're designed to build, it's been difficult for Team Veer to break. The problem is they're not winning any rotations. So finally you get a break here from Nixa as they're able to get themselves at least on the board in some regard. A little live look to the Elevate and Signs game that's going on right now on Hydro Hardpoint. Elevate enjoying about a 70-point lead. And I'll tell you, I mean, this Nixa squad will have a chance to win rotation here, but, I mean, you've got to string together a near full 60 and win roto to new if you want to have a chance to try to get this game back into your grips.
Yeah, I think Team Veer were just kind of feeling themselves there. A couple of ego chows for Dave, who's just sitting on the heady and it's just like, come to me. I am set up, but defrag. Nice little double down low in orange. We'll be able to put a stop to the team push here now for Team Veer as they're going to coordinate, set up the next one. 3 in a row, 4 in a row now for defrag. This is a good moment for Nixa. You have to think about this rotation, but you also have to make sure you don't give over all of his time here. So Mythic's able to get himself in. Dave looking to now try to clear him out, break this open, but he's going to fall down. Maybe just try to re-coordinate on how he wants to break it, but this is good scrap time here either way for Team Veer.
Yeah, I don't think that was intentional. I think he was trying to get this player over the top of the AC hit, but that was a lot of time for Team Veer. Now just 20 points away from securing the win, and they're already set up for the new hard point. Henry looking for the break. Impressive on the first, but it would have been immaculate to pull off the second. Trades back and forth, a chance for Dave. First one into the hill. Patience from Team Veer with Detain on the second floor. Nile trying to anchor in the backside of the spawns. But all the kills start to turn up towards Nixa. 3 in a row in particular for Rafi, as Dave is going to try to scout things out. Of course, would like to have the proximal spawns. But without those in hand, Team Veer holds a certain level of advantage trying to break on into this hard point. Just comes down to if they can find the kills. And actually, Baxter's going to spawn all the way out. So it's just Nile in the back. And this could lead to some significant time here for Nixa.
Good first 30 seconds, without a doubt. Here we go. Team Veer just looking for 20 seconds to put this one away. Nile's able to grab that first kill. They set up the break. Henry's got to go big with the sub in hand. He's got some support from behind. Detain now just trying to do it all by himself, and he will find 2. One more player to cut through. Detain looking for 3. Rafi will say no. So 230 to 183. This does get a little bit interesting. Rafi's now here on the rotation. He'll find the first engagement. Can he get the second?
Has to have it, but waits for a little bit of help. Trophy system goes down as defrag gets essentially demolished in front of him. Rafi lives to tell the tale. Big 1v1 with Detain. Takes it. And Henry off the flank actually secures things. So now it's just down to can you get into the hard point itself. Henry good for the initial exchange, but nothing further. And Chaxter's got to read. Stun's going to land. Every second's a big second here for Team Veer. Nixa trying to flood. Chaxter in the corner, though, denies. And the kills look convincing, maybe just convincing enough. And Chaxter nearly does it all himself. Last one alive is Henry. He's got to push through this. Not a lot of ammunition, not a lot of health, and not a lot of help on top of that as Mythics will put the nail into the coffin. Team Veer take map number 1 on the Embassy Hardpoint.
A little bit of a slow start here for the Nixa boys, just unable to kind of get things going through that first rotation, but started to get it going a little bit in that second rotation. We saw really strong holds here in admin. This is where, Chaxter started to find a couple of his crazy kill feeds, but this was also where we saw defrag, finally get a little bit hot with the gun. Find a couple of big moments himself, just, down too much, trying to play catch up through that first set of rotations. Certainly hurt them there in the end, Alan.
Yeah, 100%. And how about the game? I mean, from top to bottom, 20-plus kills all across the board. You saw it right there for Team Veer. And, I mean, we kind of mentioned at the very top of the overall map how the trends were starting to build, the patterns that we started to see. And Team Veer were just not allowing Nixa to move on the map. It's like, we're going to pin you in this corner from every angle we possibly can. And anytime that we started to see Nixa trying to break out of a bit of a quote-unquote spawn trap or just an unfavored spawn, they just had no room to get anyone in any kind of a key position. But how about this? Take a look at the finishing moments here at Elevate and Signs. Signs starting to bring it back. 33 and 23 for D3. Deliver looking solid on 4 in a row, but ultimately not enough. Elevate just too good around the objective by the look of it here as they punch their first map win of the day.
I wasn't sure if that last tick was going to come in or not. If not, maybe it gets a little bit interesting. But a nice little map win coming through. We've been talking a lot about the individuals just since Raleigh. And overall, you're seeing just how much more sub-presence just some of these guys have. In particular, I feel like you look at Vortex, you look at Denza. These two have just been one of the better sub-duos now throughout Europe for I know a very long time, but in this game, in this year so far, I think they've just been completely lights out. And when you play on a map like Fortress, and they get rolling like that, and they're putting up numbers like that, Alan, it becomes pretty difficult to make any kind of moves on the map.
Absolutely. I think last year, we kind of were looking at all of the notable sub duos that were in Europe, and the first one that came to mind was obviously players like Denza and Wardy together. They were nuts. And we kind of looked over towards Vortex's direction. It's like, not as much,
Sure.
that we kind of seen in years past that was kind of brought forward for him in Vanguard, but he's coming to play this Modern Warfare 2 year. I don't know what it is about the game, but he's looking real saucy right now, really across every single map as kind of the main sub for his squad, and that's one of the reasons why that Elevate team is so damn dangerous. So definitely interesting things kind of as we make our way in. Other matches that are going on, again, Originals and Falcons are playing over on the We Are Clutch GG stream. That is a very key and important matchup for both of those two squads, so definitely make sure you keep two tabs open throughout the entirety of the day. But for us here, that concludes map number 1 overall, Embassy Hardpoint, 251.86 to final. El Asilo, Search and Destroy. Anticipations would be that we would see a lot of, again, that same AR presence, and the question of snipers automatically just kind of gets thrusted to us as far as how much do you use it and where exactly you want to position, depending on what side of the bomb you spawn on.
Yeah, I actually really love this map. At the beginning of the year, I wasn't too big on it, but now I can kind of see like the mind games and the different routes, and how you can use kind of stun grenades to not only open up routes for yourselves, but to open up like these little angles where the sniper rifle can also look through, catch you peeking right off spawn. We've seen a lot of that through the early series of the year so far, and I really think that this is a map that's a treat because it's very give and take. It's like if you want to stack to one side of the map, then all of a sudden you have to kind of think about, okay, our flank's starting to come into play. We haven't seen anything for 30 seconds. How do we retake? It can be really difficult, I think, to make decisions on this map, and the teams that are really good at this map make it really difficult for you to make decisions. So I'm always a really big fan, especially, as you mentioned, when those snipers start to get hot.
And the thing, kind of zooming out a little bit and looking at the macro of this particular series, we talked about at the very top, looking at the map series layout, that hey, Nyx has looked really good in the hard points, and Team Veer didn't have the greatest opening controls yesterday. How do you win this series? It would be by trying to steal away one of your opponent's picks, and that Embassy hardpoint may have been it. I mean, that's a key map number 1 win for Team Veer when it comes to trying to win this series. It
Right.
kind of, we look at this El Asilo Search and Destroy all of a sudden and say, no longer is it a must win if you want to find a way to win this series. You have the ability to kind of still flex, possibly even through a loss here, to extend the series to at least a map number 4, which is a Mercado hardpoint for reference sake, and maybe you could find a way to steal that one away. So I think that this kind of builds a different pathway for Team Veer needing to get a win, to 0-2 in their group against a 2-0 team. You would want to find a way to get on the board here with a series win, and that opening map hardpoint victory allows a much easier path to do that, is what I'm getting at here.
Well, let's see what happens. Nyx up. Kind of known for what's been happening in the Search and Destroys. We'll see if they can live up to it here in day 2 of the Elite, as it will be Team Veer trying to make something happen in their first attacking round over by A. Jaxter's going to get tagged up, needs to watch for any nades to come through. Remember, no trophy systems up just yet, but he's able to get right into the site. Bomb should go down safely, and now it's up to retake here for Nyxa.
Nyxa's kind of given this plant away. I mean, there really wasn't any chance that they could contest this after the opening exchanges agreed to a game of aggressive tag. So now, if you've already preset that you're going to play retake, how do you work your way in? It's going to be 3 AR setups, all of it moving around the backside. Tane's just trying to scramble his way around, lines up 2! Oh, nearly gets the 3rd. Maybe makes life a bit easier for Nile, but ultimately he's shut down, and the retake is successful for Nyxa as they were evenly trade out the kills one apiece.
Yeah, he got a little interesting there. He thought maybe Tane was just going to run through and snap on all 3, but Henry just able to get his gun up. And then Dave also wins a very pivotal gunfight as well, because if he loses that, all of a sudden, the clutch spot is up top, and all you have to do if you're Nile is kind of give a couple of shoulders, see if he's on bomb. You don't have to fully commit to the gunfight. So very critical gunfight there for Dave to also come up with, and Nyx very happy with that retake.
Wow. Okay. Blows traded early here between these two squads in the Search. Little electricity in round number 1. What does Nyxa have in store, though? Are they going to continue to try to run this heavy AR setup? Looks likely. Henry and Dave making their play out. Tane mantling. Dave on the corner. Oh, that's just not free enough. Not a lot of assistance for Detain to make the route happen. And an opening first blood leads to a huge advantage for Nixa, controlling a lot of the second floor. Niall's going to try to respond, and that is a bold engagement and a key 1v1 win to tie up the numbers.
Yeah, that's not an easy gunfight to take, especially when they're behind the desk. But what shots coming through there for Niall. So 3v3 we go. Jaxter can hit a little bit of a late flank if he needs to. They're going to get good information onto Henry, who's going to be making moves. Jaxter, he could disrupt this entire play. Should be good for one. And he is. He will be spotted out. Shots to the fence. Sometimes they're difficult. He'll lose auto aim, but now they got info on the last player. Defrag. He's going to miss his first shot. He's got no real time to work with.
Man, how different this round is because Niall comes back forward and wins that trade off of the initial. Defrag tagged. Jaxter. Life made much easier by that nade connecting. But yeah, I still stand by that. Opening engagement, that first blood trade from Niall sets up the tone of what happens to follow. So great stuff from Team Veer getting on the board, but we do already kind of see the early presence of a sniper rifle in the hands of Defrag. What does that do to the defensive setups for Team Veer in the future, knowing that there is the potential threat of the long-range rifle coming into play?
Yeah, and I mean, the simple answer is either you match it or you just try to play around it. And I like the way that they were at least playing around it, where you kind of see Niall watching over the window, seeing that cross through Junkyard, while Jaxter just waits down low with the sub so he can get up close and personal. So that is certainly one way to just kind of nullify it. See if it will continue to come out. Niall, quick little check onto the site. Everyone's just going to kind of post up and figure out what Nixa were going to do, because last time they played very passive. They were happy to play retake. We'll see if that happens again.
Lots of information, not just for Niall clearing the bomb, but he's going to see all these nades being thrown from the first floor. Just got a really good idea on where the defense is set up at. But it's Raffi just on the outside, able to find first blood. He's moved very far forward, by the way. He's just underneath where Niall's positioned. Mythics is trying to backtrack, seeing if he can get over and try to assist a lot of this offense that's currently stagnant. On the backside of Arcade and the top level of Bar. What a snap from Mythics, and almost gets the hip fire off to deny the trade. But the Frag and Raffi have gained possession of the soccer field, and now Detain and Niall have to try to work with only the interior of the building to their name.
I think Detain realizes, 2v3, 30 seconds left. I'm going to have to try to make some kind of a bold call here with the bomb. Does have an option to go to B. He almost has his dead silence as well. We'll see what he decides to do. Big win onto Henry. So 2v2, 15 seconds. Dead silence going to be popped, and it looks like he might just try to sprint it over to B. Now finds Raffi, but Defrag gets detained, and the trade just comes in the nick of time. Team Veer, what a 2v3.
Wow. I mean, you called it perfectly. Detain had options being that far forward, but this little bounce out from Niall. Woo! Defrag was that close to getting in the window and possibly securing the round with the kill on the bomb carrier of Detain. But not to be. And a back and forth affair here now established early in this search and destroy. And the question will be, now that we kind of get back to it, does Defrag try to pull up the scope again from the offensive side? Had it in the first round. Based on this route, you would assume he probably does not have it in hand, and no, it's going to be an extra sub. Lots of aggression! Oh, but Mythics uses the stun to blow open the doors and locks in a first blood.
That's what I was talking about. A lot of different angles that you can just kind of surprise your opponents with. Mythics does that exactly, but Detain does a good job of finding Henry. And now that means 2v4 here for Nixa, feeling the pressure once again. Raffi and Dave might just have to try to stick for this plant on A. And now Raffi, can he escape with his life? Like, he will get out, but won't be able to play his life.
Is it just me, or is that a really weird route for Raffi to take?
A little bit. Yeah.
Dave pre-firing the bomb. This would be a 1v4 situation for him for the clutch. Another check. Does get a couple of hit markers. He's got to continue to spray this, and he doesn't fully know exactly the angle where the bomb is planted. Jaxter's going to hop more than halfway done. He's got bodyguards in front of him, and Dave will see the round come to a pretty anticlimactic conclusion without being able to really lock down the pre-fire on the door.
Yeah, I think it's a little tough, right? Like, it's always easy to criticize, but I think Raffi maybe was hoping to find one jumping out. It's just a little bit of a wide jump shell. Usually you'll see players either just kind of play for a 1-for-1 in the site, or they'll just back all the way up to kind of their bottom pool, or maybe even reposition up top, or you can also play the clutch spot. You could have one player kind of on each side. But either way, Team Veer, I mean, they've been just looking fantastic so far in this S&D. We said Nixa kind of known for a lot of their S&D gameplay so far. Everyone's showing up. The boys in white, but this round, whoa, looking a A little bit better up until Mythics just snaps from 1 to 2. Hell of a second shot, and now Detain should be able to find this third, and he does.
Oh.
And well, just like that, 1v1.
Frag confirming his own trade by cooking up the nade. A little martyrdom action coming through. As Mythics and Henry square off toe-to-toe. Mythics with the dead silence. Able to find a rifle to play with. Has the opportunity to collect the bomb, and he may just go for a quick plant here at B. And I think there was some information that Henry was playing through the building. He was a part of some of those team shots that were coming out for Nixa. And yeah, this is going to be a free plant. An advantage now tilts back to Mythics, who has the opportunity, possibly, to set up for a sniper rifle angle off of this plant. Just comes down to what he chooses to do, which weapon he prefers to use.
Oh, I think Mythics just got across. Will he be able to see him here? Dead silence. Pop! Shots come through, and Henry, with 2 HP and a dream, is able to get the shots up. I mean, that is a critical round to win. Massive 1v1 and almost 2v4 that came through for Team Veer, but Henry able to bail him out.
Wow. That's another tough gunfight for Henry. You know, midair. Well, Batman jump down. Gets the gun up just in the nick of time. And yeah, like you mentioned, getting to 3-2, much nicer to look at than 4-1 if you're a Nixa fan, for sure. But the question stands as we go back to the offense here. The third one for Nixa. You know, does Mythic sniper rifle now all of a sudden become a possible issue for you?
Right.
Based on Mythic's look, he will go tack this time from the deep outer position of the satellite tower, the radio tower. Henry bursting through the doors. This is surely heard by Jackster. Yeah, he gets the first, knows that the frag is there, but the trade is secured. We stay 3v3. Niall dancing with Dave for just a touch, but says, I'm not interested. Let me back up, keep my life. And interestingly enough, the frag's going to get around Mythics here, but the turn comes through, and we continue to go back and forth to a 2v2.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to know, that might be the bomb carrier. It's going to be picked up pretty quickly for Raffi, so it's not going to hurt them or punish them too badly. But it does, however, leave Team Veer a little bit split, kind of relying on some individual gunfights to come through. Niall's position, with his shots so far, what we've seen today, looking pretty good, and he's able to find the first. He'll find the second, takes the immediate chow. Now Raffi will be able to get information on both. I don't think he see him. Gonna throw the stun out. That should hit, and it does. Shots come through over the top. He gets detained low. Should be able to finish him off, but now just wants to stick for the plant.
Yeah, bold call here. Somehow still gets out off the reload. Has Niall long at all. That's going to feel terrible. As you thought for sure after the stun came through, the shots over the top of the kegs looked good. Not once, but even twice. But Detain somehow stays alive. And that's a huge round now all of a sudden for Team Veer. Getting closer and closer to possibly going 2-0 up. But don't rule out this Nixa team. Their defense has looked pretty darn solid. Just came down to a couple of follies a couple of rounds ago. Kind of a must-win situation, though, in this round, you feel like.
Certainly does feel that way. It looks like a little bit more aggression. We haven't seen too much of it on the defense. Trophy system will come through. Raffi going to be posted up here with an AR alongside Henry. Just going to kind of just wait patiently right behind the couch. They're just going to wash each other's crosses, make sure this push does not come through. While everyone on Team Veer is slowly kind of working the outskirts of the map, just looking for a pick.
There's a lot of trust here in this defensive setup that the frag will be the alarm system to anything that moves through that tower kind of outer courtyard B control site area. So Dave will just be here to kind of flex and move as needed. And look at the little lurking play from Mythics. He's all the way forward on the dividing wall through soccer. And if he gets a little further forward, he may be able to blow this setup away. Dead silence comes. This would be his best chance to make a move. Dave's already on the motion as, again, that alarm system for defrag was put into play. Advantage to Mythics. That's going to have to move the defense around all of a sudden. But it's 23 seconds on the clock, and the offense is going to start to make their way over. Mythics for a double, though. And now the bomb can start to make its way through, especially that Raffi has dropped. It's just up to Henry for the 1v4.
Yeah, it's a 1v4. He's got dead silence, but I wouldn't bother popping it until you find at least a kill or two here. Bomb will go down. Henry will be spotted. You feel like it's really only a matter of time, and there it is, man. There was so much trust on Mythics to do what he did there. to start to draw members over, because it's not like they were committed to going to the B site. They still could have ran back to A in case Mythics dies, but because there's really low on time, 30 seconds left, he finds the double up in the back, then it gives them that kind of option to run over to the B site, get the bomb down, and play out the numbers correctly. I mean, beautifully done here from Team Veer, who are playing some excellent search and destroy.
Absolutely, and then even on top of that, it's not just the double for Mythics, it's the fact that Rafi, who was the next one over to try to defend, if he gets the elimination on the bomb carrier, totally different look as far as, again, the clock, maybe building an advantage to Nyx's direction, but all of a sudden, we're looking at Team Veer very quickly threatening a 2-0, as kind of mentioned a couple of rounds previous. Good opening first blood this time from Dave. Jackster not in a position to secure an immediate trade. And Dave even pushes a bit further forward. Nile completely caught off guard by that, you would assume. That means that Nyxa should be on cruise control to get in and get a quick plant here at the A site, pending the Jackster doesn't single-handedly destroy any intentions of that. First kill, good, but there's still much more that he has to do.
I feel like all of Jackster's kills have been right here in this area so far in the map.
True.
We'll see if he can maybe make a move. He turns, but Dave gets the best of him. Jackster will fall, so 1v3 required now for Mythics. Looking for that late trade on the Dave. That would be ideal, but Dave should have saw him cross here based off of how he's positioned. And yeah, that will be the round. Nyxa, they're good to be able to get one back. Still a lot more work needs to be done here. Need to combine for 3 more in a row.
That's the ace for Dave, I believe, as well. So you talk about the potential of resource building to get yourself back into this game. If he is on a 4 streak, who knows? Maybe a chance to build up a cruise missile. Use that as an opportunity to kind of, again, dig back into this title. Yeah, he got all 4. Okay. Still, again, it's a long journey to get back into this one for 4 in a row, but if Dave can find a way to get a little bit of help here to get kill 5 and 6, maybe a chance.
Could be a chance. Big problem, though, has been their defensive setups. You know, they played very passive early on, worked out, but defrag, finally throwing a different variable into the equation. We'll be able to take out Jackster, matching with the sniper rifle. Henry, don't know if he got a glimpse of Nile just as he turned away, but down a man as shots start to come through. Over to the left side of the map near the tower. It looks like no kills are going to follow, so just about 30 seconds taken off the clock. Very passive again for Nyxa with the man advantage. I'm sure they're okay to play a retake here in case Team Veer decide to go in.
That's exactly what this setup will kind of give you the intention of, but Dave drops Nile, big elimination. That actually opens up a little bit of space over through soccer, but as you kind of talked through, Nyxa is for sure just going to play a little bit of bomb check defense here at a pretty safe distance. Spam just a check. No one home. 33 seconds on the clock. On the Team Veer to make a move, and they've got not a lot of space to work with. Rafi shutting down Nile. Sure, Defrag kind of sacrifices his body to the cause, but the intentions of Team Veer have now been known by that play. Rafi through kegs. Not actually having the angle of the bomb planter initially. It's Henry who gets the kill, and then Rafi finishes it off. Back-to-back rounds for Nyxa.
Finally, you know, something that looks a little bit better. They even lost Dave, and I was like, oh no, it's happening again here, Alan, but they're able to stabilize, and I think it's a good play, you know, coming through the back there, just to try to, you know, you have the sniper and pistol in hand, you got to try to make a move. You're not really going to find too much usage from the scope if they decide to go A, so why not try to get a little bit of information, which is exactly what ends up happening, and then they're able to collapse. Nice little play coming through the middle of the map there from Rafi to pick up 2, so Nyxa down but not out. They combined for 2 rounds in a row, looking to try to find for a total of 4. See if they can maybe make this comeback happen. Take a look at what's happening right now with who's in charge and eFuse, and who's in charge up by about 100 points right now, Alan.
I actually think those names are backwards. Yeah, Kels is on the right side there, so it's eFuse who's up actually pretty big in that matchup. Again, that's a key match that we'll be getting a pretty good look at between 2 teams that are 0-2 in this group. But into this round number 10, very quick exchange favoring Nyxa. 3v2 situation, bomb already being planted. Mythics is in the corner. He'd be able to find 1 on the exit, maybe a second if he can catch a rifle barrel anywhere, but he only gets the exit. The stun does connect, though. Does Mythics try to push through this? He very well may be able to. They know where Rafi is, and now it's just trying to kill the snake. Oh, and Rafi changes the angle, but it doesn't matter. Mythics had him tagged up just weak enough, and Team Veer will go 2-0 up in this series. Oh, great heavens. We've got a match.
We got to match the team that had a really tough schedule. Day number 1 coming alive here in the first series for day number 2. 2-0 up, feeling much better, much more comfortable. Winning S&Ds here versus Nyxa. I mean, that's really one of the key game modes that we highlighted that they have to try to seal away. They've done exactly that here, Alan, as they have just shown some great opening strategy, some great breakoffs, and I mean, they are just on point so far.
Yeah, it's one of those things we said at the very top of this. Don't sleep on this Team Veer squad because they were 0-2 in their first day. They played the top 2 seeds going into their group, so it was not an easy day for them. And now an opportunity to get themselves right into the mix. If they can find a win here, they would then play up against the other team that has not found a win yet in their group to possibly go 2-2. And all of a sudden, playoffs look a lot more likely with a chance to maybe secure it on their 5th and final match. Taking a look, though, again, we had a brief look at it, but how about this? Yeah, it is eFuse up massive against Who's in Charge. 27-18 from Genesis with almost 2 minutes of hardpoint time. He came to play today.
Yeah, absolutely. We were kind of talking about, who some of the star players would be on this roster. Genesis, BB Connor, certainly names that we were talking about this morning. But Gels looking to try to make a big play inside for some of that scrap time. Just need a single point. Have to imagine just winning these gunfights on rotation should be able to get the job done as we move the new.
Yeah, that, or you can just have Disarray try to exit in late and just win it right here by finding the last elimination. But no, the 1v1 with Kez not going to work out. And actually, JW finding elimination over towards new all of a sudden kind of makes an opportunity to go scrap to initial, but not to be. Just too many members for eFuse spawning close. And eFuse get their first map win in Challengers Elite. Again, this is a battle between 2 0-2 squads. So the big storyline over this matchup, as we have a chance to kind of look into it, it's a must-win for both of them. You can't go 0-3 down because your chance of making playoffs are essentially out the window.
That's exactly it. You just do not want to go 3 down, rely on tiebreakers, and having to win, your next every single match from there on out. So, yeah, not a situation you want to be in, but eFuse certainly coming out and fighting here in the very first one. And to be fair, they did play a lot of close maps yesterday. They just were unable to kind of secure any of those wins. So I'm sure feeling much better, at least with the first one under their belt.
Yeah, 100% the case. And that is kind of the big thing. They played up against essentially what we would say are 2 of the best 3 teams in EU yesterday. So they had a very difficult opening day worth of group action, whereas today, that eFuse run is massive because they play up against Who's in Charge, and then they play up the team that's right above them in clutch rain. So you've got an opportunity to leapfrog 2 squads on the day today if you are eFuse. Whereas for a team like Who's in Charge, this would be obviously a must-win matchup, playing up against the other team that's 0-2. But then they play up against La Nave del Mysterio to finish off their day. So they would have to be able to kind of upset a team having lost the clutch rain yesterday. Those are kind of the early playoff circumstances for those 2 teams that currently find themselves in the bottom 2 spots, which would mean relegation, and you would have to fight through the qualifier again. We haven't even said those words on broadcast yet. That's no easy feat. Those last 4 spots are going to be super difficult to lock in on a consistent basis in a very competitive region.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that is really the big factor, right? You not only you secure playoffs, but you really don't have to worry about the stress of having to go through that qualifier over and over again against teams that you probably just do not have a lot of footage on, where, if you're going back in with the exact same roster, well, there's a ton of footage they can go back and watch to kind of prepare for you and get ready for you. So yeah, never an easy task by any means. It's just never a situation that you want to be in, fighting from the bottom, but unfortunately there's got to be 4 of them.
Absolutely the case. Other updates: Elevate are 2-0 up against Signs after what looked to be a pretty tight fortress. A 6-1 Mercado search and destroy has them tilting the series into their favor pretty darn convincingly. But for our focused matchup between Nixa and Team Veer, whoa, hold on a second. Team Veer 2-0 up. A little bit of shake-up surprise as we look back over what's coming up next. It's a hotel control, followed up by a Mercado hardpoint, and then would have to be an embassy search if Nixa were to find a way to reverse sweep. Where's your head at there, bud?
Yeah, well, buddy, let me tell you. I mean, coming into hotel control here, I feel like overall, Nixa were at least 1-1. They did play, a couple of close controls throughout the day, and I still look at this team for, being pretty solid in a lot of the respawns that we were seeing. So the fact they lose the first hard point, I think they really want to come away and get some revenge on something like a hotel where their ARs were maybe slow to start, but could certainly look to take over because that was the big factor. It was 160 to 40 at one point in time for the first set. You go to the second set and they're able to close that gap down to, a total of 60 to 70 points. So I think they were just slow to start, but now that we've gotten into it, sure, they're down, 0-2. I still think there's a chance to be able to make something happen here in their controls. And you are looking, I think, at Dave in particular to maybe try to step up here, be that guy, and start to get his subs to those 4 positions.
Well, they're going to have to, because yesterday when they played up against the Originals on this map mode combo, they got blown out 3-0. So definitely some fixing needs to have been done between yesterday and today if Nixa even want to have a chance to see a fourth map where, again, the tides continue to kind of move and ebb and flow back and forth between these two squads, looking at a Mercado and then the eventual final map, number 5, on Embassy Search, where anything can really happen on that map, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what we have in front of us for the day, at least for this first slot. The second slot match, just to kind of tease you guys out there, is not one that you're going to want to miss. We've got some spicy storylines. Elevate, they're going to have a chance to make their moves against the Originals, former teammates playing up against each other. The timeline has been flooded with Elevate members calling out the Originals here and there individually, maybe. And then the secondary matchup on that slot is Awobabobs versus Team Notorious, which I think for a lot of people, those are possibly your top 2 teams in Europe right there. A key matchup for the top group battle between those 2 squads. But we got Control Hotel first and foremost, and Nixa. Well, the focus goes to your direction. Have you been able to focus up and find adjustments to get back into the mix after a very poor performance yesterday? The frag behind the play, the last one standing, and even though he finds one, it's a double stack onto the point for Team Veer as they're going to get the first tick of progress.
Well, Defrag's position, just about everything here, and yeah, you just don't know where to look if you're Nile. Like, is he still behind me? Is he going to reach out? Is someone coming from the front now off spawn? So, difficult spot. Good patience from Defrag, and well, good gunfights coming in there for him as well. Not easy ones, but confident on the challenge will now make him 3-0. Dave responsible for kind of being the first man up here, trying to play some defense. And how about it? Dave with a sub, just found 2. Gets Mythic tagged up just a tad bit as well. Henry now looking to make his move as everybody for Team Veer starts to focus on A.
And Mythix is winning a lot of gunfights where he's not the one to shoot first. I'll tell you that much in this series. We've seen his perspective where it looks like he's dead to rights, and he's got a nice little center up, focus, get the kill, no problem. Second tick of progress, good on towards A. Rafi going to try to finesse. He's got a little bit of help from Henry if they want to try to make a play to try to stop this third tick of progress. Kills are good, but they cannot get there in time to stop the extra minute from coming through. So just looking for exit kills, which are valuable considering the current life count. And Rafi is going to be able to confirm the majority of the eliminations. That's 4 in a row and a 4-1 start for the young man.
Yeah, and off-screen, Dave was making sure it backs all the way up to bedroom. We'll be able to block that close spawn, but loses that battle to Jaxer. So that's step 1. Coming down with trying to claim this back spawn here so you can now move into B a little bit faster. Close gunfight. Rafi, 5 in a row. He's done a lot of these gunfights up close and personal with attack. And now just 1 off of earning that cruise missile. You'd love to have it in your back pocket.
No reason to get too greedy here. You've got help around you. Any team shots will do. Team Veer patient from the front, but making a route around the back as Traxter is going to make his way through the parking lot. Shots ring out for Nile as he will also confirm that there is going to be some player on the backside here. And oh, this is just Nixa getting a bit overwhelmed all of a sudden. Isolated all over the map. Mythic's red dot chasing confirms defrag finally. Dave keeps the defense in some sort of a substantial position by winning a gunfight through Valet. So that will mean Mythics will once again have to go on the hunt. But we're at 33 seconds and a 7 life advantage for Nyx's defense. This is a tall ask for Team Veer.
What a win. You got to sniff out this player that's always down low, trying to hit that late flank just a little bit late into the round when they look to make their move on the attack. But now Detain through the middle. That's a tough gunfight. Good luck with that one. Dave says thanks for the freebie. And now with 14 seconds left, you got one final attempt to try to get a touch here, but it's not looking too possible.
No, sure isn't. And it may not even be worth even trying to give it a go, but that elimination may change things just a touch. Nile drops. Mythics trying to confirm the trade, and yeah, the hit was just a little bit too late, so Nyxa convincing through the opening exchange of gunfights. Use that as their win condition, so to speak, and again, they were almost into a point where they stopped the progress at A, keep in mind, so the fact that this even got as far as it did is almost a little bit of a blessing for Team Veer on their opening attack attempt.
Yeah, without a doubt. Good stuff, though, from Dave early on, really slowing things down, making sure that extra minute didn't go up at least too early, and then just continuously making sure there was always one player kind of threatening in from behind, even if Team Veer did a good job here and there, clearing them out. So Nyxa, good for the first one. Now we'll see what Team Veer going to be able to do on their very first defense, see if they can try to shut things down. Henry right through the middle. Mythics will be responsible for trying to shut this down. He's been very hot so far, 8-4, looking to keep that going.
That's a lot of information, though, for Mythics. The stun and the nade, I believe, do tag. And yeah, look at the setup. I mean, Detain pushes forward. Nile watches over the top. That's just a great read off of the intel thrown by Mythics that the play from Nixa was going to come through the middle of the map. Henry avoids a lot of the exchange early, but has been scouted out. And keep an eye on Checkster here. He's hiding in a little bit of a cheeky corner with a chance to defend this A-zone, which is the only realistic option right now for Nixa. And as soon as there's a hop onto the point, yeah, that's a free kill. You'd like to see Checkster maybe even deny the trophy system just to kind of keep the extra defensive force forward, but instead is going to move himself a little bit further up into another off angle where he can just play a little bit of peekaboo.
Frag, he's been going rogue. He's ready to take shots on the Nile with the sub. Nile will be able to punish him. Nice little double up there for him. Henry should be able to get up here for the trade, and he does. Now the push starting to unfold right by this B site. A little bit of desperation. 30 seconds on the clock. Need to come away with a couple of ticks at least. The first one almost in, but Jackster's position, it's just too good. Mythics also get some great work there from the front. 4 players go down, and now you're forced to move over to A.
And there's no ticks of progress here, keep in mind, you. So with both teams looking good in their opening defense, this is a massive defensive round in terms of possible round 5 progress. And yeah, Chalks are just right behind the play. Make sure that there is no further stall out of the clock. And Nile, he is having some great moments into this kind of forward defense. One more stack at 3.8. The wall bangs, they're punishing, but they're tickling maybe more than anything else. First tick is in, second tick on the way. This is not done yet. Big 1v1 here, but the frag had already gone prone. I believe he was stunned up. And Mythics will make sure that no further progress is made. Team Veer only concede a single tick of progress on the defense.
Wow, it gets a little interesting there in the end, but that 1v1 gunfight, it goes the other way here for Defrag. And all of a sudden, those players that were coming up here for Team Veer, they were spawning across the map there, kind of by the other zone. So there could have been a chance to get some reinforcements in there on the attack. But it's not to be. Doesn't happen. And, well, so far, will be at least Team Veer up by a couple of ticks here coming into now what will be their next attacking round.
Yeah. 2 and 10 from Detain is very uncharacteristic. I'll say that much. We'll see if he can get things going. I mean, in the first offense, he was the first one in almost every single time, and we saw how that went. So Team Veer, a little bit more safe in their approach as they make the play to A, but Defrag's behind this play. So a couple of kills from Veer are fine, but no one's going to have any idea about the play on the backside. Pinch now being set up. It's Henry from the front. Stun comes out. Defrag will find the first kill. Doesn't know that Detain has maybe slipped all the way through this. Henry had an idea of this. Does confirm with a little bit of sacrifice of his health pool. Defrag behind is just kind of a who's chasing who situation right there. But it's Mythics who has stalled the clock over towards A, but is not, or pardon me, towards B, but is not able to fully confirm that first tick. Nile maybe trying to get this over the hurdle, and he will be able to confirm at least the first tick of progress.
Oh, it's a big moment. Dave's got to stay alive in the back right now. He's got a trophy on him to add in some protection, and now Rafi off spawn, able to get involved. Dave still just trying to play with his life. Shots will come through, but Detain finally getting involved. Big gunfight there for him. A lot of trades back and forth, and now that might be the second tick coming in here. Now Nixa just not able to get to the point in time, so second tick, huge. Jack's still trying to put on some pressure, but I'd love to see them shift over now to A.
Yeah, it looks like that will be the focus. Jack's with the dead silence play, trying to make a move through lobby. May have been able to stop the defense from even getting into a position to try to contest this A zone, but as he shuts down, the baton is passed to Detain, playing in towards the shops. Mythics with him in certain regards as he's helping through the middle of the map and now also confirming points and progress. And Nixa, are they just going to give this up? You're going to try to defend with a minute 30 on the clock and not a lot of lives. 1 tick of progress at B. Based on what their motion around the map looks like right now, double stack will confirm the second tick. The third will rapidly follow behind it. And they're sacrificing lives here. Weird decision from Nixa. This is going to leave them short-handed on what is a mandatory full defense for a minute and a half on the B zone for 1 progress.
Oh, it's going to be a tall task without a doubt, especially because they're dropping here 1 by 1. Henry needs to make something happen, but Mythics, what a shot. And that should be a stack. Everyone's going to have to start to flood through mid-map here for Nixa, and I don't think they're going to get here in time. There it is. Stack is good. Team Veer even better. 2-1 up here in the control.
Massive advantages because they're guaranteed the round 5 defense now with how successful their offenses have been, but man, you really have to go back to the decision. We kind of talked about it. About a tick and a half was done at A. No one was in a position to contest for Nixa, and you think, okay, they're just going to chalk this and try to hold on with all 4 bunkering around the B zone, but then all of a sudden, halfway through the 3rd tick of progress, they try to force their way back into A. It's just too late of a decision being made that the defense was going to try to contest and try to stop the play at A. It's a costly one, not only because of the offensive win, but 5 kills in a row for Mythics at 22-9. A look over to, again, our secondary matchup. eFuse, who's in charge in the search and destroy, tied up at 3 on their embassy search, but Nyx is going to have to do something immaculate here on this offense if they want to have a chance to see around 5. And the thing about it is, Austin, they're going to have to do it not once, but twice.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it twice for sure. And Mythics also just got a cruise missile with that kill coming through. I think it might have hurt it coming out, maybe. Never really know. Never see it on the minimap, but looks like now Rafi will be able to play his life just in the back, and that will be good for what should be this first tick. Now it's working through mid. It is really a bit of a tight setup kind of coming through. Everyone trying to watch crosses, but now no one's really on the point stopping the clock here. So you're relying on gunfights to come in. Rafi on 4, trying to work for streaks. That would be great, but he is now caught in between a rock and a hard place. He's finished off. Detain moves in for 2. And that will be just about everything there for Nixa on the B zone.
Yeah, you can see the intention from Nixa in that play. We get the first tick of progress. You assume the challenge to contest the second is going to come out pretty rapidly after the secure, so everyone gets into favorable positions for gunfights. But Veer just very patient, say, well, if they're going to get off the zone, okay, well, we're just going to get into better positions ourselves, and the gunfights end up being won. So good defense over towards B. But on the transition and off the spawn, Nixa very successful on their break into the A zone. First tick locked. And Nixa are actually looking to kind of very early transition back to B. Denied in their presence through the middle of the map. And all of a sudden, Defrag kind of has to go back through Chandelier to make sure that the A zone is still good. Again, it's just an early call for Nixa that they don't have a lot of liberty to take. And Team Veer could still possibly, with a couple of kills, stop the progress at A. But as Chaxter drops, help has arrived, and Nixa will get the extra 60 seconds with the A zone.
Oh, big win there. They shut down the spree, but they were looking for defrags for so long in the back. They weren't sure if he had pushed through, if he's trying to make a flank play happen on B, but he just kind of backsteps to his teammates and makes sure that the zone does get captured, and of course it does. So a minute 20, 2 ticks of progress needed. You got to get through Mythics, who's just been absolutely beaming, continuing to do so. 3 in a row again, still has the cruise missile in his back pocket in case they decide to go for a stack on the point. Nile responsible for shutting things down in the back, and he'll be shut down.
Yeah. Good moments here from Nixa, but Detain causing another issue. He's really heated up after being 2-11, mind you. He's now 12-15. And will confirm control of Valet. A little stuck at the moment between multiple Nixa members, but he's killing a lot of clock by just kind of keeping his life in this back hallway. Even more so that he finds another elimination onto Henry. And Nixa are kind of stuck one by one, making their play over towards B. Finally, clearance comes through. So now it's a 50-50 battle over the top of the B zone. Defrag on, trying to stall the clock, but shut down immediately. An advantage to Team Veer. Rafi forcing the play forward. It's a 2v question mark situation with Henry, and neither of them will find kills. 18 seconds between Team Veer and a map win and a 3-0.
Looking good. Mythic's going to get all that information. And while Chaxter off screen has now just found 2, Defrag would have to find this knife kill in the back, and it's not going to happen. There it is. Kills are good. Team Veer, they bounce back after yesterday, and body shots come through for Chaxter in the end. What a performance here in their opening match for day number 2.
That's a heck of a way to set a bar and set a tone after an 0-2 start yesterday. Again, against 2 of the best teams in Europe, by the way. Those are the number 1 and number 2 seeds they played, so it was not an easy opening day. And Team Veer looking real good. And how about Mythics? 31-14, 27 non-traded. Goodness, somebody shoot back against that man.
Oh, man, that's just filthy. That's absolutely filthy. I think it was, what was it? The Detain was 2-10. He brought it back a little bit there, too. You know, so, I mean, despite having the slow start, still getting very much involved in the kill feed there. That's what you'll love to see. But unbelievable stuff for those guys. And, yeah, you said it, man. They had a really tough, day one. It's hard to judge them and where they were at. They played a lot of those series very, very close. And they come away with a 3-0 in their very first one. So, good looks for that squad. But action continues. eFuse currently 1-0 up right now versus who's in charge. Now we'll see if they can come away with a second map, as they just need one more round here on Embassy.
This would be big. Again, going 0-6 in your opening day, if you were to find a way to 3-0 here, if you're eFuse, you're right back into the mix. Again, for both of these two teams, this is a must-win series, as we talked about earlier, because both teams are 0-2 in the same group. So you immediately leapfrog one or the other, and you possibly, if you lose the series, you may just be eliminated out of possible playoff contention. So bomb currently dropped. JW, last one, though, alive in a 1v3 situation. Kind of stuck between a multitude of different eFuse members in this position. I mean, this is just hope and pray that you get a good piece of timing. And he very well may. I mean, Kels is on the corner. He's got a good prediction. He's seen the door move, so first blood in this 1v3 will be confirmed. I don't think he may have saw disarray, but he at least avoids the initial trade and a chance to track back and change the angle up with 30 seconds. But disarray getting the bomb collected will make this a little bit easier on eFuse in a 2v1 with the bomb in their favor.
You can find this gunfight inside of Orange and maybe pick up a sub. It gets a little interesting. Shots come through, but shots aren't good enough. Sub better up close. And that will be it there. eFuse, good enough to get that bomb down, make sure there's no 1v3 clutches, and how about it now? They're pulling ahead 2-0 in the series versus the other 0-2 team.
Yeah. And again, this is kind of a requirement, not only a match win, but the team that's 0-6 being up 2-0 with a possibility of 3-0 in the series for possible tiebreaker situations, which when you drop 0-2 to start, unless you win all 3 of your matches, you kind of assume that you're probably going to be in a tiebreaker situation. Sure. Neutralizing that map count could be massive for eFuse, trying to stave away the possible relegation back into having to qualify again. Again, a long road for them overall, but a very solid start. 6-4 there, the final on the Search and Destroy. Looking at other matches that are going on, Elevate has confirmed their 3-0 of Team Signs, 250-201, 6-1 the Mercado Search, and the 3-0 the Fortress Control. So possible 3-0s all over Group B, which is our opening set of matches here, because the Originals are also up 2-0 versus Team Falcons, and both those maps were also pretty darn convincing.
Yeah, absolutely they were. So the fact that we're getting a lot of 3-0s in the day is certainly interesting. I feel like we only got one Game 5 in EU through yesterday, if I remember correctly. It wasn't too many of them.
I think so.
There was a lot of 3-0s, a lot of 3-1s that were kind of coming into play for us. So seems to be the trend, at least so far in the day here as well, Alan. We'll see if that changes alongside our whole Fortress debacle that we kind of keep coming back to as well. We'll just throw it in the jar. But yeah, man, this is interesting to see if eFuse can come away with a 3-0 as well, because then it becomes really difficult to start to judge these teams. You know, when the 3-0ing the other 0-2 teams, then playing the top teams really close, you know, it's really kind of hard to figure out where they sit when we start looking at the teams that are stuck in the middle of the pack, so to speak.
Yeah, here's a look over at this eFuse and Who's in Charge match, which will kind of be our new primary focus with the completion of Team Veer and Nixa in 3-0 form. They've got an El Asilo control coming up, and then it would have to be an Embassy hardpoint hotel search for the reverse sweep for Who's in Charge. Again, it's a requirement. They have to pull that off. Otherwise, their road to trying to get into the playoffs would have to be a win versus La Nave del Mysterio, and then they would have to beat Awobabobs next week. I don't think a lot of us are expecting that to occur, so it would have to be a reverse sweep for Who's in Charge. Otherwise, the question that their name, team name suggests will be an answer of, well, not you guys.
Not you guys, indeed. Well, El Asilo control coming up here for us, and eFuse, man, if they can keep putting on the performance they've been doing. I mean, I think the map 1 was also, you know, a pretty big differential for as far as the score. So feels like these guys, you know, have overall just kind of showed up today, and you need something on the other end here. We saw a lot of reverse sweeps or almost reverse sweeps last night in NA. You got to channel some of that energy now here. If you're on the opposite end, we just kind of keep coming back to the fact you just cannot afford to go down 0-3, 0-4, or it almost just feels like, you know, your first week is just, you know, completely out of the picture, and you're not going to be able to kind of squeak into playoffs.
Absolutely. But while we're waiting on map number 3, we'll take just a brief break. Don't go too far. eFuse, Who's in Charge? Map number 3 is next on the docket. We'll be back after this short 5-minute break. Welcome back there, friends, family, COD, fanatics alike. Hope you're enjoying your day. It's always a beautiful day when there's Call of Duty on, and we're in like the part of the season where you're about to get like 7 full days worth of COD, which is beautiful. Challengers Elite, Wednesday, Thursdays, of course, CDL regains back, and college COD starts soon. Woo-hoo-hoo! Can't wait for that. Mr. Revisions, Neil, how about this series though? A 2-0 advantage currently for eFuse over Who's in Charge. Required win for both of these two teams if they want to extend their opportunities to get to playoffs. But it's not just that series. We had a 3-0 in our opener, and everywhere else in this opening set of matches, there's 2-0s and 3-0s galore.
It just seems to be what's happening right now, and overall it's a little bit strange because we have a lot of kind of like the top teams maybe playing some more of like the bottom teams that we have kind of maybe set up in the standings, but it has just been all like the O2 teams fighting 3-0s or finding convincing like 3-1s, whatever it might be. Blowouts across the board, very interesting. So we'll see if Who's in Charge can maybe put a stop to that and maybe find a big control win here, start to make some kind of a conversation happen for a comeback, get us to another hard point. That's what we're hoping for, Alan.
We're about to find out. Elisilo for the control will be Who's in Charge on the opening defense. And at the moment, eFuse look a little boxed in. Kind of sitting in and around the building at the moment, just trying to wait for eliminations to come their way. Kez making a lot of noise, and BB Connor aware of it. Gets the elimination, now well on their way. Here comes eFuse to the B zone. A chance to stop the clock and actually make some good progress as Who's in Charge are really not in a position to contest.
AW, huge win here. Kez now finds a second, so should be able to move in, clear up the last kind of remaining players, rather, in and around this point. AW knows someone is lurking nearby, but Disarray able to get the best of them there. So huge win, takes out one of the key AR players, and while all this happens, they do finally get a touch and stop the clock here on A.
Yeah, this is taking a lot of time, though. Just 48 seconds remaining. BB Connor on his way up towards the radio tower. Else down low is the one trying to confirm the first tick, and she will be able to do so. Little stack as Genesis is playing in the doorway. Not often you see that, but it looks like Who's in Charge are going to chalk this. I mean, there's a player nearby in Scotty, but I think the threat of BB Connor up top pretty much nullified his opportunities to contest, and we go to a minute 40 with an even life count between our two squads.
Scotty's still looking for that first kill. Dead silence pops. Pressure coming in. Gunfight's surely to follow. There's the gunfight he needed. Big kill onto Disarray. Genesis able to find the trade, but still more shots need to come through. What a snap. Takes out JW in what looked like a pretty impossible gunfight there. Getting tagged up heavily, but will be able to lay some of that early groundwork. But Higgy, well, Scotty doing a good job stopping it in his tracks, as now you have to start to clear out these members in your base.
Yeah, this is very patient, though, from eFuse, and I quite like it. Try to feel things out, JW, from the top tree position on... I guess, well, we don't have this call out yet, but I'm just going to start calling that Pride Rock. Get it into the game, get it into the mix. Kels Disarray from the front, open up extra space. Kez up top, oh, Genesis again! Puts him in the dirt, and a chance to stop the clock with a life advantage as progress starts to come through over at B.
Good. Scotty goes to the high ground. Disarray gets him out. JW takes his place, but that first tick has been secured. You're going to have to start to make your move. You got trophy systems on the point. Iggy going to threaten some kind of a play in the back. In from behind. It's a good read from Genesis, but he can't get his gun up in time. So Higgy finds him. 2 in a row for him, but while this happens, BB Connor still been able to somehow stay alive in the back here, waiting for the reinforcements.
Not great news here for Who's in Charge. BB Connor in a very lucrative position, but well done by Scotty. Gets him before the regen could come out. Kels on the dead silence, now moving their way through tools. Goes to the drop shot. That'll work out. Help on the way. Disarray just above her. Kels not needing the assistance, though. She's on 3 in a row all of a sudden. 15 playing 14, but the biggest issue here for eFuse is the clock. 20.2. Second tick of progress locked in. But as Kels drops, someone else has to get into the point. Disarray off the flank. Misses the opening opportunity, but he's got 2 in front. Takes it down. One more. 1v1 with Scotty. Shut down. Could anyone get here in time? 13 seconds on the clock, and Scotty's going to try to bump the zone. See if he can take away a little bit of extra clock. eFuse running, sprinting, trying to touch. Genesis, the last hope, and as he's shut down, Who's in Charge will sustain the defense just in the nick of time.
Just in the nick of time. That team push was coming through. It was looking fierce there, too. BB Connor finds 2 at the very end, but man, a lot of key moments. Certainly like a really good opportunity for eFuse to get numbers in and around the point. BB Connor could only take so much damage behind that truck where it felt like he was on regen the entire time we were watching his POV, but they were finally able to deal with him. And once you deal with that player in the truck, it then becomes a little bit more difficult to kind of sprint through the junkyard and get to the zone safely. So very nicely done for who's in charge. They're able to hold on. They give up a couple of ticks, though. Now we'll see what eFuse's very first offensive attack is going to look like.
Lots of motion from eFuse to get in towards the A bomb site here. All this from the low ground, mind you. A little crossfire setup between Disarray and Kels, but with no one watching over the top. Difficult position to hold on to. Skills come out. BB Connor, Genesis respond. But who's in charge? A little bit of an advantage here, trying to make their way forward. It's a little battle in the trenches, so to speak. And Kez is through. Dead silence play in hand. He's going to be able to get onto this A zone, stop the clock pretty early with a lot of lives to play with.
Yeah, I like that route. Just kind of scouts out a lot of that area as well. Shuts the doors, but Iggy under fire. While Scotty just watches up top. He gets some good tags into Genesis, finishes him off, and we'll tag up a second. That first tick now will come through on A. Everybody for eFuse starting to set up. A little bit of a retake now from the offensive side. Shots come through for Kels. What a read. Able to take up Kez. First one is there. Disarray tries to get involved in the play, but Scotty shuts him down, and now it's up to Kels to try to come up with kills. Able to get two. Can't get the third, and now Higgy might be good for that final tick.
That's such a tough defensive retake when you don't have any ARs that can get into the mix, simply due to the fact that Scotty's just up top playing a bit of Overwatch over the whole entire zone. It requires your subs to have to win gunfights into tight spaces down low, and not only is that a very quick capture of the A zone, the transition to B also very rapid in form. Genesis trying to get a little bit forward. Higgy up top, though, is going to be a problem eFuse need to deal with. He drops down low. It's Disarray who gets the double, denying the trade and a chance for eFuse to stabilize.
Huge wins coming through. Now every single member caught in the back of the spawn. Have to kind of start all over again. Guns and nades coming on through. Another big win for Kels. Make sure no one's coming through on a flank or a pinch. And, well, the damage control here has just been flawless from eFuse. Still a lot of time to burn. Disarray's got a good read on one more player inside of the A site. But overall, there's been no real ground made. It's just kind of inching your way slowly through the junkyard, hoping to take some gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely the case. JW is one of the biggest sniffer outers of this play. Catches BB Connor, or so you would think. BB Connor gets away from it. Scotty's nade will deny the official kill. Hell's also caught, just kind of in the outer house area. So a chance for who's in charge to get back over towards B. Bold challenge here from Genesis, just getting right into the mix. Disarray on 4 in a row is still playing on this cut alley. And maybe a chance to kind of get behind enemy lines, but no. Who's in charge to deny, and a chance with numbers to start making their way forward on towards B.
We'll take a look at player 7, Scotty. He's going to be trying to make a play alongside Kez, who's trying to get these AR players out of the high ground. Incredible shots over the top of the brick wall. 2 players now going to drop. Scotty involved in the play. Late flank will pay off. One more player. It's Kels that can maybe disrupt all of the respawners. But overall, 24 seconds. You don't have time to really work with. You got to stay on the point. BB Connor's able to take out Scotty.
Big opening first blood there for BB Connor because Kels breaking that glass. Both players for who's in charge just turned immediately, said, oh, there's someone behind us. But the eliminations from the front allow her to reposition. And now 10v10, 10 seconds on the clock. And who's in charge are kind of stumbling forward, shooting their own teammates for crying out loud. Scotty and Higgy onto the zone, 3.6 seconds. Genesis for the first, now Kels activated off the flank, and no. Who's in charge will likely not be able to hold on to this last 3 seconds, and that will indeed occur. Great defense from eFuse. They were down about 4 or 5 lives. They flipped that into who's in charge's face at the end of that defense. I think they finished off, what, 9-5 in total lives remaining.
Yeah, it looked about right. About 1:40. They had to hold on to the zone, and that was off the back end of a really fast transition, too, right off of the A point. Just, immediately running through mid, getting right on top of the zone, stopping the clock, just putting the pressure on again. So a lot of big moments had to come through. A lot of good flanks kind of from eFuse, just constantly keeping a player in this back building that you can see in front of the offensive spawn. Incredible work. Very close here so far through the control. But once again, we'll switch sides. eFuse back on the defense. Rather, back on the attack. See what they're going to be able to line up for us here. A lot of emphasis through the middle of the map like we saw last time. We'll see if they can get through it a little bit cleaner this time around.
Yeah, good intel off the opening stun. It pushes Kez out from behind that keg position. Oh, but what a read on the Disarray as soon as the door opens. Goodness. And a little bit of help from Higgy to make sure there's no further contest. Now he's stunned in the middle of no man's land, but there will be no challenge from eFuse, who'd have a lot of work to do here to kind of regain the map, because who's in charge of threatening spawn trap situations, and that is a great response. 3 for 1 go the kills, and Kels is actually on to stop the clock at A immediately.
Yeah, I like this. Able to get yourself now, at least on the zone, but you're still waiting for your teammates to kind of get here, and now JW, dead silence, has been used. Should be able to find this kill, and he does. He's at least able to get 1-for-1 and then get some more information where the rest of the members are coming from. But while all this happens, Kels has been able to set up the play for what should be that second tick, and now Kez the next one up here to try to make something happen from the back.
Yeah, they're just trying to grow this life lead, or who's in charge. By the look of it, Higgy off the contest, but there's not a lot of help for him. It's just Scotty, who will actually try to offer a chance to play for exits, but gets caught down by BB Connor. So 23-24, life count nearly neutralized as E-Fuse were down about 4 or 5. Now just within 1, and who's in charge defense of this B zone will be a 2-2 split. 2 very far forward and 2 very passively. Do they get the crossfire setup that they want? Initially, the intention would say no, because it's another 3-for-1 engagement. E-Fuse just coming out on top of these trades every single time they make a play for the objective.
And Kez now, he's up top of the building, but if you can win these gunfights up front, I mean, he is just going to be completely useless unless he makes his way over. And now the gunfight's starting to come through. Kez is able to get through with 1, but it's really all on him and JW right now to clean off the zone. Disarray able to find the kill. And that will force Kels to kind of go inside of storage here, just kind of play your life for the time being. Well, everyone now comes off spawn, but E-Fuse, they still have a whole ton of time to work with. Minute 15 on the clock.
A lot of time, a lot of opportunity to set things up on these approaches off of spawn. JW in trouble, just 9 HP. Can't really peek, but he still does. It's only a team kill that comes through to make life a little bit easier, and a nice double from Kez, leaving Disarray now by himself. Second tick of progress. Yes, it will be locked. Just as Disarray gets tagged up once again. Resets, Kels on the help. She can jump back into the zone. JW responds nicely, but Disarray flushes him out, no problem, and then takes his attention to the low ground. 4 in a row for Disarray. Off the YY! Oh. How about 5 in a row for Disarray? Numbers now looking good for E-Fuse, but Higgy saves the day and will create a little bit more space and time for the defense to regain.
Oh my goodness, it's not over yet though. E-Fuse just keep on hitting, keep on swinging, keep on fighting. JW up top, look at the shots of the kills. Oh my goodness, finds the double up. BB Connor gets the 3rd, and now it's up to 1 more player inside. Genesis finds him. That should be the stack. That should be the zone secured, and it is. E-Fuse just keep on battling.
Wow.
Tit for tat, able to get in there and grab that offensive win.
Crazy scenes, my man, crazy scenes. E-Fuse looking dominant. Golly, Disarray.
Come on.
And Kels at the end, the subs lighten it up. 6 between them to put it over the finish line for that offense. And now who's in charge? A single round of control away from being 0-3 in the group stage with an 0-3 map count here. We're on the opposite side. Again, just to kind of continue to reiterate, E-Fuse with the same 0-2 start. Didn't win a map yesterday. A win here in 3-0 fashion changes the dynamic greatly when it comes to possible tiebreaker situations, but don't count chickens before they hatch, friends. Opening engagements back and forth as who's in charge looked to get to A early, but bounced out. Higgy, the last one left, will keep his life, but the intentions towards A have to come to a pause, and actually off a spawn, there's a chance to get on to B with some force here if you're who's in charge.
Yeah, E-Fuse, they're going to have to fast transition over. Disarray putting in some shots to JW. Should have an AR in hand, and that's going to give him a window now. Jump right out of the window, attack the zone, try to get here to play some defense. It's going to force who's in charge to kind of scatter a little bit. And, well, E-Fuse has done a really good job coming back, retaking it. 1 more player to deal with. That would be JW. Might be able to keep this play alive. He does find a double, but really difficult to make anything happen. His teammates now all spawning over by A.
Chance to, again, just very quickly get onto the zone. And all this killing of the clock is going to be very valuable to who's in charge, especially with JW kind of looking for long-range spawn kills.
Okay.
2 for him. Will forfeit the position value of his life. Back over towards B they go. This could lead to very quick progress, especially if you can keep all 3 members on the zone. BB Connor from range clears out 1 from the point. And who's in charge actually will completely vacate the premises. That's a bit puzzling to say the least. They had a 3-man stack, but the gunfights did not come in the positions that they expected them to. So Scotty's got to do it himself. Double will allow him to get back onto the zone. Anticipates that BB Connor's up top. And that will be good for a second tick of progress. Still a chance here for who's in charge.
Sure is. It's been a very scrappy zone. But Scotty able to put together a handful of kills to make sure there's still presence there. And while all this happens, Kez is going to have to back up, try to capture A. Problem here, there's only 22 seconds, so you need this zone to come through. You've gotten great progress on B, but it could be all for naught if you can't make something happen on A.
Yeah, that's for sure. Second tick, looking good. BB Connor dropped out deep. It's just Kels who can defend this, and no, she's shut down. So this will be an extra 60 seconds, very likely. Although they're just keeping Scotty on the point. This is aggressive from the side of who's in charge, looking to value numbers into maybe a quick transition back over towards B. This is all kind of piecemeal, though, and BB Connor from a power position up top deals with the long flank, and now everything once again has to come to a pause as who's in charge have to wait for resources.
On the clock, a lot of lives have been burned as well. Down very well, it could come down to exactly that. You have to make a massive offensive approach into the B zone. One good stack is all you need, but eFuse done a good job scattering out throughout the map, making it very difficult to kind of read every position. Kells finds Scotty. Genesis is still alive in the back here, and now there's kind of three members caught up top in the balcony and down low. It'll be pretty hard to navigate outside of this position and try to kind of brute force your way onto the zone. We'll see if they can do it. You got to find one in the back here. You're looking for Genesis. If you can find him, it does open up quite a bit.
Straight from the front. Oh, and a little bit of help from BB Connor as well. That works out nicely for eFuse. Last chance saloon here for who's in charge. 18 seconds on the clock. Have to get forward. Genesis going to be the next point of contact. The progress is being made. Kez is on the zone. Genesis trying to get the kills first and foremost. Does turn, finds Kez. 3 straight kills for eFuse. Not a chance to deplete this third tick, though. Still a chance for Higgy to get on. Stops the clock. Good read on the Genesis. The kill does not come through, though. And it's just down to this last hit. 5 seconds. 8v4. JW from the side. Needs to get on. Needs to clear out these eFuse defenders. And no. Not able to happen. eFuse in the must-win matchup between the bottom of the group. 3-0 who's in charge. And maybe a little bit of a lifeline thrown their way.
Add another tally to the 3-0s on the day. We got another one. And this one mainly because of Genesis. In that final round, man, he was so difficult to push out of that back truck area. He was alive forever, it felt like. And just that patient play in the end where he's just waiting for the respawners to funnel into him while he's just holding the iron. He finds that kill and then makes that immediate move onto the zone. You're thinking in your head, like, there's no one back here. They surely would have went for the kill on the zone. That's not the case. Genesis knows he has the time. He knows where the spawners are. He's able to make a big play there to make sure they secure it.
Yeah, dude, that's it's great recovery coming through, I think, is the biggest point, just generally for this eFuse roster. You know, after a hard day yesterday, tough matchups, 3-0, swept in both series. Some maps were closer than others. They get it done and kind of get back into the mix with a convincing series of their own. 250-165 was the opening hotel hardpoint. Then we had the 6-4 embassy search, which we did see a vast majority of that map. Finished with a very good control from eFuse, 3-1. So they're still alive. A lot of work to be done after the 0-2 start, but playoffs are still a possibility, whereas on the opposite side for who's in charge, well, they would need a lot of luck and a lot of help from other teams to essentially go 2-3, because if you drop this next matchup, if you're who's in charge, you're pretty much out of the running.
Yeah, that's the case. Certainly a tough pill to swallow. Started to look pretty close, at least in the S&D when we had tuned into it. 6-4. Tough situation for JW, I believe it was, to try to clutch up a 1v3, and then a lot of good looks in the control. Really scrappy round number 4 there as well, where they were kind of flip-flopping between both sides of the map, drawing pressure over, drawing numbers over there from eFuse, but it's not enough to get the job done. And as you said it, Alan, I mean, just a tough road ahead from here on out. Just a complete uphill battle.
It's tough scenes, man. And, you know, it's one of those things going from 8 teams, 12 teams, a European region that we largely look at maybe 6 super competitive teams that could possibly win in any given weekend. It was always going to be a tall ask to see who the next 4 squads were going to be to make up 8-12. And, right. You know, there will be a growing period. Mark my words on that. You're going to get a lot of people who have not been in the elite before. They're going to learn a whole heck of a lot. And that may be occurring right in front of our faces with that previous series. So, great stuff from eFuse. Troubling times for who's in charge. But I believe that takes us just about almost the near conclusion of our entirety of this first stream block. 3-0s, like you mentioned, all over the place. And some of them in pretty surprising fashion that turns this group standings into a bit of a, well, who knows? It's kind of anyone's game to get into the playoffs, if not secure a top seed.
Yeah, I think like I was saying, it's going to leave a lot of teams in the middle of the pack where those head-to-heads are really going to matter that much more, right? Because there's going to be a lot of 1 and 2 teams, a lot of 2 and 2 teams after today, or after this first block, and that means that yeah, you're going to have to really find yourself some huge wins then going into week 2 or later tonight. So it's going to make for a very interesting kind of standings as well. We'll take a look at some of them here, and yeah, Elevate, 3-0 over Signs, Originals 3-0 over Team Falcons, and then as we saw there for our focus match there, a 3-0 for Team Veer, who also look very fierce.
Yeah, they're looking really good. And their pathway, by the way, for what it's worth, is a little bit easier than the majority of other teams that are in this Group A, just based on who's still left to play. Because as mentioned, they played the top 2 teams yesterday. So the win there is great. They play Signs next, and then they finish off their group stage against Falcons. So that matchup, actually, between Team Falcons and Team Veer, that could be, in this Group B, a pivotal playoff qualification match if the results go as anticipated. We jump over to the other side of what's happening in Group B. Again, 3-0s all over the place, except for the Team Notorious and Clutch Rain game. Although I will say, looking at the results tab in the reports, Clutch Rain started 2-0 up in that series, so they're here to play today as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's another big one. If you can take down, a Team Notorious here, that does all kinds of wonders for shaking up, not only what can happen for you, but also the top of the standings, right? As we start to look at who some of our really solid teams are, but a Wobble is finding a 3-0 versus the Navi, a Del Mysterio, like that's a huge one as well. So a lot of interesting games kind of playing out for us, but we'll see what Notorious can do and see if they can get us maybe to a map 5.
Yeah, and that result, by the way, was a convincing 3-0. It wasn't just a 3-0. It was like 250 to 137, a 6-2, and a 3-0. Heavens.
Sheesh.
So, Awobabobs, they had, a top 16 finish in Cup 3? They haven't dropped a map. They haven't even come close to, dude, no one's touched them. Like, there hasn't been a single map that has been super close. Okay, I lied to you. The E-Fuse game against Awobabobs was a 250-232, but that's the only one. Everything else has been straight blowouts. So they're dominant and likely going to be the number 1 seed in the group, although there is a chance for them to play up against Team Notorious next. But if Team Notorious can reverse sweep, we'd have a battle of the unbeatens there. Whereas Group B, Elevate still on top. Nixa beat by Team Veer kind of throws the middle 4 teams up for grabs. Signs not having a great group, yet to win a map.
Yeah, yet to win a map. Struggling there for that very first series win on top of it. So going to put them in another one of those tough spots like we were kind of just talking about on the opposite end there in Group A. But this is kind of what I was referring to, right? Like all these teams that are now like 2-1, 1-2, like all of this can completely shake up like dramatically between the rest of today as well as tomorrow, especially with some of these juggernaut matches that we kind of keep coming back to with the Originals, Elevate, Notorious, all squaring off. A lot can end up happening there throughout all of those matches there for our next block, Alan.
We got bangers, my man. I don't know if we have a chance to pull up that stream schedule, but again, as kind of we alluded to, we've got heavy-hitting matchups in both our primary and kind of our secondary focus. We'll start things off by watching Elevate versus the Originals. Not a terrible amount on the line here, with Originals kind of having a good start yesterday.
Right.
Outside of losing to Nixa, that was the only big surprise, but they came out 3-0 Team Falcons today. That gives them a little bit more breathing room towards playoffs. But kind of strength matchup here to see how well they're actually playing against Elevate. And then our secondary focus will actually be the Awobabobs and Team Notorious match. So that will be kind of what we use to close out the block. Whereas on the We Are Clutch GG stream, an important matchup for Team Veer and Signs. Again, for Team Veer, a chance to possibly win their last 3 matches in a row. Otherwise, for Signs, they kind of have to win their last 2 if they want to try to force some tiebreaker considerations to finish off their first round-robin stage. What do we say? What do you got for me, brother?
I want to know who's going to get some of these top seeds, like, after today, right? Like, all these top teams are going head-to-head, like, for the second block, so I'm really looking forward to that, especially after a lot of 3-0s, a lot of one-sided series. I think we're going to get, some of those Game 4s at the very least, and potentially some of these Game 5s, so I'm excited to see, who our top teams are going to continue to look like, and, if the Wobblebobs can also maybe just keep this this crazy spree going for as far as not dropping a map, and if Rezzy's going to, continue to stay on top. So far, he's at least living up to that expectation when it comes down to the elites and his track record through Vanguard.
At least so far, but it's going to be a heavy-hitting second block. We'll step away for a break. We'll be back with the action in not too long of a delay, so don't go far, friends. More Challengers Elite coming up right after this. Welcome back there, friends. Round 1 of day 2 has come to a conclusion, except for Notorious. They are on the reverse sweep path of Clutch Rain. That's happening over on Clutch GG. Make sure you check them out. But for us, we take our focus into the second slot of matches for Europe. My whole chip. That's Austin Visions Neil. He's beautiful. He's handsome. He's Canadian. You're going to love him. We've got Elevate and the Originals coming up next for us. This is going to be a fun one, my man, for all of the wrong reasons. All of the juicy reasons. Woo! We've got a little bit of a grudge match on our hands.
Oh, we sure do, man. Old teammates clashing, going head to head, and these old teammates, just finished, second place at the last LAN event. So, I mean, these guys put on a hell of a performance, but now, of course, switching it up a little bit, have some different teams, and now we'll see exactly what they're going to be able to do, because these are kind of the two juggernaut squads that we look at. I think Originals have been a little bit slow to start based off what we saw yesterday, but I'm expecting them to come in full force here versus one of their key rivals that will build up this entire season.
Yeah, this is, it's always fun when you've got multiple members that are playing up against their former squads. But the juice is not just squeezed there, my friend.
No, there's a lot of talk.
If you've been on Twitter and you're an avid EU fan, or maybe if you've seen, clips surfacing around other mediums, there's been a lot of conversation about Denzen Vortex, kind of about Furious. They don't like each other very much right now, and this is one of those proving point matches where prize fighters are weighing each other up. They're jabbing, they're talking smack. Now it's time to get into the ring. Woo! It's going to be a fun one. I cannot wait for it. And just on top of that, outside of the interpersonal drama that we've kind of had so far, it's also a pretty important matchup in the overall standings for the Originals in particular. You win, you get to 3-1.
Sure.
Lot of breathing room between you and the other teams that are kind of in the relegation period. Otherwise, you lose and go 2-2. You find yourself in the midst of possibly tiebreaker situations depending on what happens below you in the standing.
Yeah, it's a massive one for that reason. You're looking to try to grab a huge win if you're the Originals. Holding a head-to-head over a team like this that is probably going to be in playoffs one way or the other is never a bad thing to have whatsoever. So I think that is certainly on the minds of everybody coming into this match, knowing the importance of it. And just knowing how fast we go through the elites, you know what I mean? Like, we just have 2 weeks of just like the regular season, then we go to playoffs. So, it happens very, very fast. And one bad week could, turn everything for you going into the second. So, yeah, you want to come in, you want to have the head-to-head, you want to really come out here, especially, I think, again, if you're the Originals, not fully convinced after yesterday. We'll see if they can fix a lot of their mistakes versus a team that, is looking really good, especially coming off that last event.
Big confidence booster, though, in their opening matchup against a good Team Falcon squad. They 3-0 them, and all of the maps relatively convincing, save the Fortress Control, which did Fortress Control things by all assumptions. On the other side, though, for this Elevate roster, it's been just as clean as you'd like, except for the matchup versus Team Ver that went, or Veer, why did I say Team Ver? Weird. That went map 5, and that was one of those that you look at and you say, what happened? Because Elevate lost both of the hard points. Not something that you would assume would be a plague for them, not just off the initial roster, but also going forward. This is a slay-heavy squad that is really good at taking over the map very quickly, and it looks like maybe some of the problems they had yesterday have immediately been remedied, as they also had a very quick 3-0 of Team Signs to start off their block in Group 2, or Group B, day number 2 here for it.
Yeah, and I mean, you even talking about the changes that are coming in, when you look at why, Elevate have maybe been really good when it comes down to slaying out. You look at Lucky, this man's been putting up numbers, dude. Like, he's just been cooking on the map. 1.3s. I mean, like, he's just been absolutely flawless. And I think the more surprising thing is to see exactly what Journey's been able to do alongside him as well, because Journey's kind of, slotted into just playing that role where he just needs to try to play the hill time, be the objective guy, be the entry guy. And it's been more interesting, I think, to see Vortex be a little bit more of the guy who's the roaming slayer, because you go back to like Vanguard, that is probably never a phrase that would have came out of my mouth when I've been talking about Vortex. So I know Brody was really big on catching that early in the season, where it feels like he's kind of swapped roles, and that has been the case when you watch this guy with a sub in his hand. He is more confident than ever, I think, watching him over the last couple of years playing in this game. It is certainly his year.
There is something about Vortex on IW games. It just kind of has always been there in his career. Great during Modern Warfare 19, and then you go back previous, There was a lot of instances where he was in the CWL, kind of in the mix, in the pro scene, so to speak. Just comes down to what do we have to do to get this guy back in the league. So we'll take a look to kind of see what the map series layout has to offer for this overall matchup between these two squads, because it's going to be difficult to find, I think, a path to victory for either or the other. just based on the fact that how tightly they've all played a lot of their series. But it's going to be an Embassy start, then a Hotel Control, Fortress Mercado. We're going to at least maybe get a Fortress in the mix. We still have not seen a Hydro on our side of things from our broadcasting perspective, but Embassy Hardpoint first and foremost. This is where, again, I think if you're Elevate, you're happy to go here just based on, like you mentioned, a couple of the role swap-ups and a lot of SMG action that can ensue in those back hardpoints.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you just talk about what we've seen, from some of the ARs on both sides. This is where Lucky's going to find a lot of value. This is also where we've seen, the mixture of the AR coming out here and there. For Vortex, I think has picked it up here and there. Denza as well. I mean, whenever you have the opportunity to grab a second weapon, that's kind of, been the big meta swap throughout last year and coming into this one. It's always having kind of two in your pocket to use them when necessary. So, yeah, Embassy, I think, going to be a great one to kind of kick things off. And it is usually one that we see first in a lot of the series. So now that teams are kind of warmed through their very first set of matches in their first series, it will be interesting to see if we do have a close affair kind of coming into the Embassy right away.
Well, as far as yesterday's results are concerned, Embassy was not touched by Elevate in either the search nor the hard point. So this will be kind of a new look for them, so to speak. They also didn't play it at all versus Science. So yeah, these first two maps we have not seen Elevate play yet. They had to have selected one or the other, so must be feeling good about their chances on either the hardpoint or the search and destroy. But maybe a chance here for the originals to come out and maybe start up 2-0. Maybe a possibility. Again, it's not a lot of sample size to work off of, and you assume that every team is prepped at every map, but not preferring it. Maybe there is an opportunity here for originals to kind of jump up into the lead early.
Yeah, I mean, that could be good news for them. They look really solid in the controls. I believe went 2-0 yesterday as well. So, I mean, that would be it'd be great for them if they could find themselves in a situation like that where they've already been winning, that third game mode and have been taking that in the series. So, if so, Alan, I think that bodes really well for them to potentially pull off a big win versus Elevate, who was looking to stay at the top. I mean, there's nothing better than, I think, going into playoffs as that number one seed. And if you can take down at least another, huge juggernaut here in this group, that would be, I think, fantastic going forward for them to have a shot at being able to lock that in, which they're at least sitting pretty well on right now after the results that we saw there through the very first set of matches.
I mean, the thing about it is this year's Elite format is crucially important towards heavy seeding, because like last year was like just make playoffs. Like you're going to play up against the top 4 teams. It doesn't matter who you play. You're just going to have to beat everybody. But this season, going from 4 teams to 8 teams, that 1 seed overall versus the 8 seed overall becomes a much more easier pathway to stay in that upper bracket. So yeah, you're onto something there, my friend. I think you are. So yeah, lots on the line, not just in terms of making sure you find victories, but also do so in a way that allows you a chance for an easier pathway through that playoffs would be massive, especially considering the prize pool that is on hand for it. So that's a good point. I like that. Also, just keep in mind, not only are we going to be working on this matchup, but as soon as it starts, we will have the opportunity to kind of look into the Awobabobs and Team Notorious match. Just kind of as an update is concerned, again, on the Clutch GG stream, Team Notorious is in map 5, working on a reverse sweep of Clutch Rain, and they are about to be up, by the look of it, 3-1 in Embassy Search and Destroy. So that's been a grueler of a series, but Team Notorious on the bounce back after a slow start by the look of it. And if that result stands, if Team Notorious pull off that reverse sweep, that's another battle to that same point where you've got number 1 playing number 2, both teams undefeated. Winner likely ends up being the number 1 seed in their group. So a lot on the line for both these matches.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one. I mean, I think to be fair, like Awobabobs haven't really been, tested too hard with a lot of their matches. So that one versus Team Notorious, who maybe, are going to come off the back end of a reverse sweep, is going to get them really fired up for Awobabobs that have not lost the map there. So I think that's one that I'm certainly looking forward to. I know a lot of other people are too, just to see where everyone's at. That's kind of what you're really feeling out. It's a lot of feeling out in this first week of the Elites to see where everyone stands. You kind of pick some teams that you think are going to do good, but that isn't always the case. As you kind of see, some upsets already come through day one for the originals, for example. So never really know, but it's always exciting to see.
100%. Let's take a look back over the schedule again, just to kind of reiterate what's going on in this second block as we're waiting for this matchup to start. And our primary focus in this Group A turns to Elevate and the originals. But Team Veer, after their convincing 3-0 of Nixa, they control their own destiny, so to speak, as they play up against Signs to finish off their day. And then next week, they play up against Team Falcons, who, again, if you assume that Nixa comes to play like they did yesterday, they may be in a position to where they're kind of at a tie record, and that may be a qualification match to be determining who finishes second to lowest, or fifth in the group. What did I say? Second to lowest? That's stupid. Or who finishes as the final team to get into playoffs. That could be a massive matchup there. So that's a lot to kind of look forward to in the results that we're going to see. But then in Group B, that will be on a little bit of a staggered start time. Wobblebobs and Team Notorious will be our next swap-in match. La Nave del Mysterio, who are 1 and 2 in the group, they would play up against a very desperate Who's in Charge roster. And then after the 3-0, how about eFuse? A chance to go 2-0 in the day if they could find a way to take care of a vulnerable Clutch Rain squad.
Yeah, that would be huge for everybody on that entire team. And to be fair, watching over them, I mean, they were looking really strong. We were kind of tuning in, with picture-in-picture here and there, but the respawn, at least in map number 1, looked like it was really convincing. Close set, in the second with the S&D, but then made a couple of really nice defensive plays that we saw there in the end there for eFuse to close that one out 3-0. So incredible stuff. But meanwhile, while we're waiting for that main match, we'll tune in with what's happening here with Nixa and Team Falcons. Just watch Nixa, of course, come off of a pretty tough sweep. We'll see if they can maybe get the ball rolling here a little bit earlier on in the hardpoint.
Yeah, this is, again, one of those matchups that we talk about here when it comes to possible playoff implications. Win here makes the path a little bit easier, where a loss puts a lot of pressure on you going into that 5th and final matchup in the round robin. Good start for Nixa. Kills looking solid. Time pretty also not bad at all here on the first hill, considering that they are in a position to lock down at least the rotation to P2. Falcons working on it, though. Dissecting the problem pretty nicely. It's Kingabody who's on his way in. Good help as they clear through tunnel, but Defrag shuts down the initial play. Dave right behind him. And it looks like Nixa have a pretty solid read on where this hit was coming from the entire way through.
Here we go. Coming through the front. Vampire able to find that very first kill. Shots coming through left and right, but Rafi's just been able to find 2. Gonna force a flank to come through, and what a read. Rafi finds 3 of them. That's going to put him 6-1, 4 in a row. Chance maybe to work for some of these streaks. Defrag also able to take out another. So this entire hold has just been relentless. It's been flawless. And they're already making early moves the new 20 seconds in.
Yeah, they're kind of having their way right now, aren't they? Vampire, good shutdown. Big double for him in the alleyway. Gets a trophy before eventually dropping. Trade from Falcons. Yes, good. Kingabody able to make sure that they can lock down this early time, hopefully at 10, but there's still 10 seconds of scrap time, which means off spawn, Nixa still have a chance to threaten on rotation. Defrag inside of the boxes, no problems there. The stun actually will connect, but did not expect the challenge to be immediate. And how about Kingabody? Nice double once again, clearing off this back storage area, allowing Falcons a chance to finally get some time.
Yeah, double well hard stunned, man. It's not easy to move whatsoever when you get stunned in this game. The clean shots will now allow them to get the first 15 seconds just about uncontested, but that next hit about to flood on through the front of tin in the big door. Meanwhile, Dave trying to make something happen for as far as assistance from the side. Nixa able to get some bodies in, and what a win. Rafi again up close with this AR has just been so good. Can he find another? No, the break will be there. Spawns are close enough to get the reinforcements back in here for Team Falcons.
Yeah, looking really solid on this hard point. Necessary in form to get back into the game, largely speaking. Pack. Oh, difficult gunfights there with the Pack 56. One more in front. Oh, just caught. Try to hit the dead silence. But help is on the way. Team Falcons, a chance to still threaten from Cantina. Dave denying at least the initial entry. Trophy system keeps the utilities safe. But even still, the Falcons have a chance to work their way through. How big has Kingabody been on some of these doubles, giving his team a chance? Just unfortunately is not quite enough. Nixa get into the hard point and have numbers to try to stall out any further hits from Team Falcons, pending they can find Xnid in the back.
Xnid is able to find 1. Team players take the high ground, drop down, breaking the camera of Rafi, looking for 3. Dave gets in there for 2, matches the pressure of the subs, and Henry able to get some excellent assistance in there to make sure that Nixa do hit that 100-point mark. Spawn's looking good right now in the back. They're going to do a good job of finding Xnid again, who could have really spoiled everything and made a hit for that scrap time. So really good job holding off the push, making sure they're funneling through the back alley, picking up some free kills. And now we'll take a look at New as Team Falcons. They've been good on the rotation, but can they hold?
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing I was about to bring up, is that Nixa are finally, on these break attempts, getting the setups that they want compared to the Embassy that we saw previously versus a Team Veer in their first matchup on the day. Henry in with a sub, makes quick work of 1. Defrag behind him. Good prediction on the follow-up Falcons members. Leaves Pack by himself. And Defrag, he wants to get involved and get this kill. Stun will land. No problems there. The turn nearly finishes off Vampire as well. But the hard point stays neutral as Vampire is going to get some quick assistance off the split spawn situation. This is working out very nicely for Team Falcons. They're just missing really just one. It's Henry, but right underneath, a couple of Falcons members. Henry gets the double, and with that, Nixa come on top of the trades with a chance to break.
Oh, man. I mean, Team Falcons, they get here, but they don't really get, like, any time whatsoever. It's so scrappy, and there's so much team control that they're focused on. They never really get any bodies on the point to kind of zone through mid, so Nixa able to come away with more time than I think a lot of people had initially anticipated. Scrap time will go over to the Falcons, as it's a little bit of a fight for the new spawns, but it's looking great for Nixa. Rafi's able to find himself one. And now we'll take a look at both players kind of funneling through the gate here where they could come all the way behind. But it's tough to work through this barbershop area, but they do a good job of finding the first.
Yeah, Rafi's in a really powerful position, though, and there really doesn't seem to be a lot of intention of giving up this spot whatsoever. Yeah, Rafi gets two. That's more than enough. The frag picking things up right where he left off. Finishes off a third. Vampire, though, on the pinch. They get a little bit of support here. Big gunfight win from Dave. He's going to reset. There's a chance for him to keep his life. Little 50-50 are the spawns at the moment. Similarly so, the hard point, a bit neutral. Rafi, this is taking a lot of time. Trust me, we've all been there.
Yes.
And as he climbs the stairs, Exton gets the kill, and Falcons will stabilize inside the hard point.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're just a little too tired making that jump up. It's not easy by any means, especially when you try to do it on the fly. Rafi, well, he feels it right there in that moment. Take a look at what's happening, though, to the new spawns. And, well, you can already see a couple players have made their way over, but huge kills coming through right now for the Falcons on a huge part of this transition. A lot of that scrap time, bring it to just about a 30-point differential. Big kill coming through now for King of Body. Looking for the second, but Henry, what a turn. Able to find two. Vampire still staying alive back here, is able to find Dave as well. He has been alive in the back for quite a while, and he's doing a good job playing his life.
Some great moments here from Team Falcons, kind of a little desperate in nature, where it's like, oh, like we need to get someone to have pop a double, and someone does. Like, it's a bit scrappy and mixy and not as clean as you'd like, but they're keeping themselves in this game. And with still 25 seconds, it's not just in this game. They may be able to find a way to take the lead here. They can hold every single second. Nixa not really doing a lot to work on the scrap, just kind of setting themselves up for new. And even on that, Vampire is still in a position to try to contest this. Will drop. And with Dave locking down mid-map, the rotation will look good for Nixa, but Team Falcons, they do more than what's required for them to stay in this game.
Certainly do. Grab themselves just a slight lead. Doing a good job of kind of flooding out through the parking lot here all the way in the back. Trying to make kind of an easy transition to new. And, well, so far Nixa haven't really been able to get any presence around P1. Dave does find a big kill there with a Semtex, but more green now starting to pour into that kill feed. It's King of Body. He's stunned up, kind of locked into this position. Multiple players to deal with right in front of him. And, well, Dave doing a really good job of also just finding all these players here from the Falcons. Rafi on 4 in a row, 23-13, mind you. He's been a huge part of a lot of the success we've seen so far, at least for Nixa.
Absolutely, and that's just a tough route to hit if your Team Falcons spawning out. Trying to open up the back alleys, get into Cantina. You got through the first obstacle through kind of that mid-elbow pretty nicely, but getting through this building is very difficult to do, and you can see exactly why. Rafi just using that to the majority of his eliminations, to be honest. 6 in a row.
Wow.
Near onto the cruise missile now. Those shots will confirm it. 7 now. Sees another player over the top, and Rafi is absolutely bloodthirsty. 8 in a row for him. This Nixa will lock in the rotation to Cantina.
Not missing a bullet right now. 8 in a row for Rafi. Posted up top in Cantina. Ready for them to flood into his sights. Able to get some great info. The channels he's taking, he's just feeling himself. But inside of the hard point, Exted's able to get the double. Vampire does take out one of his teammates. It's going to hurt just a tad bit, especially if Henry can make a big play alongside Dave. What a pinch. The teamwork is in. They'll make sure they hold off on the break. And that should be some really strong scrap time here for Nixa coming into the next hill.
You can see the minimap. Falcons are trying to get at least some sort of an idea of what's happening through this backside parking lot area. And while that'll work out, Pack will get both reads. What happens to their spawns, though, with the second hardpoint still active? Oh, they actually get blessed. They spawn really close. And even more so, that Xnid does kind of lock in and anchor up where these spawns should be for Team Falcons. So it's pill swallow, giving away 27+ seconds worth of scrap time on old, but it comes at the cost of now you've got a really solid setup here to new. 3-1 pinch setup for Nixa, looking to full force from the front and then delay Henry from the back. And it's going to work out. Both kills coming in. That should flip the spawns around. And it's just a clean kill feed. Just down to Falcons. King of Body, and he's only able to get down 2. The break is successful, and Nick's a chance to nearly put this game out of reach.
This is a really big moment. Falcons, they got to find a fast re-break. Working themselves into 10. Good read onto Henry. 6 HP to his name. Won't be able to play his life any longer. It's down to Defrag. Trying to deal with multiple members alongside Rafi, and you can even see it. Everyone from Nixa reinforces. They know just how critical that time is, and now Henry's trying to make some early moves. Nexton's there to find the first kill, but Allen, Nixa now starting to get to that point.
Yeah, it's going to have to be pretty much flawless for Team Falcons on this hold, and the problem with that is it's all from just inside the hard point. They've got a good look at where Nix is going to want to hit from, but everything from the front will have to be reactionary from King of Body. And Vampire, caught out, but he does actually force a team kill. That's not terrible. Spawns will move around just a touch here. King of Body having to worry about 2 things at once. First kill coming through. Defrag from the front, though, gets a double of his own. So to 240. Go the side of Nixa. Vampire's got to make it happen. A high-low stack around the corner. You've got to touch. You've got to go. You've got to get in there. And as he makes his move, Nixa will shut him down. No chance for a second touch. Nixa take the first map.
Take the first map, and I think Rafi finishes 31-16 there by the end of that one, man. He was just having his way with the Falcons, making sure there was no chance to fly throughout this entire map here in Mercado. Man, oh man, Nixa, what a bounce back after, what was the 3-0 they just suffered, but this one much cleaner, at least when it came down to how they were setting up their breaks. That was the big factor, right? We were watching over the Embassy, Allen, and there was a lot of problems they were having, at least with team coordination. That was a lot more on point, but back to our main match. This one, of course, is now kicked off. Elevate, they have themselves a pretty comfortable lead. As we start to look at the second set of rotations, we move to new. Vortex does not win that battle, and now it looks like there is a little bit of a setup now for P2.
Yeah. Convincing stuff on the scoreboard right now for the side of the Originals. F-Dot 21-12. Furious 21-13. My goodness. Elevate some work to do. F-Dot gets the opener, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange as soon as the hard point essentially opens up. Gizmo, not the greatest of starts for him, but does pick up 1 elimination. Allows a chance for his teammates to try to set something up. Good read from F-Dot. Turns in as he hears Journey. And so now you can hit the play forward. Spamming through the doorway? No, not going to work out. Elevate still on top of the trades. Hardpoint neutral for a time. But it's Journey who can get back in and get Elevate right back into the base.
Oh, blow for blow. And neither team has been able to get really any time on P2. It's just been constantly ripping the player right off of the old time. And now you can see it. Furious able to get himself into a spot where he can cut off that rotation. Trophy systems being set up. Harry now in one of his godlike positions where he can be very difficult to maneuver out of this heady. We'll see if they can try to hold on here. Original still up by a bit, but got to hold on and Elevate here. They're knocking on the door, ready to try to break it open.
Yeah, need to have it here. Keep yourself in the running. You got 3 members at 20-plus kills and 15, 16 deaths. They're really doing well on the Original slaying department. And as the kills continue to go their way, yeah, that's just a challenge. It's not going to work out. Gizmo really starting to heat things back up. 3 in a row for him. And Elevate struggling to find some footing to kind of get even to look at this hard point.
Long-range shots, my goodness. Gizmo did start off slow, like we said, but starting to find themselves some key kills, but Vortex able to move in there for a double. Big moment coming through, and that will be at least enough to get Elevate on the point. That's a huge moment to make sure at least it's not a full 60, but Denza needs to make some moves alongside his teammate. He's going to lose 1. Denza for 2, looking for 3. Furious shuts down 2 himself, shuts down 3 himself, man. These 2 absolute giants just going head-to-head, making it just look entertaining as ever, but it is still a massive lead for the Originals, and they're able to get members set up here at New.
Okay. Originals looking real tight, real solid here on Embassy. Vortex around the back. Good first opener. That'll move the spawns around a touch. And oh my, okay, hold on a second. Oh, it's a full 4-man feed. Journey and Lucky doing a lot of the legwork. Ooh, but do you expect Harry in the back? Doesn't matter. Journey goes prone. Secures the kill. And in the same moment, Denza shuts down the play from the front. A great look here for Elevate as they lock down the spawns and have a very far line of scrimmage as they try to contest the Originals on their next break, which is on the way almost immediately. The kills continue to go the way of Elevate. Gizmo gonna try to force it forward. Less than half HP. Takes down an opener, but likely will not expect Lucky, or does he? What a turn! And just like that, the Originals securely get over the 200-point mark with numbers at new.
Oh, man, you just can't put enough emphasis on what Gizmo just did, man. Unbelievable stuff to get that scrap time. Put them that much closer to that 250-point mark. And now Elevate, well, they are required to hold from here on out. They need to have a great kitchen hill, and so far, so good. The slaying is starting to come in. You're going to have to fend off waves and waves and waves of the Originals. We're now gearing up for their next hit. FDOT does a good job of finding the first. Now we'll start to see them flood through.
Yeah, this is, again, one of those situations where it looks so good for Elevate. The Originals continue to break their way back and forth, finding these little scrappy kills. But Journey, 4 in a row, 29 and 23. Keeping up with Furious on the other side. Chance to get over the 200-point mark. Next break attempt. It's coming in pieces here for the Originals, but the gunfights are still turning up to a point where they can at least neutralize and still find a way maybe to contest even further beyond that. Denza on his own 3 spree. Trophy to try to keep the point safe. This is a big 10 seconds to try to get this game back to level. Even more so, if you can find kills around the outside, you can set yourself up to try to find time on P1. The Originals are committing to old, though. Sending a lot of numbers on the way forward. The contest will at least neutralize the time, and it will maintain a very slight Originals lead as we make our way over to a new hill.
What a double up there for Furious. He's on 33 now. But 211 to 221, the Originals starting to sweat a little bit on closing this one out. Elevate just need to get numbers in and around the point. Vortex trying to get something done early onto FDOT for P2, but FDOT will deny him that opportunity. Just about 10 points separating the two, but the Originals able to get numbers on the point. Yeah. They have a setup. This is a great chance to really collect some time.
Whoa, big kills from Lucky, though. Taking Gizmo out of that position is massive. It's a 3-for-1 exchange off the reload. Lucky almost gets more. FDOT in and out of ways. Help around the side. Gizmo up top. Not quite able to deal with Vortex, so we go back to neutral. 216 to 232. Advantage still to the Originals as Harry tries to lock down the rotation to new, where they could put it away here. And there's a lot of space, a lot of cushion, because Elevator spawning in the middle of nowhere.
Lucky's got to do it again. He's got to find just huge kills. He's got to battle out against 2 players. He's got a trophy. But they're making it so difficult for him, and he's got to move now. FDOT has just found 2 players through mid. It is now really all down to Lucky to flip out spawns, and Gizmo will shut him down. Vortex, he's gotten in. Vortex for 2. Journey is here. The Originals, they'll be able to get themselves up to the point where you thought they might have had the win, but it's not the case. It's not to be just yet. Alan, Elevate, they got time.
They can win here. They've got the full spread that they want. FDOT clearing space in the middle of the map. There's also a kill around the back. What happens to the spawns here? Journey's gonna be by himself. He's not gonna get any help whatsoever. Furious gets the trade. It's gonna have to be desperate from the side of Elevate through mid-map. Can anyone get there to find the kill off the point? No. And the Originals maintain their lead, if only just barely, to get the early advantage to the first map.
Man, what a first map it is. We only joined, just about halfway through. But man, oh man, it is just an absolute brawl in this 3-piece here for Furious. Just filthy, completely disgusting. I mean, look at the 30 bombs. Just look at the kills that are coming through. Scrappy as ever. And I mean, that's exactly what we kind of expected. We were looking at this match, right? Like, it is such a fun one. It's a great one. It's a rivalry. And we're seeing it already play out very close through that first map.
Unbelievable scenes, without question. Woo-wee. This is going to be a fun matchup, my man. You know that the passions are flaring as well between these two squads. And if we continue to get maps that look like that, this is going to be a barn burner. That much is for sure. So map number 1 goes the way of the Originals. A big key win right here again for them after dropping their series yesterday to Nixa. Not a required win, but it would feel great to make sure you're just sitting on the 1 loss. It still puts you in a position as well, mind you, to possibly be atop of the group if you can win out the rest of the way. But looking back over the scoreboard, 4,000 damage flat from FDOT, 35 and 31. And even in that, the 34 and 29 from Furious with 28 non-traded is still super impressive. But the stat line that I'm really looking at right there is the 35 kills and a minute 52 in the hill for FDOT. Those are just legendary status numbers.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't got to see at least a lot of FDOT, from his POV, but when you're watching him move, like, it just feels like he's moving a little bit different, right? Like this young phenom that kind of everyone keeps referring to. There's a reason, players like Harry, players like Gizmo, Furious, went ahead and picked this kid up. He just has just insane mechanics. He can get it done up close. He'll piece you up and make it look easy. And man, oh man, does he come alive there. all the hill time that you mentioned, just about doing everything he needs to put that one at least within reaching distance, but not enough to be able to pull out the win. Either way, it's a great way to open it up. And you think about, that one just being a little bit closer to the first set of hills.
Yeah.
That is a totally different look there as we get to the end of it.
100% the case. I mean, there's a lot of special individual plays that result in what we got there at the very end. Unbelievable stuff. I'm expecting to see more fireworks like that as we continue on throughout this series. Long way to go, though. If we take a look back over the series layout, if we have a chance, it's Embassy again for our search and destroy, and then a hotel control for us before we eventually consider the possibility of a fortress hardpoint and a Mercado search and destroy for this particular series. So, it's hard to get a read on what teams like what, but we framed up the idea that we had not seen Elevate yet play in these groups any Embassy. So which of the two map choices did they pick? Did they pick the hardpoint? Did they pick the surge? They picked the hardpoint. Oh, well, I'll tell you. You start to worry a little bit, I think, if you're an Elevate fan going into the search and destroy. But over towards whatever their focus is, Falcons down 0-1 in the search and destroy on Fortress. Bomb over towards B. Exnid in a tough position here, trying to force the retake in a 1v2, and Raffi will make sure he never gets off the staircase.
Man, it's not too often we join a Fortress S&D and you see a B-bomb retake currently in session. But able to get through at some point in time here. Likely numbers dwindling down at the start of the round, kind of leaving a little bit of the map open to even get through. But nice kill in the end there. Good chow from Raffi after getting him a little bit tags up on the staircase. And, I mean, overall, we've seen, obviously, Nixa come away with the very first map. Looking good so far here in the S&D as well as the 2-0 up.
Yep. Convincing spread kills across the board as well. A little bit of sharing is caring for Nixa through 2. Falcons looking to kind of play through. We've seen a lot of teams try to play through this middle of the map off the get-go. Trying to stop the defense from just full flooding into A for free. If you get caught here, how do you get out? That's the real question. And looks like Exnid will be backed away. Raffi really close on the corner. Chance to possibly threaten the bottom side of Art. Dave is helping him. And as he gets the first, he's going to read that pack is up top yet, and he cannot take that second challenge. Advantage to Nixa on the defense.
Always a tough challenge when someone's sitting on that heady. You see why. But King of Body able to get one back. Raffi does respond. Going to drop us into the 3 versus 2. But 45 seconds left. But finding Pack now makes this one a little bit tough to manage here. King of Body position was known there just a few seconds ago. Challenge comes to him. And, well, it's been all Nixa here so far.
Yeah, really clean. It's just good responses, I think. Just, again, we didn't really get to see what happened and what unfolded going into the late moments of that last round. But in this one here, you stop Falcons from finding much success through mid. Even more so, that's where you get your first blood. Yeah, there's a trade that happens onto the A site itself, but when you control mid-map like that and you have a way to kind of work in towards possibly threatening Art, it makes that offense that much more, I would say, nerve-wracked to commit to a plant. So, great map control from Nixa so far. 4 kills in a row for Raffi. Possibility of early streaks in the consideration. Oh, and he's read this. Got to be worried about any help, though, over the top. And that's exactly what comes through. Vampire actually takes away and almost denies his own teammate's kill. But the quick play, once again, through B. This is the second hit from Nixa to B, and it's going to work out for a second straight plant as well. That's
unbelievable, man. We do not see too many B executes on Fortress. Pack's able to get a read onto Defrag, who was kind of just going searching for the kill. Does give his life away. So Pack be going for a 1v3 here after finding his very first kill on the board. Dave in the back. He is so tough to deal with from that position. Throw a Semtex over the top. That's not going to connect. Now Pack's going to just have to battle through brute force.
Yeah, just no way, no how. Man, the commitment coming through here from Nixa to get to B, we may have to go back and kind of study a little bit because the timing of it is really well laid out. I mean, you kind of saw that opening exchange over on the corner by the first hard point where Vampire took down his teammate and then even followed up with the elimination. You thought, okay, that would stop any play towards B. But then there's like that second push, that second execute that comes out of Nixa. Once they get arena where the defenders are, that works out to still commit for 2 members to get into the B zone. It's definitely different, to say the least. And as Raffi was shut down from his 4 spree, it's Dave who gets another ace, by the way. Just second one of the day for him. Nixa enjoy a 4-round cushion as Falcons are going to try to play over towards, and that's going to feel bad for Henry. He got a really good piece. I think Pack, but I think he may have caught part of the gallows as well.
Yeah, every sniper player feels that one, man. And a nasty shot. Quick little snap. Kill doesn't come through for you, but now they know that Henry does have the scope out, so you either have to flush out these trophies or at least trade him. Make sure he just doesn't come up with more than one. That's really the key factor, as now the Falcons, they get in, but they get pushed right back out. The challenge comes through here. King of Body actually forces the team kill.
Wow.
He's able to escape with his life. Immediately repositions to mid. He should be able to find a kill, and he does.
Oh, King of Body! That is brilliant! The fact that he's kind of left by himself, I mean, you called it. The push comes out and Nixa deny it with utility. King of Body's stuck right up against this wall that Pac's looking at. He dives out of the way and then still comes away with a forced team kill plus more. Brilliant movement mechanics and great awareness from King of Body to shut down the play from Nixa completely and get his team on the board.
Cool, one you needed for sure. Oh, man. Crazy shots, and then just the confidence to take that chow on the Dave, too. Filthy stuff. Let's see. Now you're going to keep one player back in B. Vampire's like, all right, guys, I'm sick and tired of this. One player's going to watch the cross. I'm just going to go all the way back, and Exit able to find himself a double. Oh, my goodness. They're just running at him. They're sick and tired of these B-bomb executes. They just want gunfights, and while they get all the gunfights, quick round here for the Falcons.
Yeah, I like that little change of tempo. If Nix is going to try to abuse you on the bottom side of the minimap, you may as well kind of do the same, right? I mean, just get aggressive through it. Trust that your kills are going to lead to opportunities to make your moves into forward positions, which are going to likely go unchecked. Yeah, great little curveball thrown back into the face of Nixa by Team Falcons. We now scrap it back to within 2. And maybe a chance to continue kind of throwing some off-speed pitches here for Team Falcons. Do you maybe try something unique in your own right towards this offense, trying to keep Nixa guessing a little bit? Henry going to play a bit forward with the frag. Other than that, everything pretty much par for the course. 2 members from Team Falcons playing in and around Art. And Vampire deep, just watching the cross, making sure nobody else from Nixa can get over to reinforce the A site.
Feels like a lot of these rounds have just kind of been feelers early for the Falcons. Got player 4 right now. It's just kind of, working his way through. See if you can maybe make a play inside of maps or just threaten some kind of a push into B to draw some attention away from A. While all this happens, Pac able to get himself inched up closer and closer, but you see the trophies down. They're going to know that they're close. Big gunfights come through, and well, that's going to really put a stop to just about everything. Now all down to 2 here for the Falcons.
Yeah, just a little bit of a blind counter here. Team Falcons repositioned to try to get Vampire into that position, but while he moved, he lost sight of the cross, which Rafi was able to get over towards the A site defensively. And that double door, double play that's kind of stacked up denies Pac the opportunity to make a play for an A plant. Because if Vampire is up in that top kind of awning position and the bomb gets planted at A with no one crossing in, that might be win condition for a post-plant setup, but now it's all gone awry. Next did 1v2. Not going to happen. Yeah, that's just a little bit of mistiming right there, just off Vampire's motion in my mind. It's a good idea, just Rafi sneaking through was a difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely was here. Especially once you find the timing to get the kills on the site and the bomb goes down. It becomes a pretty impossible situation to work out of the 2v4 despite getting down to a 1v2. So everything starting to come together again here for Nixa. Just 1 round away after the Falcons started to figure out at least a couple of plays that were working for them. They have been able to he's put in a little bit of a different defensive look when it comes to stopping this B hit that we barely see, but this one might be geared up to go into A a little bit faster here for Nixa, looking to put this one away.
I like the idea of it too. I mean, again, you've kind of conditioned Falcons to have to respond in some defensive form towards B, but Pac, big first blood. Could he get away with his life? Oh, yikes. Just barely able to do so. So the bomb now stops on the A site, although it's not going to deter for Henry from planning. He's going to still stick for this. Lots of trust here that Nixa can get this plant off, and it's successful. Exton also pushed back. King of Body on the flank through mid. Nothing there. And yeah, how about it? It's just down to Vampire. Be a 1v3. He did see Henry just cross. Wants to take the chow about no HP, and it will be punished. Nixa take the search and destroy at a convincing tally.
6-2. Very nicely done here for Nixa. And I mean, we saw, what was it, 4-0 to kind of kick things off until the Falcons were finally like sick and tired of just like, man, these guys are going to B. Let's just run at them. Let's just start to change it up a little bit. And that's kind of the position, you get put in when you're down that many rounds. You just feel the need to start to change something up. But I think Nix's adjustments as we started to see them go for theirs was just a little bit better. So now we'll go back over to what's been happening here in this series. Originals look like they're off to a decent start here. 2-0 in the S&D. 8 seconds on the clock, and I think Journey should be able to get this bomb down safely.
No, hold on.
Oh, streak.
Streak. Okay. I was about to say, this is a good position. And Originals will succeed. 3-0. And that's Harry. He was on 6-0, by the way. How does this... Okay. All right. So that was what? I didn't even see where he was on the map when he called that in, but you earn an early streak. You use it as your win condition on a post plant. That'll work. 7-0 start for Harry. Is that Harry or is that Lucifer? What are we talking about here? Come on.
Yeah, which one are we getting?
The OGs would know.
Yeah. Feels like we're getting Lucifer right now for sure. Little nade over the top there from Lucky. Try to stop that cross. Sniper, great read. Easy pickup onto F dot. That's a great first blood here. Much better start for Elevate. It feels like Lucky has been fairly involved, at least, throughout the majority of these rounds at 5 and 3. Now down a man. It'll be difficult to try to work through on the attack.
Furious wants to take an extra step forward. Last herd on the break, and Lucky secures another elimination. And in the same breath, Vortex kills Gizmo off the map. So it's just down to Harry. Can he stay flawless? No, not to happen. And that's just, again, one of those rounds that we talked about a lot yesterday. It's like first 15 seconds, the round's pretty much out of your grasp just because you lose your first 2 eliminations very rapidly.
Yeah, exactly. Lucky with a quick scope there. That was filthy. Man, it's fun to watch the scopes in this game.
I'm telling you.
Lucky able to find a couple of key kills there. Just a great read on F-Dot right through mid, and then just nice challenge, nice read up top there as well to follow. So good stuff overall. Trying to match what we've seen out of Harry, at least so far, and there's a chance to at least build off of it here, but it always feels like Elevate at least has been fighting from behind here. It'd be great to try to combine for a couple of rounds.
Agreed. And maybe it comes on the backside of Lucky's the scope. Not great news. Furious, first blood. Lucky sees Gizmo over the top of the B site, but this is a tough shot to hit. Gizmo's still kind of giving him a chance at it, though. I mean, he doesn't have to vacate this position, but he's in a little bit of trouble, or is he? Furious up top. Make sure he can eventually deal with Lucky, leaving it all now down to Journey. 1v2. Bomb down, and just not the prediction that Harry's playing on the backside of Vans that far forward. And the Originals looking real good, my friend. 4-1 up in this double dose of Embassy, where we had questions about the map selection just based on Elevate not having shown anything here yet. Not looking great for them. Big advantage to our Originals.
Big advantage over to the Originals. You mentioned it. 9-1 for Harry. I mean, that certainly adds to it, right? That's going to help. My goodness. No one's really been able to get involved outside of Lucky, and he's only getting those kills with the scope. So, those key SMG kills that kind of tend to happen maybe through mid or when people are making those rotations to orange and whatnot, like they are just not coming through. But Originals, see if they can get anything going over by the site. We don't normally see again. A will be the target. Shots come over the top. F-Dot will get a good nade in, but Lucky scope almost gets the second right away. The connect for 2 doesn't happen. 2v3, make it 2v2 as Vortex's flank will pay off.
Yeah, key trade right there from Vortex, but he has to be very cautious about how much further he wants to make a move here. Denza's nearby. They're trying to isolate Gizmo. This may work out. Yeah, beautifully done. Nice duality between Denza and Vortex. F-Dot getting the plant off. Oh, scouts out 1 through mid-map. But how do you predict the timing on the second? You know for a fact Denza's playing to your right, and he's just going to let him sit. Oh, boy. Denza, he's clearing out orange. No one's predicting that Felix would ever sit here. Surely, why would he sit here of all places? This may work out. I don't think from the window you even look this far down to see him, but it's Denza who finally sniffs him out. And I'll say just the nick of time. There's a lot of trust that that was going to sit there and not be diffused on as well, mind you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love it. I'm sure he's getting kind of, noise cues on both sides. I don't think there was dead silence there for Denza as he was running through orange. So I had a feeling he kind of just heard both players, and he's just waiting for the first one to kind of come flying out. He finds the kill. He pops up. He has the heady. He maybe comes away with the second. So I love the idea of it. I mean, it's a situation where you're split on the map from both players anyway. So not easy to work out of, but another round here, at least coming through for Elevate, doing a good job of kind of stuffing that entire push over by the A site. So really good job here to try to keep themselves in it.
Yeah. Really good awareness and just, again, that coordination between Vortex and Denza showcasing itself once again. Man, Gizmo is just making Lucky work for this angle. And how about the forward play from Furious? Lucky seems to be aware of this, though. The thing about this is Furious doesn't have to do anything. He can just stay here, and it completely eliminates the threat of Lucky's sniper rifle. And that's going to force the bomb to actually have to make a play over towards A. Furious takes down Vortex across the map. Harry also in the mix, and the elevate's just stuck. There's just nowhere for them to go.
And Denza's got a sub, too, so he's kind of forced to. Unlike that, that's some crazy shots. Both players are right in front of him, and Lucky hits a shot through the dolphin dive there in the back from Furious. So we'll see if Lucky can try to work his magic. Oh, he does find the angle. Takes out F-Dot. This would be for a 1v3. Last one left alive. Going to be Harry.
He's got a good read on it. Oh, he's seen him. And then Harry's like, nope.
I'm out of there.
No way, no how, brother. Bomb though collected. And the move goes to A. Harry ring around the rosies on the opposite side of the map. But Lucky will not be aware of this necessarily. He's got a still hard commit for the plant. He's going to do so safely. This will take away a long-range angle for him to play with the sniper rifle. He'll have to get it done with either a pistol or this Vaznev that he's been able to find apparently off the ground. And he's going to play backside trailer. This is literally just hoping for a prayer that you catch some timing from this position.
I think Harry might have used his dead silence coming all the way around the back here, too. We'll see. He's got a trophy. So it could be heard. Lucky for the 1 versus 3. Tucked away with the Vaznev. Will there be a read? Lucky. He's going to hear him, and Lucky's going to clutch up. 1 versus 3 right when you needed it. That is going to bring it within 1. I mean, how much is Lucky doing for his squad right now?
Yeah, everything is the answer.
That is the answer.
What is 12-5? 1v3? What's the next achievement you want him to unlock in this map? Goodness. What'd you say?
20 kills?
20 kills?
There, you know?
I mean, hey,
no?
it's
He's on,
it's doable.
on track for it.
It's on track. Math checks out on that. Oh, Harry, lucky to go to the dolphin dive when he did. The original still putting a lot of focus here towards A. They don't have anyone watching this flank. That Vortex number 2 in red is going to try to start to reveal that I've got space to work with here. Hell, jeez. They're just going to try to keep Lucky on the rechambering of the shots. Nades coming out, but Harry secures first blood. But look at Vortex already in the back. Chance for some timing here. F-Dot on the play forward. What a read. It's the first, the second in front of him. No problem. And it's just down to Vortex off the flank. Harry by Vans has been red. Nades out. Harry finishes the kill before his inevitable doom was met by a way of exploding vehicles. And the originals get to map point.
They just overwhelmed Lucky. They didn't really give him any kind of a clear shot, did they? They just peppered that back area with every shot they had, and they could never really kind of get his scope out to work an angle. Just kind of finessing with the movement there. Furious little dolphin dive over the top just to get confirmation that he is, in fact, still back there on the heady. So just slowly but surely working him. And a lot of that also comes off the back end of them getting rid of that trophy kind of right through mid at the start of the round, so then they could throw the stuns and nades that were remaining into the back to also flush them out. Good stuff overall. Originals now 1 round away. It's been all Lucky. He needs someone else to step it up here. As the stun's starting to come through as Furious, he's under fire, needs to get away.
Oh, but it's not just him getting away. It's Harry stepping forward to keep his position in tow. Journey over the top. Long-range shots to Gizmo starting to land, but not enough. The second shot from Gizmo good. Lucky pinned in a corner. Nowhere to go in the originals. Oh boy, 2-0 up in this with a convincing 6-3 search. And all of a sudden, Group B becomes a little more wide open for not just the originals, but also possibly Team Veer to get back into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Truthfully, wasn't sure how the originals were going to look coming into today, but they've just been on fire. Really close hardpoint, gets them fired up for a pretty convincing S&D. Really nice lead to kick this one off, 3-0. And, I mean, despite, big numbers coming through for Lucky, it's just not enough. No one else is really getting involved. And that goes with the back end of, I feel like, almost 3 ARs always being out there for the opposite end for the originals, just ready to take those long-range battles and also getting a lot of those team shots in. When you're looking over when they're making those pushes to the sides, when they're trying to kind of break down the setup. I mean, it's just completely flawless. And they really make you work for those kills. Lucky doing a good job, but not enough, man.
And it's one of those things, like, if you're finding that much value out of Lucky, whether with the scope or with an AR, how are we not finding any success following up? And I think a lot of it, if you were to put an answer to that, is a lot of the map was just kind of voluntarily given away simply due to the fact that you're trusting Lucky to kind of control 50% plus of the map with the scope.
Sure.
Topside window of admin building, he misses 1 or 2 shots against Gizmo. That leads to people moving around behind him, and then you kind of saw, like, he had a pistol out waiting for Furious to challenge him top admin for the round, like in round 8. So it's one of those things that you look to and you go, maybe we do, if we're going to trust the sniper rifle to put our value into opening kills, we need to make sure he stays safe and can then reposition to be a part of the play later, rather than just saying he can play for picks, no one needs to help him. So some things to kind of consider, I'd say, for Elevate. As we jump over to the control between Nixa and Team Falcons. Nixa up 2-0 in the series. They had a 6-2 win in the Search and Destroy for Fortress. They are up 1-0 in this control for now, but Falcons are working on their offense with a full capture on A and a relatively even life count as they start to look over towards the B zone.
He'll starting to come through here. King of Body able to get himself just about all the way through, but pretty hard to hold on to your life. He's got no real support, so really him versus the world. Just do as much as you possibly can for this position. We'll be able to find one more. That's 3 players actually all going down at the same time. Last one up is going to be Raffi. Stunned up, almost loses the battle. Have to imagine he might just be traded. But now support coming through mid for Dave to try to reinforce the point as that first tick comes through.
Yeah, looking good right here for Falcons. Henry's going to give this a go, but he doesn't have any support here. So both players will drop the pack in the corner. Lives are the biggest problem. Second tick of progress is in. Nixa in a little bit of trouble here. Rafi, though, for the opener. Keeps his life. Lots of damage, but has to go to the reload, and as he does, he's overwhelmed by the rest of the Falcons. Third tick of progress nearly here. Defrag, tagged up low, tries to contest. I don't think he's far enough forward to fully contest. It's just that the Falcons are not fully here either, waiting for numbers, and as Defrag tries to take away space, he leaves his teammate of Dave by, and there's not a lot he can do from there. Falcons respond with an attacking round of their own.
Yeah, how about it? Two offensive rounds, it looks like, coming into Fortress, man. Not something we see a ton of, but definitely what you love to see out of the Falcons. I feel like these guys down, obviously, already 0-2. You lose the opening offensive round. It never feels great, but when you respond with one yourself, it makes you feel a hell of a lot better. So see if they can try to keep this going, at least so far. Pack's been off to an excellent start. He's found a lot of key kills there in the final kind of transitions of that last push there on B. See if he can keep it up now going into round 3.
See how things unfold this time through. Falcons, a lot of pressure through mid-map, and they're going to find first blood on a defrag. Exton up top, he scouts out Dave, and he was stuck kind of in a little bit of a rut there behind the anvil. And that's clean from Falcons, only dropping 1. Defrag off the spawn, though, is able to get over, find the kill, and also stop the clock at A. King of Body is nearby, stunned up, though, provides a bit of a deterrence. And Defrag just finessing. Exton looking for a chance to kind of save himself here out of this sticky situation. Finally, the kill comes out. And with that, Falcons go right back on their way to trying to get into the face of Nick's off spawn.
A lot of time already taken off the clock here. Caught in the blender, have to push through maps. Gotta work your way out. Dave with a key gunfight onto King of Body, who's just making moves. Even back and forth, almost snaps onto Raffi. We'll get a late trade. You gotta get through one more. You gotta get through. Need, who's only going to be able to find himself one more throughout that life, but still, 30 seconds left. Pack is up. Rafi will finally deal with him. There's a chance here to try to get through, but it just feels like members just keep on spawning right in front of maps.
That's exactly what it feels like for sure. I mean, it's just anytime that Falcons get up, they have some way to make a motion towards either the north or the south part of the map to where you're essentially trapping Nixa behind these archways. Nice double from Dave, but 13 seconds on the clock, no progress anywhere. They're going to have to full flood into the B zone. This is being watched up high. Yeah, this is just too clean from the ARs. Pack, a great round from him, up to 19 and 13. The Falcons will not give away a single bit of progress on either of the two zones. And 1 round away from getting their first notch in the map series set.
It's always the beauty of having a pretty clean break off as well. It just lets you set up and get them in the spawn trap right away, and you spend so much time just trying to work and navigate your way through maps before you can even look at the rest of the map. I mean, it just takes so much time, as you saw, and you're just put in that situation where you're then kind of down to just making a Hail Mary and just trying to dive onto the point, and the Falcons just not going to budge, just going to hold that setup, just constantly keeping numbers in and around and in maps. So here we go. Round number 4. Half a seed. Just as clean as a defense now coming through for Nixa if they want any chance at trying to get this defense here for round 5.
Yeah. Falcons already in towards the tunnels. Nade Powell from King of Body. Not going to affect Dave whatsoever. But onto the zone for maybe a first tick of progress here. Dave able to at least get a couple of tags into Vampire, but yeah, the first tick is locked. Kills are starting to come through, and how about this from Team Falcons? Now a chance to get 3 on. Dave only able to take away 1. And that may just be the zone right here. I mean, Nyx is still sending numbers forward to try to contest this, but the kills are clean. Only 3 members will drop in the offensive attempt to B as the full capture is locked. How about 2 minutes and 10 seconds with 27 lives for the Falcons to try to 3-1 this control?
The timing from Defrag there could not have been worse. It's just all going horribly wrong. The B capture is in. The Falcons are just roaming freely through a map that you just don't normally see it on. And now A starting to come through. Nice little streak coming through for King of Body. Able to find Henry, and he's still alive in and around the fortress area. So
yeah.
3 players going to drop down. This one looks like it should be over. Rafi might be able to make a move to get him off the time, but we got a minute 50 on the clock here for the Falcons. So much time to work with.
Nearly a great 3-piece, though, from Rafi. And there still is a chance here if Nixa can just control the middle of the map, put him in a bit of a spawn trap. There's a chance. I mean, you got 14 lives. That's enough to kill off, you would think, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Dave's going to try to go high on top of the van. He'll eventually get there with the mantles. This is the setup that you want if you're Nixa. This is still doable. And Falcons are very aware of the capabilities of this defense still. Unfortunate Team Trophy will confirm a kill onto Henry, but that said, Falcons are still stuck. I mean, this has been 25 seconds. The Falcons haven't been able to make a single move. Finally, the double shell comes through. The kills are decent, but Defrag's behind the play, and Defrag keeps the zone safe once again. It's a 10v16, 60 seconds on the clock.
Oh, required double there for Defrag, and he's able to really keep the play completely alive. If not, Falcons can just start flooding through the gate, making their way over to the zone. Dave under pressure. And that's going to allow one of the Falcon members to get down low. This is what they have done really well. Been able to get inside of the fortress and cause havoc. Kind of stop the ARs from setting up where they need to. It's a good opener there for Pack on the Defrag. Removing 1. Flank is there to find Dave. That's 2 players down, and now Falcons got 30 seconds left.
Oh, Rafi, though. The defense up. Needs to get a second. Lots of damage is in, but no eliminations. Final 4 lives for the side of Nixa, but they're still finding the kills needed. Semtex will take care of Henry. That's his last life. 20 seconds on the clock. The kills are still favoring that of Nixa. They regain the zone. They've got the line of sights they need. Someone from Team Falcons is going to have to absolutely destroy Dave if they want to have a chance to get back on. Pack for the first. Tries to turn. Rafi there to finish it off. It's a 1v5. Xnid tries to get on. Dave for the double! Clutches it up for his squad! And Nixa get to round 5!
Oh my goodness, man. Dave goes big in round 4. Look at this again. Gets 1, goes prone, and takes out King of Body to make sure there's no trade. No Falcon members are up close enough to get themselves there to stop the clock and finish off the final kill. What a heroic moment from Dave.
Unreal. Think he's finding the switch from Halo pretty comfortable?
Looking that way.
Yes, sir. What heroics that is, though, between Rafi and Dave. Defrag, a big part of it to start things off and make sure Falcons could never fully get back. But can they win an offense? First blood good for Rafi. This is a hit once again over towards the A side initially. Defensive players still here from Falcons. It's an even exchange. 2 for 2 they go. But Henry has a chance to maybe control some space inside of this inner cannon area. On the staircase, good read on the Pack. Now the high ground contested as Henry makes his move.
Gun doesn't connect, and Henry unable to get the shots in. Falcons able to find 3. 1 more to deal with. Rafi understands, I gotta play my life. Gonna set a trophy up on himself. Challenge comes through though from Pack very confidently. We'll be able to remove Rafi from the stables. So now back to trying to regain this map's area. So far so good. Defrag finds 1. Dave gets the second. So there's a chance to be able to get through. You gotta find Xnid, and they're able to do so. So So now that's 3 players. Chance to be able to make a move and maybe get a touch here, but still Falcons coming right off the spawn.
Yeah, it's just the same thing that we saw from the last defense. Falcons just continuing to use the clock to their advantage by getting forward and just causing problems that Nixa have to deal with. Defrag on 4. Oh my goodness, Defrag for 5. Can he get 6 for a streak? Could be massive to try to reopen up one of these 2 zones if he absolutely needs to. And yeah, off screen, he does get the 6th elimination. Still success happening. Henry on the point. Stuns himself. Oh, and maybe just a little bit too early on the challenge. Kingabody is able to pre-fire and get the kill. But the streak has been earned for Defrag. Clock still stalled as Rafi and Dave are double stacked on towards Dave. The second tick is locked. Dave, more eliminations coming through by himself. Good read.
Wow.
Dave just not losing gunfights. Oh, but finally gets taken down by Kingabody. Now it's only 13 seconds. You've got to use the streak. You got to get in.
Oh, there's no security here for Rafi. He doesn't know if he can cross safely. You mentioned the streak. Defrag's able to get 1. Rafi's able to stay up for a second, but Kingabody takes him out, and I think the Falcons have maybe done enough. Henry, the last one, has to go big. Needs to get this minute in. Nobody's here. Nobody reads that he's on the zone. So now we take a look at the lives. Nixa gonna be up by 1. 10 playing up against 9. We'll see if they can start to make their move now over to B.
And you still got Henry in the back line. He's still causing a big nuisance on Team Falcons off spawn. It's allowing his teammates just complete liberty to get out of their spawn for free. Trades get back, though, 7v6. Dave in the corner. Did he have any idea that Xnit is on the other side of this? Come on, that's a little too easy. Henry Rafi still trying to threaten this side of the map. Now changing their intentions to go back through the front doors. 23 seconds for the 6v5. Here comes the play. Defrag falls. Vampire traded out, though. Henry with the AR over the top. Rafi nearby, but it's even trades back and forth. Dave, a key gunfight here, not able to get the trophy down to keep him safe. It's all on to Henry. 9 HP, denied. And Team Falcons look like they may have done just enough. And yes, indeed they have. Rafi would have to break on forward. Not going to be able to, and Team Falcons extend the series to a 4th map.
Oh, but do they ever have to work for it, man? You're thinking that one's probably done in round number 4. We're able to grab the unfavored zone right away. They got like 2 minutes on the clock, and they somehow are unable to close it out there, but comes down to a 4v4 here. A little bit of an S&D round in the end with about 30 seconds left. The Falcons just barely hold out. Massive game there from Pack, 37-28. Going huge, but we come back to at least our main game, and well, both teams have been very good in control at the moment, 0-0, but we'll see if this B zone could have some kind of life brought into it here with about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, Originals on the defense. Small advantage for them, but it is a small one. Not a lot of defensive numbers are here. Vortex dropping down, Furious, red, but doesn't make a difference. Still finds the kill. Gizmo behind, reinforces the numbers to the defenders, plus a little extra over the top. Maybe the last person that could make a play is lucky, and as he's shut down, the Originals look good for this opening defense. Elevate just too far away.
Too far away. Won't be able to do it here in round number 1. Originals have been on point so far. Just about every single time we've been watching over, we've jumped in, whatever it might be. It's been great. But it's just the defensive round. We usually give that in favor of the defense, but overall, we'll see if they can kind of keep this going now going into their attacking round here, Alan.
Man, if Originals could find a way to 3-0 here, that would be amazing for their implications towards their standings. Don't want to say anything too soon. It's still early, my friends, but F'd out on 3, 9-8. The leader for not just his squad, but also in the lobby. It's all 4 members for the Originals. Looking to hit over towards B. Vortex is a little bit caught over towards the desk. Yeah, stunned out. No trophies were down to keep him safe. Journey only able to find 1 trade, and that's going to be good on the Originals. Lucky by himself. 8 HP. Trying to keep his life a little while longer. Good read towards Gizmo. Off the regen, not going to be able to get fully back to health. That will be an opportunity to stop the clock. Maybe get some progress on towards B, but off the respawn. Elevate still defending, looking good, and the clock continues to tick away.
Denza now able to get himself inside a bedroom where he can start to go rogue with the dead silence. He can pop out mid if he needs to. He will find a freebie there, but Harry's able to get one right before he falls, so crucial enough. While this happens, Furious trying to get a read on what's going to happen here from Denza. What move is he going to go to? Which route is he going to take? And he's able to do everything he needs to in and around that B point. But while that happens, We're seeing, of course, a under attack. Huge win in the back there for Vortex. And now the
Yeah.
pinch coming through for Denza. 4 in a row. That'll be good to at least break things open.
Great read from the young man, able to find himself 5. Cut short of potential streaks. Lucky still in a chance to maybe contest. Second tick of progress locked, and is Lucky stunned. That may kill any opportunities of actually getting in. Still wants to give it a go. A very ill-advised challenge, to say the least. No chance to even play for exits. You've got Journey deep into the offensive spawn, but look where the Originals are spawning. They're spawning over towards Kitchen and even further forward up towards Garage. So Journey's got to come back to help this defense at B because of how this block is working out, and, well, it's a very well-read route. And now Journey could go back on his ways of kind of forcing the spawns out in the middle of nowhere.
Good info there for Journey. And those 2 more players are starting to kind of backtrack, make their way over to B. Very early on. First kill off screen there for Lucky. Vortex on screen. Won't be able to win that versus Furious on the exit there from A. So, minute on the clock. Lives getting a little bit low as well. 14 up against 11 in favor of Elevate. And you still got to deal with Lucky up top.
This is just picture perfect from Lucky. Just kill time, run around, make them chase you. Costing them not just time, but also lives. 13 plays 9. Denza now kind of taking the mantle of where Lucky just previously was, but with a better weapon. Vaznev works out, will allow him to stay a little extra slippery. The Originals are still trying to find a route. There's just nothing from the front. They've got to do this from the opposite side of the map. Trades come through, but all of that is favoring the side of the defensive Elevate. Furious on the way in. Good prediction, but Vortex puts him down. And as Journey wins the gunfight onto Gizmo, that may have been the last possible chance for Originals to set anything up, especially considering the current life count.
Yeah. No more lives remaining. Come up with kills if you can. One last final push. Harry's able to find some clean shots in the back here, but would have to do it again and again and again.
Yeah.
Full turn coming through. Not going to happen. Elevate will be good. They'll hold on to this B zone. We'll make sure things are relatively even now going into the round 3.
Okay. Good stuff out of the defense. Keeps this battle, this tug-of-war, still alive between these two very heavy-hitting squads. But at a certain point, I feel like it needs to be mentioned, like, a lot of the moments that we've tuned in, it just feels like the Originals are just, doing more. It's like a really soft thing to say, I know, but every time that we get into, the hard point, it felt like the trends were continuing to favor that of the Originals, the search and destroy. Their proactivity was finding more value than Elevate's. Kind of the same thing here in the control early, although, bit of a curveball. Elevate gonna now make a play through mid-map and get on towards A initially. That'll stop the clock, and it gives them a chance to work through more of this mid-lobby area to possibly threaten the backside of the defensive setup of the Originals, but good awareness from the Originals. Shots come through pretty darn cleanly, and the trades will favor them to get back into their defensive positions.
Gizmo. Just about the only one up right now. See if he decides to make a move with his teammates, and they want to play a retake here. That second tick will come through. I think they might be looking to chalk this one up. Shots will come through there, and now everyone's going to start flooding through out the back end of that first one. F-Dot's a little bit late to the play, so he gets cleaned up as well. Furious just going to now play for exit, so this is going to give a lot of time over to Elevate here. Over 2 minutes now to see if they can make something happen on B.
Killing Vortex, if they can find a way to take him out of this position, it would be big for the defense to kind of control the map, but Vortex is getting a ton of intel here. F-Dot behind the hotel lobby desk. No. Tough gunfight. Semtex is well placed. Doesn't make a difference. Journey, I think he realizes there are 2 members immediately around the corner. I'm not going to bother with that. And a brilliant elimination from F-Dot again.
Oh. See, Harry lose those too often now.
No, you don't.
You really do not. Nice win there for Vortex to try to get something started. There's still so many members that you're going to have to try to cut through. Gizmo got a read on one. So he just goes around and around and around. And, well, you won't be able to find it. Vortex for 2. 2 really key kills as we take a live look at what's happening right now with Team Notorious and the Iwoba Bobs. That is going to around 11 after the Iwoba Bobs have been able to grab that map 1 win.
Yeah, it's a big series. Again, that'll be our next primary focus after the conclusion of this one. We'll have an opportunity to see a lot of it. First map for what it's worth, and that was a 250-227 Mercado, so a tight affair between those 2 squads. Should make for a very, very, very fun conclusion. But into the immediate. Elevate, a little bit stuck at the moment. Do have some bedroom control. Big 1v1 here, though, and it's a 3-for-1 overall exchange in the kill feed, favoring that of the Originals. So some more map control goes their way, especially as Harry clears out the mid-alley. Furious also trying to get forward, but stunned. Naded has to kind of back up, and Harry will be here to help him out.
45 seconds now. That, 2 minutes and 15 seconds has slowly dwindled away, but at least has got them a tick. See if they can get anything more than that. Dead silence now starting to be popped. Denza in the back, ready for what's to come. Gizmo able to find one. Make sure he does not get the second. Denza does a good job getting the trade. Kills now starting to come through. Looking solid. You got to find Harry, and Denza does exactly that. So there's a chance to touch, a chance to stack. 2 players on the zone.
Oh, and Denza's taking away the angle of the bar there from F-Dot. Second tick gets locked. Oh, great help from Lucky from afar. Gizmo also dropping, means it's just down to Harry on the interior. Harry for the double. 6v6, it's Harry for 3. The saving grace of the Originals in round number 3. 6v5. 13 seconds. F-Dot causing problems mid-map. Lucky from the valet doors. It's just Harry and Gizmo here, and Denza smokes Harry from up close, and Lucky gets involved. Now on for the stack. Can they get there to touch? F-Dot and Furious have to go, and no one's going to be able to get forward in time. Elevate at the last second, secure the attack.
Oh my, those shots from Denza were out of this world, man. Like, he is on top of the heady. He's got a sub in hand, and Denza just cooks him right off of it. Gives him a chance to get there. It's a good pinch to come through mid, so you can cut off all the respawners kind of funneling through that back door behind the desks. And that will work out for a massive win here for Elevate. Getting numbers on the point and making sure they win through the ticks, not just the kills.
Yeah, good point there. Getting the full capture could be massive again for the round 5 defensive consideration. Originals on their way towards A. Denza playing forward, though. May get behind this play. Oh, good prediction, but it's just double teamed up as the Originals get the first blood, and they're on quickly to the A zone.
We'll be able to stop this very early on. Harry's got mid on lock. You're going to start to see Gizmo work in the back. Don't know how he finds those shots on the Denza. He's able to get it done. Now, slow capture. Going to give just a lot of life here to the rest of the Original boys. Just kind of work through the map slowly but surely. Gizmo's able to pick up one more, and that should be good for the zone.
Yeah.
Elevate don't have themselves in a forward position, at least over to B just yet here, so you can already make a move to B if you can find a couple of kills.
Journey's going to challenge the A zone. Oh, and he finds the kill off screen, so that could deplete some of the progress, and now all of a sudden the whole setup for the Originals will have to reconsider. Do they really want to commit to this, not having the extra 60 seconds? They're still kind of executing off of their setup, and off spawn, F-Dot will confirm the progress at A, but that comes at a bit of a cost, largely to the fact that now Elevate have a full surround of the B zone, or at least so you would think. Journey through mid-map will kind of clear off one zone. The first tick of progress is, though, good at B. These defenders behind the point are just not moving forward all that fast. Finally, they get there to deplete the second tick of progress, but the Originals get a little bit blessed off of a double stack securing a tick at B.
Certainly do, and now it looks like they're starting to gear up for a push in the back that you could look to stuff if you're lucky. Lucky's going to drop, but your players out front aren't winning the battles in bedroom, so you're going to have that constant pressure, someone flanking you if you do end up getting a touch here. They'll still very much fine defensively here for Elevate. Harry needs to find the trade. Won't be able to lock down Lucky just yet, and he's losing his teammates throughout the map here too.
Yeah. Oh, great long-range shots from Vortex. Denies another threat from afar. Lucky through Spa, making sure he's very aware, by the way, that Harry has gotten around the back of him. Gizmo is here to join him. Again, this is a lot of focus for the Originals on the long side flank, trying to deter the defense from any setup on those bar headies. What happens to the spawn? Yeah, it's all the way out through shops. This would be the time to go if you're Originals. Get on and control some of this back Spa area. But Elevate's doing the exact same thing. He said, you want to take away our Spa, we'll take away your bedroom. A little give and take starting to unfold. Harry for one good kill on the Journey makes that play off the flank a little bit more soft. And as Gizmo denies the entry, now you're on to the second tick of progress. It's just now 2. Make it 3 players that are stacked. Denza through mid-map. He's going to have to take them out collectively. Gets the first. Can he get there to touch in time? No. It's offense for offense, and into round 5 we go.
Wow, you really needed Vortex to come away with at least one there. If you can find the player, right behind the block, then maybe there's a chance for Denza to kind of get here, make sure that there's no longer a capture in progress, but it just doesn't play out that way. Vortex finds no value, and well, an offensive round comes through right after the other, and we are going to a round 5, like you said, Alan.
Must-win situation here for Elevate, needing the reverse sweep down 0-2 in the series. They will be defending. But after back-to-back offenses, you kind of just throw away any potential considerations for which side is stronger. What does the Originals want to do? They've continued to have this hit off. Yeah, over towards A. Denza's still in a position to try. He did this in the second round. He made this exact same route. This time, he's going to get a little bit caught off guard, not expecting players to be a little bit more hesitant over through the middle of the map. And as that kill comes through, Gizmo steps on, kills to the middle of the map. Allow a chance here for the Originals to move even further into Chandelier, while all the meanwhile getting progress on the A zone.
We'll see how Elevate kind of responds to this. Last time, they did just kind of leave them back there. They just got inside a bedroom, but now they're losing battles through mid, so all of a sudden, it gets a little bit scarier this time around. Gizmo would love to find Journey, and he does. He's got support through mid, looking for that second. See if Furious can get the trade, and he does. So good work being done. While all of this happens, A has just slowly gone over.
Yeah.
That should be the full capture. Again, over 2 minutes to work with for this B.
Yeah. Gunfights here as both teams are vying for bedroom. Vortex down low. Gonna climb the ladder. Shut down. Second follow-up Journey there for the even trade. But Furious again responds. Back and forth we go, but if that opens up the side, almost gets the double, and if he gets that elimination, B becomes immensely under threat. It's still not under the woods, as Lucky is going to be pressured. Trophy sits him down for the offense to get on. Clock stops. Vortex through the catwalk. Denza from the front. They have to set up a bit of a pinch here, but it's not together. It's all a little bit out of sync. Vortex clears the zone, and as Gizmo tried to step foot back on, he's denied, and everything starts to settle. The first pick at B not fully confirmed.
Close spawn, though, is here, so everyone can just look to gear up that next hit again for the Originals. Looking for Vortex. You know this is the player that's going to be lingering in and around the bedroom somewhere. Will you be able to find him? That's always the key. Harry, ready for any battles that he needs to take at long range. Now Vortex, I think, realizes that the push is starting to unfold right above him. Furious going to get a touch. They're going to search down low. Harry knows where he is. That's 3 players down. All up the Journey to go big, and he falls as well.
Not gonna happen. Now the full stack is in. 3 members strong. Second tick locked. Third one's quickly on the way. Harry gets a kill through mid-map. If it's gonna happen for this side of Elevate, it has to happen from the front, and no one's gonna get through the front doors. The Originals secure the round 5 offense and a 3-0 of Elevate, putting Group B essentially up for grabs with a tie up top between these two squads.
Oh, this group's getting chaotic, Alan. Holy.
Yes, sir.
41 for Denza. 30 of those non-traded. He was just going absolutely nuts. It felt like every time we were watching his POV, but that is not enough to get them the dub, not enough to get them the win. We'll tune back into what's been happening here in this series. We just saw a really nice control win there from the Falcons, but it's kind of getting back to the roots from what we saw there in that map number 1.
Also, the update, we kind of saw that round 11 was underway between Awobabs and Team Notorious. It was a round 11 win for Awobabs, so they are up 2-0 in that series. I likely imagine we will see the majority, if not all of the control, and then beyond for that series, especially if this current tally on screen holds. And Nixa put Falcons away on this map. Required setup now for Team Falcons. In a pretty good position. Spawn is out, though, for Pack. And it looks like there's some awareness from Nixa as they all kind of turn, saying he must have spawned behind us. And as he does find elimination from the backside, defrags pinch play. Not going to work out in Falcons. They get the first hold, and they walk away with the better part of the first 30 seconds here at the admin building.
First 30, looking solid. Have to now stuff this next push. Rafi able to work in for that first. Dave then combines for the double. And, well, Dave is able to get in there for the third. That is time you just could not afford to give over here to Nixa. And that also stops you from having that early setup in place. They will win at least that first rotational gunfight. But Henry, the next one up, ready to take some of his own. Won't be able to come away with anything just yet. But this one, just about 100 points separating the two. It's going to be a tall order.
Yeah, sure will be. Defrag controlling front laundry. Just have to hold this. No reason to get too aggressive. Wait for your teammates that are still trying to get through orange. Vampire does well to take down first. Concussed, stunned, naded a little bit. He'll be all right. Rafi over the top, setting up the full surround. Defrag still alive inside of Laundry, alive and well, mind you, as he gets off the regen. Now here comes the play forward, and that's just absolutely flawless. Picture perfect break from Nixa. A chance to win the game here. King of Body, he was so clutch for his team before. Can he be so once again? Does not look to be so. Nixa in a very controlled and confident position inside a cafeteria.
One in a row for Henry, makes it 5. Doesn't get the streak, but likely won't even need it. Dave now throws his body into the point. Dub in hand, and Vampire is able to open up with the double, so does at least give Falcons a chance, but one more 1v1. Henry won't be able to take it, so things will not end here, at least on this P5 point. See one more, as Dave is going to have that sub in hand. Well, he shows us he can do it with both, too. It does not matter. 176 to 233. Things could very well end here on P1.
Yeah, it looks that way. Nixa in a pretty solid spot. You've got number 5 and Raffi watching from the high ground over the top of the point. Henry doing the same on the opposite side. So you just kind of dance in and out of the hard point here if you're defrag. He's even able to find more than just the first elimination, maybe even a second. King of Body, realizing that he doesn't have the ability of jumping on the hard point as of yet, tries to back away to value his life, but this is just all coming at a cost for Team Falcons. So much availability for Nixa to put this game away in a multitude of ways. Henry still keeping his life up top. Would be the defender of the zone if Team Falcons step on. For at the moment, they're just trying to contest, trying to neutralize this time. They're doing pretty well with these eliminations, to be fair, but how long can they hold at this deep of a deficit?
Henry is still drawing pressure over, and they lost the kill on rotation here too, so 8 more seconds. Feel like it should be done. Defrag's got an idea where Xnit is. Who's got an AR, so not the ideal spot for this weapon, and that will be the cleanup there onto 1. You got to flood through mid, coming off the old hill. 3 more seconds, 1 more chance to contest, but that's going to do it. 4 players down. Nixa, they'll get the job done. They'll find themselves a good dub here versus the Falcons as they'll take it 3-1.
Yep. Great bounce back for Nixa as well. Again, that's going to be a match that we look back on when everything's all said and done when it comes to this group. You know, who finishes in 5th, who finishes in 4th. That may be an important matchup right there for either of these two teams, especially for Nixa. Finding the W puts a little bit of breathing room into the mix for them. But boy, I'm telling you, both of these two groups are really getting a little shaky all of a sudden. Not as much confidence as we thought initially, especially for Group B. But over in Group A, again, our focus will now eventually turn into the Wobblebobs and the Team Notorious matchup. The biggest thing about it is, will Wobblebobs ever drop a map? Because they're still flawless, as their next map up is apparently going to be a Hotel Control, where Team Notorious will have to do not just 1, but 2 reverse sweeps on the day for them.
A lot to ask, man. That's a lot to ask, and it's against the Wobblebobs team that has not lost a map, right? So, I mean, those guys have just been as icy as ever, and you know that they're feeling really good, especially versus Team Notorious that maybe just didn't look as good versus, you know, one of the weaker teams, at least throughout one of their first series where they were forced to reverse sweep. So doing it again versus, you know, that squad after losing around 11, it's going to be very difficult for sure.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We're up ready to go, I think, into that Bravo matchup here in just a moment. So we'll be, on the way in. Here we go. Oh, Team Notorious up 2-0 already. So a chance here to get back into the running, send this to a 4th map. Taking a look at the scores, how about medals on 6 in a row from round number 2? 15-9, Eric Boom at 15-7. They're definitely the 2 fire starters here in this control.
Medals now. Gonna throw a great nade over the top, but Trophy System gonna stop that right where it stands, and then Cobra waits to pounce here on the flank. We'll be able to double up onto Weeman and Medals, and that's gonna create a lot of space here to move between either zone. Going to force also some of those spawns, at least over by luggage here too. So they're going to make you decide on what zone you want to try now gear up for as far as a hit. And you've already got a lot of time kind of taken away off the clock.
Yeah, that's for sure. Definitely makes things difficult to say the least. Even though it does get 1 elimination, Buza, again, he's been the top KD leader in the Elite through day number 1. But not able to do more than just find the first. So Notorious get onto the zone. Nearly a first tick of progress here at B. Cobra challenges, gets both. Okay, how about that? And the first tick not fully locked in by the look of it. Weeman would just need a step foot to lock it in, but obviously wants to play for the eliminations first and foremost. Not going to happen, and a little bit of depletion will go through as Buza and the rest of the Wobblebobs make their play forward. But Medals, double on his pursuance. And with that, Notorious will stop the clock with a chance to extend maybe an opportunity here at A.
Yeah, I like this. Just gonna slowly transition over, actually, and see if they can maybe just make something happen around B.
That's tough.
But still one more chance. They have the close spawn, so they could still look to funnel on through. Brezzy able to find one up close, almost combined for the second. Would have been massive and would have really allowed everyone to kind of flood through very quickly and aggressively here for the Wobblebobs. But Cobra, he's starting to make something happen on the flank. See if he can try to find this kill. He won't be able to. Good kill coming on through, and now that second tick should come through.
Yeah, no reason to get too greedy here if you're the Wobblebobs. Because like we saw in our previous Hotel Control, crazy things can happen here in this offense, especially if Metals continues to run rampant in the back line like this. Keep in mind that first tick of progress at B was never fully depleted. It's still near full completion. And with these kills coming out from Team Notorious, there's a chance for them to quickly lock in the first tick. I'd say maybe stack, but unfortunately, Weeman, in the pursuit of taking down Linz, also finishes off his own teammate. So things will kind of stall out just a touch. 55 seconds and a 13v13.
Still very doable. Especially if you find Uza up top. And they will be able to take out 3. So Wobblebobs now sitting a little bit more comfortable at this point in time. A little bit of split spawns kind of coming through both sides of the map here for Team Notorious. 35 seconds left. Things are going to have to be clean. Trophy system's coming out. But Abusa back on this back heady is just so difficult to deal with, and you're seeing why. Just pixels you're shooting at, it feels like at times.
Yeah.
You can deal with him, then you have a chance, but it's not looking great, at least right now.
Fish in a barrel was the reference that I was going to say. It's just like, it's just the point and click adventures of Abusa from this position. Convincing kills will probably determine the outcome of this round unless Sigs could do something special. Maple's one of those guys, could possibly provide, but no, not going to happen here. Wobblebob stay alive in the control, and the chance at staying flawless in the map count technically still in play.
And the streak is still available for Metal, so, you know, you still got to bail out just in case the Wobblebobs make some kind of a big move through mid or to B, whatever it might be. So a little bit of insurance for this one to try to get us to that next map. Pull off some kind of a crazy second reverse sweep in the day. But still got to get the job done here in map number 3. And Wobblebobs, well, they haven't dropped the map for a reason, and they make it very difficult for you to close things out. And we see it right there in that round. Now we'll see what they have in store for us on offense.
Yeah. Work to be done, and they're going to take the more safe approach by keeping an early focus towards A. Weeman, the only one here. Maybe all that's needed, though. He has been lights out for this Team Notorious squad. First tick being captured. Just one player on for now. Wobblebob still trying to watch to see if any defensive rotations will come through mid-map. Well played off the shadow. Weeman nearly also takes down Brezzy, who does secure the kill and went to a killing spree of 5. So hold on a second. Maybe a chance if Brezzy can find number 6 to earn an extra resource. Cruise missile really does too much on this map, but hey, you'll take it if you can earn it. Not going to happen. Notorious able to secure the kills, but not in time to stop the progress.
Yeah, that's a big win coming through there for Eric. Finds him right at the top of the staircase, rips his head off. No streak in play, but 2 minutes, however, is for this round number 4. Got to try to clean out Metals here. See if he's going to be able to come away with any big kills. He's been great so far, 23 and 15. Well, really slow approach. You can just see how wary they are of what members are kind of in the back right now for Team Notorious. Not really confidently or aggressively pushing through, but now baiting and switching, coming on in. Metals takes the reach out. Uza will be able to punish, gets the trade. We'll be able to start something here for the Wobblebobs.
Okay. Good trades back and forth. Weeman stuck down low with an attack. Not the weapon that you really want in this position, but makes good use of it. Clears off the zone from any initial transition. Brezzy trying to get forward, denied. And 22 plays 21. Next play for Wobblebobs, coming to the middle of the map. Notorious trying to get in to help out Weeman inside and around Valet and Bedroom, but Abusa's here to make sure that there are no contestants initially. But the play from a Wobblebobs from the middle is shut down completely. So now you've got to reset again if you're Wobblebobs. This is going to take a lot of time. And Team Notorious should feel pretty comfortable, relatively speaking, in the positions that they're at. They still have a chance for Weeman to still walk down this position. Bottom Valet.
Abel's just shooting anything coming through the walls here. Trying to, oh, look at the shots. Who's ready and waiting for him. We'll be able to find the kill, and all of a sudden, 3 players go down. Metals is try to come up with one, but he gets nothing. And all of a sudden, Wubba Bobs, they find their moment. They get their push in, and they're on the zone.
Back is looking good. First tick of progress is in. Kills outside of the zone are still turning up in favor of a Wubba Bobs. Cruise missile, though, takes off both players inside the zone itself. But look at the life count. 17 playing 12. Abuza spawning relatively close, can just continue to run forward as Linz tries to lock the rotation up, but Notorious break on through. Second cruise missile in. Metal's trying to find a way to stall off this offense as long as humanly possible, but he's not a part of the defensive play. It's just Wee Man. He'll drop 15 to 9. Nades coming through. There's no trophies in here for Wubba Bob. Stuns, nades, all landing. Second tick of progress on the way. Sigs and Eric combined just to keep the defense alive. A third kill comes through, and Wubba Bobs are spawning all the way out. And I don't know. I don't think they get here in time. Bailed out by the cruise missile. How about it?
Cruise missile is good. And that will get the job done, Alan. Team Notorious will take the very first map off of the Wubba Bobs. Man, the streaks certainly come in at the perfect timing. If that double doesn't come through, you think the stack is probably good enough with the mid-map pressure they've already been able to gain. But finally, Kings here in this group will bleed. They will drop a map, and they'll finally see a map number 4.
Good grief. Yeah, first time they've ever seen a map number 4. Crazy to say. Crazy to say. 28-19, by the way. Big numbers coming out from one of EU's best there. You saw it right there at the end. We've got a lot more to consider here for these two squads. We'll step away for just a brief break here, but don't go too far. We're going to finish off this series, and that will finish off the EU region, and then North America will be quick to follow behind that. Lots of challengers elite. Don't go anywhere. More continuation of Elevate, or pardon me, Notorious and Wubba Bobs right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a series on our hands all of a sudden as the Wobble Bobs have dropped their first map in the group stage. Am I over-embellishing? Maybe. But Notorious are at least staying competitive through all three of the maps, and we're going to see our first map 4 for Wobble Bobs in the group stage. Visions, the biggest thing about this is Notorious would have to reverse sweep one of EU's best, and it wouldn't just be their first reverse sweep on the day. It's a lot of ask here from the team Notorious to try to stay competitive in this group.
Yeah, man, it's not easy to dig deep, you know, in one series for a reverse sweep. They don't happen too often, but then have to do it back-to-back in a second. Not a position you want to be in, but certainly a win you'd love to have over, you know, the top team right now in the group, holding a head-to-head versus them as you're kind of battling for this first seed here potentially. You know, it would be absolutely incredible. But we will be jumping in to our first Fortress hardpoint from the start, Alan.
Hey!
Go, baby.
I'm here for that, brother. I'll tell you what. Golly, it's just been one of those days, one of those sets of days. We haven't seen any Hydra, we haven't seen any Fortress, you and I, so we're gonna go look at it here. So let's find out. Pumped about it. Then it would have to be a Mercado for Team Notorious to pull off this reverse sweep still. So there's a lot to be kind of considered for what is still in front of them overall. Other updates around the league at the moment. La Nave del Mysterio had 3-0'd just a minute ago who's in charge. So that kind of secures who's in charge as not making playoffs, being 0-4 right now in the overall groups. But interestingly enough, Clutch Rain has defeated eFuse 250-197 in a map 4. It was a map 2, 3, and 4 win for Clutch Rain. So that puts eFuse in a very dire position. A lot of luck would have to come through, and they would have to play up against this Team Notorious team tomorrow. So it looks like we're probably pretty set on who our bottom 2 teams are going to be in this group in particular. But the battle up top is one that you do not want to just shy away from. Not only is it great COD being played, but the advantages being number 1 seed out of your group into the playoffs provides more advantages this year than it did last year.
Yeah, you touched on it, right? Like, having to play versus the 8th seed is very different than having to battle up against a seed that's, you know, 3rd or 4th, and you're just kind of putting yourself in a chance where it's still a 50-50, right? But you're playing against the 8th, probably have a chance to at least make it through to the next round a little bit easier, especially if you've already been at the top. So, yeah, it's a spot you want to be in. You want to have the number 1 seed. You want to have the chance to be able to pick the vetoes, also how you see fit, right? So there's a lot that goes into it. And without a doubt would be huge if they can step up, take down the squad that has just been the squad. And we did kind of question, you know, were they really, you know, that good after day number 1, not having too tough of a schedule, you know, winning their first series in the fashion that they did, and then coming into this one, at least with the lead, it certainly told us that Wobble Bobs are for real.
100%. And the thing, too, is, you know, there's going to be moments in the early parts of the season, and it's going to happen throughout the entirety of the season, where you're just not going to have a good month of COD or something like that, or a good weekend of COD if you go to a major and somehow find yourself not in the top 12. We'll say it's pretty respectable when you get to top 12 standings. So when you've got these kind of mixed bags of poor performances, it's not just, you know, expecting you to be finishing in the top 4 every single time. That's not necessarily fully realistic. It's how do you respond after some, you know, turbulence in your gameplay, and it looks like Wobble Bobs have really done that since cup number 3. But into the hard point. Enough COD philosophy out of the way. Into the action we go. Team Notorious. And a pretty solid setup, but Wobble Bobs are breaking through, working into this building. Both down in towards Art and as well up towards the boat. Will allow an opportunity for them just to kind of hold these spots and just soak up some needed time here in the first.
You see the concern for, you know, were players trying to push themselves through, and Eric was kind of holding that line for the time. Meadows cleaned up too, but things kind of flipping around back and forth. Spawns will go a little bit wonky there. Team Notorious get a spawn in the back of P3, followed by the Wobble Bob. So a little bit of a fight now for the P2 rotation. Cobra does a good job of finding the first. See if he can maybe get the second, but no, Metals gets the gun up first. And he'll make sure he gets the first touch on time.
Yeah, looks good here from Team Notorious. Good correction as well, by the way, for what it's worth. I mean, the Wobble Bobs were in a great setup to not just lock time at 1, but also have a good threat towards the second hill. So good bounce back eliminations from Team Notorious, but Wobble Bobs put it together now their next push from the front. Cobra already in. He stayed alive. Stuns come through. Metals completely deterred from doing too much, but Sigs and Weeman together lock it with the ARs. Problem is, Linz is around the back, and with the Booza, they will combine for 3, and Wobble Bobs will secure their break.
Nice break coming through for a Wobble Bob. Good kill coming in as well, but this is going to put a lot of pressure on Cobra off screen now. He's going to have to deal with so many members. He's able to get 2. Wow. Trophy system going to go down. I don't think he's going to read the 3rd up top. Yes, he will! Cobra has just completely secured the rotation outside of Metals in the back, and Brezzy's there to help. So not only did a Wobblebobs break through halfway into P2, they also win the rotation to P3.
That's just a great initial call, whether it's Cobra who says, hey, I'm threatened, come here and help, or if it was just the subconscious decision for Wobblebobs to say, okay, we're good on it, let's break forward, because the 2 kills from Cobra are incredible, but Brezzy tracking behind the other side of Antiques allows Cobra the information to snap to the 3rd, and the gunfights, oh, they just keep coming for Lynn. 7 kills in a row for the streak, and nearly makes it into the snowman of getting 8 in a row. Abusa through mid-map, just trying to force out as many damage points as he can, and he will at least confirm a team kill. But careful here, numbers are looking decent for Team Notorious as they try to work their way through the gates, but just as they're about to, the spawns pop up for Wobblebobs again, and they hold.
Full 60. Cobra also putting himself on a bit of a spree. Metals does get in there to at least get one off at a time and make it a little bit scrappy here in the final 15 to 20 seconds. But at the end, it's the Wobblebobs that are most certainly going to come out with just about all of that time and give them a little bit of a cushion. Brezzy now finds himself at the very back here to see if he can maybe influence these spawns once the new hill pops. Man might be onto that. But he's losing his teammates in and around the point, which means that he's got to kind of reinforce through mid, and now Brezzy can pounce.
Man, up top, shut down Brezzy. What a gunfight win that is. And Wobblebobs have a chance to completely dominate this middle portion of the map. Little spawn out situation, though. Cobra's going to be behind this play. Notorious need to get these kills cleanly from the front. Not going to happen, and Cobra gets not just 2, but another 3-piece off the off spawn. And that may just confirm near full 60. Cobra again just bumping the hard point, taking away extra space and time. And Team Notorious shut down on their next attempt. It would have to be individual plays from Eric Boom. And no way, no how. Wobblebobs clean, comfortable, confident, dominating here in map number 4.
Yeah, they're just forcing, like, so many of these engagements, like, right off of spawn. Like, usually you have a chance to breathe, maybe talk about how we're going to break this setup, but no, it's, like, right in your face. Cobra's there, just putting on the pressure, followed by a second teammate, and almost a turn and burn from Abusa. But my goodness, it just feels like a Wobblebobs have just been able to swiftly take over Team Notorious there since the halfway point in that second hill, and now they're continuing to get it going into this new rotation here on P5-2.
They're just so quick to communicate what's being watched and where the focus needs to be. I mean, just every lane is locked all the time, always. My goodness. 4 kills in a row for Lens, 3 in a row for Brezzy. Abusa's still doing Abusa things at 17 and 10. And it's just non-stop onslaught. Semtech's not going to quite land, but it doesn't make a difference. Brezzy keeps his life on 5, and look at the help, just over the top, just when the trade's about to come in. It's just unbelievably good from a Wobblebobs. Brezzy on 6, still in the hard point.
I'm pretty sure most of Team Notorious points are, like, off of P1, man. Like, this has just been a Wobblebobs just taking, like, the last 3.5 hills just convincingly. And Team Notorious are just forgetting what the hill even is in hardpoint, man. This is just brutal. But we'll see if anything changes going into the second set. I guess the good news is that we have another P1, so we'll see if they can try to work their way in.
A little different this time around, though. The Wobblebobs all over the backside of this hard point. It just, oh man. What do you say? Cobra's 23 and 11. Make it 24. No one can get a trade on Team Notorious. 8 and 19 for Eric, 9 and 18 from Sigs. No one has over 20 seconds of hard point time. Yikes.
Now that about sums it up. Grab time, though. Gotta look at the positive.
True.
Notorious, they're getting something back. Trying to at least hit that 100-point mark. But I think the biggest problem from here on out is that a Wobblebobs, I mean, even if they get massive P2 time here and they force Team Notorious to rotate to P3, it just puts them in this awful position where they can't allow both to happen. They have to be at least competitive here on P2 and win the rotation to next if they have any shot being able to send this to a map 5. But so far, so good. At least the P2 setup has been able to hold. They'll get the first 20 seconds here uncontested.
Okay, convincing kill feeds back-to-back all of a sudden. Maybe a chance. Need to have a full 60 here, and then we'll talk about rotation. Oh, that's not a good nade. Weeman gets pushed right into the teeth of the Wobblebobs break setup. Little flank play from Sigs allows at least some clearance around the back, but the focus from the front still needs to be there. Eric Boom in a little bit of trouble. Trophy system down for Wobblebobs. Trying to fight for this scrap time. And if they find success, it will once again be a battle on two fronts as the rotation's already underway. Look at the spawn for Sigs. He's spawning all the way bottom side of the map. He'll be a little bit outside of the play. Lynn sniffs it out, no problem. Up top, Metals finally secures the trade, but it's over 200 points for Robobobs. Team Notorious have to hold right here, right now.
Well, P2 wasn't the worst, but yeah, you just got to be good here on P3. Do what needs to be done. A lot of trades kind of all coming through the front of the gate. 4 players all drop here. Streak comes in, but man will be able to keep his life with the help of the trophy system. But now trades still going back and forth, but more in favor of Team Notorious as they're just sitting pretty, collecting time on the point. Good kills coming through now the front of the gate. If you can keep them off of the time at the very least, that is still a win, but Metals. Nice little transfer, finds the double up 4 in a row as he throws his body on the time.
Ooh, spawns actually move around a little bit here. Team Notorious are going to have a chance to play for rotation very quickly. Wobblebobs need to make a decision off of these kind of off spawns. Do they want to try to get these players off of the scrap or focus on the rotation? Because you've got Sigs who's already playing forward with Eric. Boom, this is working out nicely for Team Notorious. This comes down to how long can Eric hold his life, and he gets another key 1v1 to extend a little bit of space between him and the rest of the Wobblebobs spawning up. Regen is in. Cannon hardpoint will open up. Down low, though, Abusa just not losing gunfights. 28 and 21. The rest of the team spawns around him. And as we open up the hardpoint, it's all the Wobblebobs in purple looking to possibly win the game here. Wee-Man on the break attempt. Gets the opener. Reads the second, but can't get the gun up quite in time. Metals following up, but he's got 2 more members to deal with. And is not good for anything beyond just the initial trade.
That's been all of Woba here so far. You're going to break. You're going to have to break now, Eric. Needs to get involved. We'll be able to get 2 kills. Break open the point. Looking for kill number 3. Will not happen. We'll get the best of them here. It's still very scrappy for the remaining 20 seconds. Metals trying to make a big heroic play happen. Able to come away with 2. Gets the information there for Eric. And he'll be able to finish off the trade. Scrap time is good. Team Notorious still trying to stay in it with everything they got.
Yeah, and this is not bad. There's a chance here, but the problem is Wobblebobs are fully set in pretty much the exact same positions they were last time we were here at Blacksmith, which provided a ton of constant trading. Once again, Replicate going into the opening time. Sigs on for now. 178 to 224. Trades continue to pinstripe the kill feed. Sigs over the top. Needs help, and he gets it in the form of Metals. A key win is that will clear out the archways. Help around the back as the Wobblebobs are kind of spawning into a weird position, and Team Notorious have a chance to get to 200. Metals on 3. Denied. Just down to Sigs inside the hard point. Doesn't do too much, but Eric, boom, there for the trade. Eric gets 3, and Notorious stay in the hard point.
It's happening right now. One of the crazier comebacks that we've seen so far in Modern Warfare 2. Not done just yet, but Team Notorious are just about over 200 points. It's a fight for scrap time. Team Notorious will be good for just about that remaining 10 seconds or so. The spawn's still in the back right now for the Wobblebobs. They got 1 player out. That is Brezzy. He's going to have to play a pivotal role to try to get his team on the right side of the map.
Eric Boom is in a little bit of trouble. He once again just has to kind of individually hold on. Not going to happen. 225 to 211. First hardpoint opens. Kills continue to come through from the subs of a Wobblebobs. Spawns not ideal for Team Notorious. Not where you want to be, but Wee-Man jumps from the top rope. He gets spawned in towards the middle of the map. 231, 211. Down low. Lynn just watching the cross. Sigs has to deal with it. Jumps onto the hard point. But the kills just turn up in favor of the Wobblebobs once again. And look at the spawns. Team Notorious, wrong side of the map for this. Can anything touch? Can any nades land? Get them off the hard point. 8 seconds between Wobblebobs and a victory. They're looking good for it unless Wee-Man can get back in once again. 247, Wee-Man dropped. Last chance is Sigs, and as he falls, Wobblebobs stay flawless in at least the match record, only dropping a map. The series was tight, but Wobblebobs still come out convincingly on top.
Oh, they get there, but Notorious makes it interesting. Give them a little bit of a run for their money here after what was over a 100-point lead for sure. But Team Notorious just really slow to get that one going. And I mean, Cobra right there in that final kill cam, right? Like that's what started that entire snowball that allowed them to transition off of, a good 30-40 seconds from P2 to just about a full 60 coming through on P3. And I mean, it is a very snowbally map. We saw obviously the exact opposite happen for Team Notorious on the opposite end, but not being able to kind of be any kind of competitive on that P4, on P5 really hurt them in the end. So overall, they're flawless in hard points. They lose that map in control, but still at the top of the standings here in this group. Wobble Bob's very happy about that.
It's this really polished Call of Duty that we see every time that we get a chance to watch this Wobble Bob's roster.
Agreed.
You can see the total damage, 35 and 23 from Cobra, but 4,400 damage from Abusa, 35 and 29. He came into today with a 1.66 KD, top of the Elite A1 across both Europe and North America. And Brezzy as well, a high streak of 6, 11 objective kills, and over 2 minutes of hardpoint time. I mean, that guy was immovable around that blacksmith hardpoint the first time we were there.
Facts. And I mean, Brezzy's always making like all of the route plays too, right? Like how many times did he like bail them out, like in situations where they transitioned so cleanly off of P3 to P4 because he got in the back and kind of played in that little palm tree corner, got them the spawns, allowed them to collapse. They make sure that Team Notorious doesn't make the comeback off the back end of just getting through, playing his life, playing patient, disciplined, to keep them in that game. So a lot of key moments there from Brezzy as we take a look at, of course, the overall maps and modes. Very close series. I mean, the entire way through, as much as the Wobble Bobs pretty much stay flawless through the map count outside of control, it is still a very good test here from Team Notorious, just unable to really secure those map wins in those crucial moments.
Impressive. And it comes from all 4 members as well. I know we talked a lot about Cobra Abuser right then, but like Linz has looked really solid. There were moments kind of when we were watching him play in the early stages of the year, it's just like, is he going to be able to hang with the same level as the rest of our friends here on this Wobble Bob's team? And the answer has been yes. He's looked really solid so far in this Elite. Great stuff for Wobble Bob's. And that takes us to the conclusion of day number 2 here in Europe. A lot of results to go through, but today was way more convincing than it was yesterday.
Yeah.
A ton of 3-0s all over the place. Some of them in more surprise fashion, though. In particular, that grudge match that we saw to kind of start this block, the originals 3-0ing Elevate, a big surprise. And on top of that, with Team Veer going 2-0 on the day, with a 3-0 against Signs to finish it off, they're right back into the mix. And, well, Team Falcons kind of find themselves down into the gutter with Signs, I would imagine, after their loss to Nixa. But, man, that Team Veer squad was impressive today.
Yeah, I'm huge on those guys. I think they have a lot of talent packed in. We said that like this is a day where they very well could just even up the standings. They had a really tough day 1 schedule, so the fact that they've been able to at least bounce back here and find a couple of key wins is fantastic for those guys, because they did look really good. But a lot of 3-0s like you said here, Alan. I mean, as much as Originals and Elevate was still a really good series, I mean, a great control to end that one off. Still able to make sure Elevate did not find any maps on the board.
On the other side, though, taking a look at the Group A side of things here, Wobble Bobs take their win versus Team Notorious. Nave Del Mysterio 3-0's Who's in Charge, which puts them out of the running for playoffs. And then with Clutch Rain taking a 3-1 versus eFuse, that was kind of a situation. You looked at the eFuse squad and said that's kind of a must-win day for them as well to go 2-0, especially against the teams that they played up against. I mean, because you beat Who's in Charge, you beat Clutch Rain, you leapfrog them in the overall standings, but coming up short versus Clutch Rain is going to hurt their chances towards playoffs. So with that, I think here we got our standings ready to go to take a look at what we have for EU across Group A. Wobble Bobs, near flawless, save the 1 map loss versus Team Notorious. A tight battle in the middle between Team Notorious, Nave Del Mysterio, and Clutch Rain. And if I'm not mistaken, looking at what the upcoming schedules would be for next week, eFuse plays Team Notorious, and Nave Del Mysterio plays Clutch Rain. So if I'm not mistaken, the result of that would not make a difference, because if there's a 3-way tie at 2 and 3, eFuse has lost both the matches against both Nave and Clutch Rain. So I'm pretty sure that they're hard set to the 5th slot. Of course, that's not our job. It's the GB admin's job to kind of determine that, but I'm pretty sure that's the way that would work out.
Right, so that makes things extremely tough then for those squads without a doubt. But certainly still up for grabs for as far as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. A lot of things could happen, at least going into that week number 2. I think Wobble Bobs obviously have at least secured playoffs, but it's a matter of will they still finish first? And based off of what we've seen today, Looking likely, Alan. Looking likely.
Yeah.
Still sitting 12-1. Very pretty there in that map count.
Take a look over at Group B. This is a little bit more up for grabs with 3 teams at 3-1. At the bottom, though, this is where things get really interesting because Signs is pretty much out of the running, but Falcons plays Team Veer for their matchup in the 5th match in their round robin, and that will likely be a direct decider of who gets in.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a major matchup for them, but Team Veer do what was required of them to get 2 different wins today, and both of them were 3-0 counts, but it looks like based off of the results from the rest of this group, the top 3 teams should be secured, and that's going to be a head-to-head matchup next week between Team Veer and Team Falcons of who gets into playoffs as the final part of this Group B.
And those head-to-heads for those top 3 squads, man, they're going to play such an important factor. That win, at least today, for the Originals after maybe a tough upset yesterday. You know, finding it at least versus Elevate to potentially give them a chance, at least for Seed 1, Seed 2, going to be huge. But, yeah, man, that group, who knows what's going to happen in that group, Al, next week, man. I don't know.
No, not me. Couldn't get me to make a prediction. It's all up in the air. But with that, of course, that concludes Europe. Taking a look forward, though, to what's about to happen for North America in about an hour's time. The stream schedule there, my goodness, you're not going to want to miss out on the match that we've got in store for you because that region is looking up for grabs across both groups pretty much non-stop. So don't miss that. It's an hour away from being able to call that action. You'll have Infinity and Proper with you throughout the entirety of it. And, well, Visions, I think that takes us to the end of our day. Final thoughts from me before we sign off.
Man, a lot of 3-0s, obviously, throughout the day, but we got at least one map 5 there in. Nice reverse sweep from Team Notorious. But overall, I think, you know, the matches, as much as that we were kind of, you know, highly anticipating with Elevate and everything we just saw from that group, some of them were 3-1s, 3-0s, but very close maps. So that's going to make everything much better, I think, leading up to playoffs, especially for week 2 as we see the review and practice start to come into play as well.
Well, for us here, we say farewell for Europe. It'll be Team War and Boston Academy in an hour, and Infinity and Proper, as mentioned, will be back with you guys. So don't go too far. Get yourself set up. North American Elite will be the next on your screen at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. See you then.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh yeah. No, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power move. Been here, done that. all know what we came for? Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for? You all know what we came for? We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome one and all to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for day number 2 of the North American segment of Challengers Elite. My name is Infinity. Joining me on the desk once again is Proper. If you weren't fed up of us already, well, you're probably going to be by the end of today. Proper, mate, it's good to see your face. I haven't actually seen you all day. I've been talking to you all day, but I haven't actually seen your face, and it brightens my day every time.
Yeah, you have truly been blessed with putting up with me for the past 3 days straight, whether it's in call, obviously, we were commentating over EU yesterday, and now we have the grand pleasure to look at NA, brother. It is fantastic to be here. I cannot wait to get into these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alan and Austin, they said it yesterday, the expansion from 18 to 12 has caused quite the stir, I think, in North American Challengers. Every single season, Challengers Elite is always fun in the North American region. So I think, this 12 North American teams gets even better than what we had during the Vanguard year. Nonetheless, I think we should start right off the rip here by getting into what's coming up today for both of these groups. Let's take a look at the schedule. For today's matches, this of course is going to be Group A, and Group A I think a little less mixy than Group B, but nonetheless there were still some surprises yesterday, some good matches ahead of us.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, some teams didn't exactly find themselves to being where they wanted to be, stacking up against the others, but I mean, this is going to be quite telling to be able to see where some of these rosters and individuals do stack up against each other. That Omit roster losing their one series yesterday, being 1-1, versus a Wubbabub's NA roster that are really trying to prove themselves as a very good search and destroy and overall respawn team. Will be very interesting. Obviously, the story and the narrative continuing from Raleigh for this Phase 1 roster as well has their test ahead of them with the Felian, and then we also have to see what the outcome will be. Is Boston Academy going to show up today? They have a juggernaut of an opponent with Team War.
Yeah, just a correction. That is actually Group B, I believe, that we're showing right now. We can take a look at the other group, though, that is going on. And there was a massive, massive shock in Group B yesterday. It's North America, so we're kind of expecting surprises galore. Let's take a look at the group then. Of course, TFL Enterprise and Smog Alpha are the ones that did surprise, and we'll show you guys that overall standings in just a moment. But we can take a look at the matches we have ahead of us for Group B. Rocker Academy taking on Iron Blood Gaming, a match that will basically decide who goes 2-1 in the group to start the day. Then PRS Gaming going head-to-head with Convoy Gaming, team sitting at the bottom of the group right now. They both need a win. And then the very bottom of our screen, guys, you can see TFL Enterprises taking on, apparently, who's in charge. They're not. It's going to be Smog Alpha.
Cross-region matchups already.
Cross-region. Who's in charge? They were fed up of losing in Europe. They came to lose in North America as well. And I'm sorry, it's early shots. TFL Enterprises versus Smog Alpha. That is going to be a match. These guys absolutely they didn't decimate the competition, especially for Smog Alpha. They had to do it in two game 5s, but nonetheless, I think they definitely shocked a lot of teams yesterday. Let's talk about those teams and let's talk about those standings. Andy, let's start the conversation with, this is actually Group A. TFL Enterprises and Smog Alpha, man. I mean, what a day number 1 it was for them, especially TFL sitting at 2-0 for Ghosty to get his revenge on his former teammates.
Yeah, if anybody was wondering, Smog Alpha is actually going to be that team that is facing TFL Enterprises in that Group A matchup for the first block on the day. And yeah, 2 teams, 2-0. Obviously, that record will be stained for at least one of them. I think it's something to behold, especially for this TFL Enterprises roster, specifically for Fellow, as that main AR has a very flexible and very aggressive AR flex in Ghosty. Definitely had his wits about him yesterday, not dropping a single map. But Smog Alpha, I think, is definitely the team that is going to catch a lot of our viewers' eyes. Being 2-0 on the day, they denied a reverse sweep yesterday, and then they also had a reverse sweep versus Convoy. They put themselves on the map. A lot of LATAM representation coming here in the NA Challengers Elite Season 1.
Absolutely. They surprised some incredible teams. And there you go. You can see the rest of the standings of Rocker Academy, Convoy Gaming, Iron Blood, all of the big names shocked there. Currently not doing as well as they otherwise would have thought. The group thing, I think things are a little bit more regular. Team War, of course, the champions of Cup number 3, currently 2-0 after day number 1. That in itself isn't a surprise. What some people might consider a surprise, though, Andy, is a Felian Esports, also 2-0, some names that people maybe aren't used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Felian Esports roster. Like, if you have been, I guess, living under a rock over the past few years, not really watching a whole bunch of different, like, collegiate action or a lot of S&D matches as well, you probably won't find yourself to be familiar with, like, Gwyn and Wheat, but Gunzy's been that guy, right? I mean, he qualified for the Pro-Am just last year. I think he was playing underneath, like, Strike X or something like that with, like, Fire and Silly, but regardless of the matter, has Cryptic alongside of him. You do have some veteranship when it does come down to it. This Aphelion roster yesterday, specifically Gunzi, he was coming different. He was looking final.
Absolutely, and then going down the rest of the board as well. Phase 1 Esports, of course, the surprise of Raleigh, currently sitting at 1-1. As are the formerly known team as Revenge, that is now called Amit. They are also 1-1 after yesterday's loss versus Aphelion Esports. And then at the bottom, Weberbobs North America and Boston Academy. The latter of those two will sting for a number of Sensor fans out there. They need to pick things up in day number 2. Let's move on then to talk about kind of what's coming up today with our matches here on Call of Duty Bravo. We are kicking things off with Boston Academy to see if they can pick things up after yesterday's shocking 0-6 performance. They go head-to-head with a Titanic team in Team War. It's going to be a bit of a rough one, I think, to kick things off. If they want to get some movement here in Challengers Elite, that probably isn't the start that they would have wanted. We will follow that up with Amit going head-to-head with Phase 1, and then we should also shout out We Are Clutch GG. If you want additional matches, they will be going on, and of course, right now we're kicking things off over there with Phase 1 versus Aphelion Esports. But the big match to kick things off today, Team War versus Boston Academy. I used the phrase big match, Andy. I don't know if it is a big match at this point. It certainly is, though, for Boston Academy. They need to get back into the game, really. 0-6 is not a good start. Going up against the Team War, though, this Team War roster, they have impressed us. As we said, 2-0 after day number 1. This roster is looking so hot at the moment with their victories against Weberbobs NA and Phase 1. Now, granted, those teams, look, I'm not going to say they're easy heads to take down, but I think they've still got their tougher matches ahead of them. But they still look so good yesterday, Andy. They were 4-0 in hardpoint to kick off the day.
Yeah, I mean, with the second highest differential as well, the only team that has a higher differential as far as hardpoint is concerned is TFL Enterprises with their absolute smoke show over Ironblood Gaming yesterday, as well as another opponent. But regardless of the matter, yeah, this Team War roster as a whole is definitely putting themselves on the map here in Challengers Elite Season 1. And a lot of our eyes did become open when we go back and we watch the conclusion of Cup number 3, one of which is Parasite. Man comes out of retirement. He subs in for Team Notorious as well, coming through for the Raleigh Open. He does quite well for himself, might I add. I mean, all of that said, you know, placing top 12 is something to behold for yourself. But some stats to talk about Parasite. Got an overall KD of 1.24, 1.27 in the hardpoint specifically. We don't have to talk about Search and Destroy because what Parasite brings to this team specifically is why this team is 4-0 in hardpoint. Yeah, the guy is slaying out. He's making the right calls. He knows where he needs to be. But he's also commanding and telling his team where they need to be looking. This guy knows the spawns like the back of his hand on every single one of these maps. It's the third.
Just got to cut them out, bro, in the immortal words of Parasite from back in the day. Yeah, Parasite, absolutely, he is a knowledgeable box of a man, and I think it is a stunning storyline, isn't it, for Parasite, you know, going from the early season where he wasn't planning to compete, he hadn't competed for a long time leading up to his role as coach for Decimate Gaming, and then, of course, that stint at Raleigh where he got to fill in for the Notorious roster. Still stunning that they managed to get top 12 with Parasite effectively as a pickup. Just an incredible story for them. And then Parasite now, you know, coming into War and immediately slotting himself into a really good team that won Cup 3. War on the whole, I think, do just look really good. And I think there's a lot of history behind this roster as well. 3/4 of the team playing Paris Legion at one point or another during the last couple of years of the CDL. Parasite himself has had a stint on the London Royal Ravens. They've all had a chance within the league. I just think some of their chances, I think, were just at the wrong time. I think, Andy, you and I, we had the discussion about this Team War roster. It is a case of, again, the beauty of Challengers, it gives you a second chance for a number of these players. They definitely need to prove themselves here in Challengers, and they've got a good team to do so. But they're going up against the Boston Academy roster. And Boston Academy, again, we already said it, yesterday was a resounding disappointment for everybody but one player on this team. I think the storyline has just been the case the entirety of the season so far. It's Beans. I love the man. Totally no EU bias here whatsoever.
Right.
Beans is an incredible player, and he's shown it on this team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what a great pickup for this Boston Academy roster. I mean, those are some pretty sufficient shoes to be filled. Don't forget that Odan Ghosty was actually playing with this Boston Academy roster just at the end of last season, specifically at that Boston Open. But yeah, I mean, how can you not talk about Mr. Ben Beans himself? I mean, the guy's coming through. He's absolutely fragging. He's the only one of this team that had a positive KD, walking away from an 0-6 map record yesterday. Didn't even take a single map. Some of them were competitive, but Beans still had a 1.28 overall KD. You're going to be seeing that again in the hardpoint, but in the Search and Destroy, I think is where you're going to see Beans be have a little bit more emphasis on the game mode as well. I don't know if I'm alone on this hill. I know that Visions is probably also there with me, Brody, but this guy has to be the #1 sniper in all of Challengers right now. He is constantly making plays. He's in your face with the sniper, getting away with highway robbery at certain instances of time as well. You got to be careful if you are Team War. You got to shut this guy down because Beans is absolutely going to come to play today.
Yeah, I think it's we had that discussion, right, about which snipers can actually contest with Beans at this point. You brought up Maple as a potential contender, of course, the fellow Brit that did have to play against Beans last season in a number of situations, and we did see many snipe-offs between those two players. So, yeah, Beans is definitely one of the best snipers that we have in challenges, and we have no doubt that you guys will see that if you haven't seen that already. But I think, the question for Boston Academy becomes, right, what do they need to do to improve moving forward, Andy? Because right now, for me at least, and I hate how harsh this sounds, but it can't just be Beans that's playing well. Like, the rest of the roster really needs to start stepping up, because we've seen these guys play well, at least. I mean, we talk about the Major 1 qualifiers, right? We talk about, the Elite qualifiers. We saw Sensor playing well. We saw Shawnee playing well. Everybody has the potential here to come out and play well. It's just, I don't think that's happened enough.
It was also showed a little bit on LAN as well. I mean, I know that you were commentating there at home. I was actually had the pleasure to be able to look over the shoulders for a lot of this team where they did place top 16 at Raleigh. Obviously, that's on LAN. This is an entirely different format here coming into an online setting. And yeah, the qualifier did look really good. That's where we got to see Doug Sensor Martin actually show up and being able to slay out with an SMG in hand. But if there's one thing to go back to your question about asking what they need to do here versus this Team War roster, is that they need to be able to keep the pace up, right? You really do need players like Kremp to be able to showcase his talents and abilities to be able to keep up with the pace for the SMGs on the other side. Specifically, Fire is going to be right there to try to make sure that Kremp feels as uncomfortable as possible when we're looking at those rotations when it comes down to hardpoint, when it comes down to those first bloods in Search and Destroy. Beans, like you said, he can't do it by himself. You're going to be looking for Kremp to be able to help things out.
Absolutely. Boston, they have a long road ahead of them. They're currently sitting at 0-6 in map count. Just getting a map victory, I think, would be a good start for them. But again, things are not looking good for them right out the gate. They've already had to face down FaZe 1 Esports. That's a match, I think, arguably speaking, when you talk about some of the other teams in the group, or Apheli and Omit, that they should have beaten. They wanted to beat if they wanted to get anywhere within this pool, because you got to remember there's only 4 spots out of the 6 that we're giving away for playoffs. So for Boston, they need to pick something up here. And again, I think we've already talked about it, right? Everybody needs to start playing well. Let's talk about the map set for this one, though. We've had the veto process. Let's see what Boston can do here in the vetoes. Can they win them out to get ahead of War here in the veto process? Well, kicking off this map set, then we've got Embassy Hardpoint for map number 1. This is something we did actually see Boston play Convoy on yesterday, or it didn't go exactly well. Now, Mikado Search and Destroy for map number 2, Hotel Control for map number 3, Hotel Hardpoint for map number 4, and Embassy Search and Destroy for map number 5. Andy, does anything jump out to you here for these guys? I do apologize, by the way. Embassy Hardpoint was not played by Boston yesterday. I was looking at the wrong team on my stats.
But it was played by Team War against a Wubbabubs North America, where they completely shut them out. 250 to 182. That's a very emphatic score line when you're thinking about how handshaky Embassy Hardpoint can be. And the one thing that I was able to take away with from watching that map number 1 from Team War's perspective was that they were just breaking everything constantly. If they were losing the initial 20, they were always there to be able to secure either 30, if not 40 seconds off of the break itself. But if there's one thing that I'm looking at in particular, it's probably more closer to maps 2 and 3. Team War did play a Mercado S&D yesterday. It went round 11 versus a Wubbabubs North America, a very strong Search and Destroy team. But that's a map mode combination to where you can really, almost really lean on Beans to be able to find a lot of value with the sniper rifle, albeit they lost in 9 rounds versus Omit yesterday due to pacing differentials. I'm hoping that we're going to see something a little bit different, and just to be able to wrap everything back up in a beautiful bow. That Hotel Control, I mean, you've got to be feeling pretty darn confident if you are Team War to allow that map mode combination to come through, because you got smoked on that yesterday versus the Wubbabubs North America. It was the one map that they ended up losing, and they lost it 0-3.
I mean, we always have those conversations, right, in regard to teams about, trying to get practice in versus teams trying to throw in kind of unconventional map picks against lesser teams. I use that phrase lightly because Boston are still a pretty good team. But I think, they're going into this matchup knowing that they could probably beat Boston here. War are pretty high after the last couple of days and their cup victory. So, yeah, I think the confidence is absolutely high. And why wouldn't it be for this War roster? Again, we really need to emphasize this for the War team. They have come together effectively for Cup 3 after the original Team War. If you guys remember, the first variation of Team War from Raleigh, it was a top 24 finish for them. It was abysmal. I think it was probably the biggest disappointment of Raleigh was that Team War roster, which looked so good. I think now, that you keep 2 of the players, Johnny and Lau, still on the roster. You come in here with Fire and Parasite into Cup 3, you immediately win it, and then, of course, you start 2-0 as well and challenge the league. Yeah, the confidence is absolutely there for this roster. Now you go up against the Boston Academy roster that will probably be feeling at least a shred demoralized after day number 1 of going 0-6 in maps, knowing that Boston are going up against probably the hardest team in the pool here. There's, I think, a massive sway here in terms of the confidence across them.
I'm sorry, I completely disagree with you there. I don't know if you've ever heard about this guy named Doug Sensor Martin. This guy doesn't get dissuaded. This man is never down about his one's ability to be able to play the game of Call of Duty, and it's a very infectious personality to be able to have, especially around Boston Academy as a whole, huh? Because I mean, Krem can lean on it, Johnny can lean on it, and Beans can just feast upon it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at then a Charlie match that's going on right now. We were talking about Omit, that's currently 1-1 in pools. Well, they're going head-to-head with this Awobabob's North American roster. And you guys, if you haven't had a chance to see this Awobabob's roster just yet, you might recognize one of the names on the team at least. It's Mohawk, a reigning Challengers champion, Andy, now teaming with a squad of young guns in Purge, Squirt, and Estriel. And it's a pretty good pick, I think, for Mohawk.
Yeah, it's two-time O right there, baby. Gotta put some respect on that man's name. Dave Patty, though, gotta continuously have respect on this man's name. I mean, this Omit roster plays so well with one another. You can see Mohawk, the only one in the kill feed of 5 to find a trade. Omit are gonna find themselves in a pretty comfortable situation coming through P1 hardpoint. Well, at least I thought for a moment of time, but nobody was gonna be able to push past that box area to potentially try to upset spawns. Awobabob's North America, they're currently doing the right things here, Brody. They're trying to zone away the middle of the map. Got one player watching the flank, that's Mohawk, before the next hill pops.
And Mohawk has quite a lot to do here around the backline. Capstone in the middle of the map too. Omit looking to find their way on through for a pinch movement. Capstone trying to time this correctly alongside Hixie and Dave. And, well, Hixie on the other side will be picking up too. So Omit now have a chance to clear the point here. Be careful of where Awobabob's NA are going to be spawning over towards that tennis court side. It will leave Purge and Estriel alone for a moment. Purge does not care though. Comes in for 2. A couple of crucial gunfights here as Awobabob's NA still holding on towards this time. Caps attempts to make his way through the administration building, but shut down by Hixie, who is now getting yet another 2-piece. Omit looking to get this last 20 seconds or so of time. I think Awobabob's NA, you give this maybe one more shake, then you move over towards the rotation, and some of those battles already going down in their favor, so if Purge can get some scrap time here, that'll be great, but it doesn't happen, and they'll be okay as they have that next rotation in hand.
Yeah, it'll be over there towards AC, but there's only one player up there for the time being. That's going to be Mohawk. See Caps down low, doesn't have that sound. Just making a lot of noise. Big 1v1 inside of Orange. Estriel will win it, but there's still trades to be speaking about. You got Tom Gravity up top here on the opposite side of the catwalk, just trying to lay in some shots, and that keeps everybody from Awobabob's North America spawning on the northeast side of the map, where Dave Patty is just waiting to gun them down, jumping through the doorway, only able to get one. On the other side, inside the hardpoint, Gravity's still fighting for the initial time.
And that was a lot of coverage that Dave Patty was actually providing here towards the Omit roster. Gravity now lacks that. Has to deal with the gut players all by his lonesome inside the hard point. Now the Awobabob's NA roster can be spawning out towards that bottom left side of your mini-map. Gravity's going to turn around and will read the spawns perfectly as his teammates to spawn out over towards administration. Gravity now on 5 in a row, looking for an early cruise missile here in this game. He will find it against Estriel, surely not. Trying to snake the plant bots there. In the end, Estriel does win out for scrap time, but that is a huge hard point for Omit, especially as they now look towards the rotation.
Yeah, it really is for Omit. I mean, you got to really shout out Gravity up top that was going on that massive spree that was just keeping everybody at bay, and everybody spawning into the waiting hands.
I think I might have lost Andy here. I'm not entirely sure. I can't hear him anymore regardless. So I'm just going to continue to cast as if Andy isn't here. If you guys can hear us both at the same time, I apologize. Regardless, we'll try and get Andy back as soon as humanly possible as we're moving forward here with this game. And Gravity now looking to hold on towards his time. He's able to get 1 kill against Purge. And, well, now Awobabob's NA trying to find their way on through. Estriel and Squirt through the door. Then opening for the pinch movement here around the hard point. Trying to take the time for the last 30. Estriel now in their backline. The one doesn't quite anticipate. Capstone laying down on the floor there, and a wave of green in the kill feed will mean that Omit get that back 20 seconds of time. And now, I think for Omit here, in this moment, you just chain the last 2 hills back to back. You're looking pretty good in this game. And if you manage to break in towards the spawns for the new, and those gunfights are actually going their way, things will not look good for Awobabobs. Fortunately for them, they do win some crucial ones. And Omit, yeah, well, they will now lose control of this hard point. So Awobabobs in a really good spot to try and hold on towards this time. Squirt currently sitting in here. looking for the 1v1 against Hixie. Not going to find it. Hixie now looking to make his way on through, and he does. Semtex out to try and ward off these players for a second. Purge and Squirt will have to hold off for a second. Purge is down. Mohawk, is he going to fall as well? Hixie just trying to bait around the corner, but he will end up falling. And now for a Webwebs NA, once again, a crucial hold. They could not afford to be broken there, and they will not. Omit cannot get in. Last 20 seconds, still a crucial amount of time here to get. You want to get the full 60 off the back of this. This is beautiful coverage being provided by the current Challengers champion in the form of Mohawk. Not the best start towards this game at 7 and 15, but nonetheless, still holding on towards this game. Webwebs NA trying to hold on against Omit. As we go towards the next set of rotations here, it will be Omit in the lead by about 50 points or so. Hixie looking to get some of these gunfights again to Webwebs as they try to get control of this top area. And the kill feed will be Omit for a second. Keep an eye on the rotation towards New as well. Webwebs already trying to posture for it, and I think they've probably more aware of that fact with that power position up top. See the cross now being watched by Gravity too. Great kills coming through from Omit here to try and keep a Webwebs out of the hill. It isn't quite working just yet. Squirt and Purge are actually going to be providing the cover here to make sure they do get some of this remaining time. They haven't quite anticipated Capstone coming through. Laundry though there to pick up two. Hixie in for another one as well. And even now, this is still a crucial moment here in this game. With 20 seconds left, Webwebs, they will flip over towards the parking lot hardpoint. And it could be a good hold for them. And I believe we have Proper back. Proper, mate. Good to hear your voice again.
Oh, man. I was terrified. I was talking about Gravity and how he was piecing over by P3, and then all of a sudden I just lose power in my house. What's going on, Tom? You got it out for me or something, buddy? 12 and 7 for him. Coming back and through the second set of hardpoints. It seems that Omit have been getting on quite nicely for themselves, Brody.
Yeah, it's not been bad at all. I think Webwebs, they had a huge hold on P4. Try and keep that time away, or P5, excuse me, keep that time away from Omit. If they lost that, they probably would be out of this game at this point. But, I mean, they might already be out of this game. Again, they did just get broken on a Webwebs NA and on this hardpoint, excuse me. And another wave of gunfights will be coming through for Omit. 4 in a row now for Dave Paddy, 6 in a row for Capstone. They're really, I mean, I want to say starting to heat up here in this game, Addy. I don't think that would be the correct terminology. They are well and truly hot at this point.
You really need some productivity to start coming out from Squirt. I mean, we're talking about this guy to such a high degree earlier on, but I mean, when Gravity is just world starring you and piecing you like the way he just did, and Caps gets off a 6 spree to earn another streak, there's only so much you can do. I mean, at that moment of time, you had everybody just had a combined almost like 12-20 streak combined for Omit. Webwebs didn't find a kill for quite some time. Even Gravity got himself a cruise missile as well. Caps bottom orange is enforcing his way. The rotation's going to be here for the time being for Webwebs. You don't turn this into a full 60. This map is chalk.
Yeah, you need to hold. If you're a Webwebs, it really is that simple. You can't keep on getting broken by players like Caps and Hixie. Now Mohawk stunned inside. Going to start to face pressure from that bottom left side of your mini-map. Needs the help, really. He does have it pretty close by, but here comes the help. The cruise missile, excuse me, from Gravity. Brings it down on towards Mohawk. There is a nice trade. Good coverage from the middle of the map from Purge. Capsule, though, in from behind. Here he comes. It's Capsule only able to get one. The trades are through, but Gravity up top will be there for the coverage and will remove a Webwebs NA from the kill momentarily. Will not be long before Purge and Mohawk are back at it once again. Nice Semtex from Hixie to try and provide that coverage for Omit. Just take this time away from Webwebs, and, well, that scrap time really helpful at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's leader's advantage within a nutshell, right? Open up your COD dictionary. Everybody sitting at home. A leader's advantage is that Omit have about 100+ point lead. They can pick and choose to either play for the initial, win the rotation, or they can just continue to break any one of the setups that a Webwebs NA are trying to throw at them. And it's going to be more of the former rather than the latter. They're just going to try to break these setups continuously, as they only need 18 or 28 points more to be able to close it out.
This could well be the break. Gravity and Dave Paddy going to make their way in through that outside area. And, well, that initial push from Capstone was a little bit premature. Did wait for his teammates, decided that he had stars in his eyes and could, well, just make the heroic play himself. Now, though, Omit, they might not need him to do exactly that. That'll help a teammate in the kill feed. We've seen one too many of them in Modern Warfare 2 this season thus far. The green kill feed, Omit, they could well finish it here. Hixie looking to push on out through that side of the administration building. Only able to get one here. So Purge and Estriel still in with a chance. Estriel falls though. Purge goes down as well, the Gravity. And that should be all the coverage they require. I like the overextension from Capstone in the middle of the map. Mohawk trying to save the day though. Comes in for 2. Estriel in for another one. Didn't do enough. They still need to come in here for the scrap time. At least get the congestion. Estriel hold on for a couple more seconds to force the next hill. And they will. kill. There's another hard point in it here for a Wobbabobs.
They have the rotation as well. Squirt, you can see on the kill feed, actually shuts down Caps in the middle of the map. So the rotation from Scrap over towards Initial is going to be good for the time being for a Wobbabobs, but they are being swarmed in and around this hill.
They've had it trying it. Hixie's going around the other side as well. They're enacting here the flank. Need to time this correctly. Don't want to go in prematurely. And there it is. Hixie on one side, Capstone on the other. You fell foul to the Omit squeeze. And look at that. A good start here for Omit versus the Wobbabobs NA roster.
I mean, I don't even need a whole power outage to tell you, because I watched the entirety of when we hopped into when Gravity was just soaking up so much time, went on a 4 spree top of AC. And these are just things that you cannot allow to have happen specifically for this Wobbabobs NA roster. You really needed a whole lot more productivity out from your players, such as Squirt. That was the guy that was dropping just numbers after numbers yesterday. Esriel was the only one that went positive at 23 and 22, but I mean, this Omit roster, look, you and I were talking behind the scenes before we actually went live while EU was actually still happening, and we were kind of going back and forth about that Omit roster as a whole. They just gel so well as a 4-player roster. It just felt like every single cross was being watched either by Gravity or Dave Patty. You had Capsidal that was lurking in the middle of the map on Embassy. That's a guy that just absolutely feels himself when he has so many different fixtures and alleyways. And not to mention one of Hixie, just always can go big at the right moment of time, can soak up hardpoint when he needs to do so. Just an absolute squeaky clean roster coming through for Omit, and a wonderful showcasing here on Map 1.
Yeah, again, a team of ex-professional players, or in Hixie's case, potentially a future professional player. Is these guys looking really good at the moment. This is the Omit that we've come to know and love over the early Modern Warfare 2 season. We can show you guys the stats at the end of that game. In the hill, Gravity and Capstone sucking up the majority of the hill time alongside Hixie as well. Hixie, by the way, almost double positive at the end of that game. Just an incredible stat line for him. 14 kills inside the hill as well. I mean, Andy, this is just one of those occasions, right, where it's like everybody is going off. On the other side, though, some of the names that I think you and I pointed out yesterday, or yesterday, for Wobbabobs North America that were doing really well. I just think they were shut down. Purge, especially, was a real top performer. Just couldn't get anything going there. In that
yeah, it literally couldn't get anything going. I mean, both Purge and Squirt, you just needed a whole lot more to come out from them. I mean, say what you will about Mohawk maybe going 17 and 25, but there's only so much you can do when your SMGs are just getting pieced up continuously by either Hixie, Capsidal, or when those SMGs are trying to cross and Dave Patty's just watching it. I mean, it's very difficult to be able to put a pin into what could have gone even better for them, but this is just Omit honestly having their way on a map like Embassy, where they obviously feel quite comfortable.
That's a great map for Omit there in map number 1. A reminder for you folks at home, both of these two teams at the moment are sitting at 1-1 in their pool. So for Omit, this is a huge win for them. So, excuse me, Wobbabobs are actually 0-2 in their pool right now. Omit 1-1 though, for them to get this win. I think it's a pretty crucial one, I think, overall, especially given the fact that Wobbabobs NA are 0-2 as they currently stand. But here's a look at the map set then for the remainder of this best of 5. But Carlos Samus Search and Destroy, that is up next. It could be a good one for Omit. I think it probably should, to be honest, because this was a map yesterday where we saw Capstone just doing silly things.
Yeah, middle of the map open. Capsidal has dead silence. You could actually expect him just to hit all the way through the mid-market area and just start piecing everybody up, whether it's through the tunnel side or making his way all the way to the backside of Banana. Look, that guy is just absurd. It dates all the way back to when you saw him in the Kickoff Classic on Berlin Hardpoint when he was playing with Boston Breach and was just piecing and having his way, just fishing out all these timings. That aggression is at an all-time high in a game like Modern Warfare 2, where you really do feel like that the pace, obviously compared to Vanguard, is much slower. Capsidal feels like he's not skipping a single beat. That guy is just aggression incarnate.
And that's going to be a great map, I think, for Omit. Again, I think a really crucial one for a Wobbabobs NA. We need to start seeing Mohawk, the S&D god, coming out to play here from the Vanguard season. We know it's Modern Warfare 2, but we need to have that Mohawk back in the action. If a Wobbabobs NA want a chance at playoffs, they're currently 0-2. They need to perform versus Omit. But back to our main focus matchup. We were hyping it up for a very long time. Team War going head-to-head against the Boston Academy roster. A reminder for you folks at home, Boston Academy currently 0-6. They really need to have a good map here. I think if they start this series really strong, get the victory against Team War here on Hardpoint and Embassy, I think that would be such a massive confidence booster for the roster.
Yeah, you know, the same conversation sways away from a Wobbabobs NA here as it does for Boston. You do not want to start 0-3. The likelihood of you making playoffs becomes slim almost to none. But here on a map like Embassy Hardpoint, gotta have it. And you're starting off at least on the favorite side of the map. Sensor will find first blood. Great collapse as a whole. Shawnee will find 2. That's an early break.
It's not the best start, is it? Really, for Team War, but it's only just the one hit from Boston Academy. They do lose the favorable side of the map moving forward, so that will be something to consider now as Sensor's starting to face the wrath of Beans inside the hill. Or the opposition has seen War. Shawnee now up top providing the coverage for Boston Academy now and looking to get these kills and able to get the first one against Parasite, the second against Lau, who will be soaking up some of that early time. I think for Boston Academy here again, though, that the big conference point that you really need to focus on is just making sure you do hold this side of the map. Shawnee providing some great coverage, starting at 4 in a row. Looking for number 5 against Parasite would have been a nice gunfight, but not able to get it. And now a lot of this will rest on Sensor in the backline. You need to be a hero. Looking for the first. He is actually going to find it. The second in Johnny, laying right in front of him, goes for the long-range gunfight instead. Could still win that one, but not able to get it done. Unfortunately for him, though, his teammate actually going to get a 2-piece that might make this a more likely situation.
Yeah, maintaining the spawns ahead of New as well. I mean, you could not have asked for a better start for Boston Academy coming in towards this hill, but you still have to deal with Johnny, who was lurking over here for the longest time. Will completely go unscathed. Good help from Fire in the middle of the map will keep Johnny alive on this 4 spree. Looking for number 5, flies through the door, won't be able to find it. So Boston, as quick as they lost the spawns, off the ante and the respawn themselves, find a 4 dead. They'll be back in for the time.
And this has just been such a splendid start for Shawnee, hasn't it? 6 and 2. Again, this is one of those players that we said we wanted to see consistently perform for Boston Academy. This is the start that you wanted to see also Sensor at 6 and 5. Some pretty good starts, I think, across the board for the Boston roster, but they need to keep that consistently moving forward. Kremp now, of course, one of those players that we have highlighted here early on in the Modern Warfare 2 season, has an opportunity to break early on towards the AC hardpoint. A couple of names to take down, and it will be a nade from Sensor. I think doubling up the nades there, actually, from Boston Academy to remove those players from the hill. And now Parasite, all on his lonesome, has to save the day, has to save some time for his teammates to come up off the spawn. The coverage is there from Boston Academy, though, to potentially take those players down. I think Beans is being really super cautious about players coming on the flank, enables those players to get across towards their kill, and now Kremp needs to play hero. He's only able to get one. Fortunately, Beans does provide the late coverage and removes Team War.
0-4 to 5-5 there for Kremp. Beans also on the 6th spree is able to get himself a cruise missile through the middle of the map over by the palm tree. These are all massive implications to be able to continue on with the snowball potential ahead of the P4 hardpoint. But you can still see Scrap going down for the last 20 seconds over by P3. Kremp is still piecing on the next life, is able to find himself on another 3. Has some good centering, but Fire gets the shot first. And Lau shutting things down over by P2 means that they will be able to cement themselves 14 more for these spawns ahead of P4. You gotta have it here. You cannot afford to get broken again.
Now this has to be a big kill from Team War. Johnny getting his snake on the desk. Being wary of players coming on the flank, and it will not be long before they are joined by players on the flank. But look at Parasite making the route happen around the kill. Parasite in! Parasite is in for 2 huge gunfights. They've not quite dealt with all the threat of Boston Academy just yet. Kremp will finally fall towards the backline, but now those players are actually spawning in the back too. So Parasite still has a fair bit of work to do here, and unfortunately does fall. Our Team War done just yet, though? That's the question. Still, Fire and Lau could still hold on towards this hard point, and they actually will win their ones. Fire now on 4 in a row, looking for number 5 against Sensor in the stairwell, and he takes him down. Number 6 on the cards against Shawnee, and Fire will find it. What an incredible play from Fire here. Team War, we said they needed to hold. Fire will finish on 7 in a row. We knew that Boston had a cruise missile. Well, now War have one too.
16-7 for Beans on the opposite side, 15-10 for Fire. That's exactly what we got to see out from Young Fire there yesterday in their 2 series worth being played, with somewhere closer to 1.3 KD in the hardpoint and overall in total. That's what you're going to need to lean on going forward. Parasite's going to be calling out the spawns, trying to soak up some hardpoint time. Fire's going to be there for the slays. In for the initial time for Kitchen. They're already reading where this hit's coming from. Fire playing in the close position over by the stairs. Completely breaks the ankles mentally of Kremp, who is able to find the trade. But Parasite just playing the head glitch on the table here in Kitchen will cement Team War for the initial time.
Here they come. Boston Academy still want to go at this one. They're going for a one-dimensional attack this time around, all the way through the stairwell. Kremp with the opening kill here. Shawnee has already fallen, so now a 2 versus 2 on the point. Johnny sitting in the corner, a position that they should expect, but Fire is ready for it. Fire for 2. Fire for Lau, gets that 3rd and final kill. And now for Team War here, they're looking to get back in this game. It was a good hold on the admin hardpoint. It's looking to be a good hold on this one too. They'll send one more player in for the scrap. I'll just be Kremp, who does pick up Fire, and actually a 2nd kill too. It's a worthy amount. It was about 10-15 seconds of scrap time there. The Boston are actually able to acquire a way for Team War. And Andy, our storyline coming into this matchup was Boston Academy. They needed to come out with some fire. I think they absolutely are at the moment.
They did, at least through the initial few hills. But I mean, the job was done for Team War to be able to answer back with how well Boston Academy had an opening rip, and then able to string together through the break of P2 and then in towards P3. Team War did an exceptional job of their P4 to P5 rotations, but in towards the second, just about a 10-point game in between these two. Boston Academy from the end of P5 tried to make sure that they got control of admin building, and they did a bang-up job of doing that, but they have to be careful here. There's still 30 seconds that is active inside of P1, excuse me. They cannot allow Team War to get all comfy cozy for this time.
Yeah, this is a lot of time to give away on P1. We know that generally speaking, historically, P1s are not money kills by any stretch of the imagination. Sensor, though, does split up the play and stops Team War from getting the wealth of time that they would have desired off the back of this one. Will now be on 3 in a row. Finally shut down off that, but Sensor does actually make a really good play there to get those guys off. But now they need to be careful about players getting in for that P2 rotation. Beans to sniff out loud before he can cause some problems inside administration building. You know that he's more than worthy of doing exactly that. Now Team War going to have to be a little bit more honest of it. Making their way through the parking lot area. Now with the opening flood on towards Beans. Lau still has a little bit of work to do here. Just going to lay down for a second. Shawnee, though, hunts him down. Make sure that he doesn't do any more damage. And the opening wave of gunfights will go Boston Academy's way.
Out comes the reprise, though. Look at the spawn that actually came through from Beans. He actually effectively spawned all the way inside of Orange. I'm not too sure that Team War are going to be aware of this, but they need to hit the gas. They need to go all the way through. They have spawns over by admin building, and they deal with the lurking players that were over there for the time being. Lau's going to get the last lap versus Beans, but has no assistance on this side of the map. We're just down to 15 seconds, and Boston Academy are still setting players to maybe fight for some scrap. Sensor will soak that up, but the battle over towards AC is going to be a big one. Beans could not turn around in time to deal with Johnny. The numbers are going to favor for Team War ahead of the rotation.
Beans will fall. Massive gunfight for a Team War to take. They've got the coverage as well. Lau pushed all the way inside the administration building, finally will fall. And this is actually massive here. Beans going to actually choose to utilize his streak to make sure that nobody gets inside the hardpoint. Parasite will now be removed, and the opening is there. As I said, Team War didn't have anybody inside the administration building, so no coverage for the cross. But now they do. Lau just storms the building in for 2, looking for the third inside electrical, but he will find himself shocked. And now Shawnee looking to get back inside. He gets the closing kill on towards Johnny, but the fight's still over just yet. Parasite climbs up the ladder. Shawnee, Spartacus kicks him down, and Shawnee now on 3 in a row, looking for 4. Do not peek for Shawnee, looking to get the regen, and he will in time, but Lau still wins the gunfight, and that is a back 20. Team War should be able to get it, but now we focus on the rotations. Beans, a huge one, and he wins it, looking for a second inside admin, and he will look for a third as well. I think for Beans here, just try and waste some time for your team to come over.
Still had a 1v1 actually going down for the back 7 seconds. I mean, Sensor was over there, was able to get the better of Parasite, but luckily enough, Beans has an SMG in hand. He's already trying to enforce his way for this rotation. There were some eliminations that came through previously, but those numbers are swaying in the favor of Boston Academy when Beans goes back to finish his food, at least on the fire, but you still need to be able to get control of your back parking lot. You need some of these lurking members to be able to call out where these players are rotating in from, because Beans cannot do it by himself.
Beans, I mean, he can do it by himself, let's be honest at this point. He's on 4 in a row, but he won't need to. There's Kremp, Shawnee also picking up kills around the hard point. Boston Academy in a really good spot here to really start to walk away with this game. The back 25 is a huge amount of time for Team War to give away. I think Team War, though, in this instance, they do not want to overextend. They don't want to leave any lanes open for Boston Academy to ruin their rotation over towards next. And there is a good reason why. This hill is not an easy one to hold by any means, but still, it's probably a good opportunity for Team War to get back in towards this game. Now for Lau, just watching the cross. He's going to be the player that catches any of these players off guard in the middle of the map, if it is going to be anybody. And now repositioning over towards the palms. Could help out his team hugely here as they're starting to take some nades and some stuns from Shawnee and from Sensor 2. Parasite, though, 2 huge gunfights to stop Boston Academy. You got to take down Beans as well. And Beans, you know what he is like now coming in here. He's on his lonesome for a second, waiting for the Kremp on the other side, but Beans will fall. The first wave of gunfights goes the way of Team War, but they're not done yet. It's now to fire. A 1 versus 3 inside. He's got to face players on both sides, and the pinch is in. Boston Academy, they're in 2.
Yeah, Kremp got to be able to show up in a big way there for that 2-piece as well. You can absolutely still close it out here if you're Boston Academy, so you need to start going if you are Team War. You got 1 player on the flank. That's going to be Johnny. Has so much work to be doing on the pinch on the opposite side. Johnny, able to snap for the second, though. Still more to do.
That trophy system's, though, so annoying for Johnny to deal with. He actually gets weak off the back of it, and we'll have to wait a few more seconds that ideally they didn't want to give away towards Boston Academy. They won't be able to finish it here regardless of what happens. Krepto still fighting tooth and nail for the scrap time, and why wouldn't you? It led you ever so closer to that 250-point mark, and this is actually one of those situations, Andy, where they could well finish it, to be fair, off P1. You know, we were talking again that P1, generally speaking, isn't a hill where you're able to get a ton of time. 10 seconds is not out of the realms of probability. Kremp is absolutely going to go for it. The coverage, though, from up top will now disappear as Beans gets the opening blood sensor, soaking up the time. He is now removed. Shawnee looking for it. He's now removed as well. And Kremp, it's Kremp for 2, but not for 3. Parasite cuts him short. And now Center, can he perhaps pick things up? No. Team War denying them for now.
They're denying them for now, and they still have the admin building control. Look at the mini-map right now, Brody. There's so much work for Lau to do in the hardpoint itself. He's going to give it up. He knows that he needs to get this one inside a kitchen. Dead Silence is going to get popped. You also have some help over by the admin building as well. It's going to be Parasite that drops down. He's able to take down Sensor. You cannot allow for this Boston Academy roster to get in for the time. Kremp's able to find one. The trade's there for Johnny. Now you got to rotate towards New.
Yeah, the spawns are in for Boston Academy. Johnny needs to go big, and Johnny does exactly that, in for 2, looking for 3 around the back line. Johnny, though, with 2 of his own. Shawnee for 3, and that will close things out. Shawnee finishes on 4 in a row there, and Boston Academy do exactly what we said they needed to do as they clinch their first map victory here in Challengers Elite.
And I tell you what, Boston putting themselves on the board, no longer an 0-6 team. Go ahead and knock that up to a 1-6 team. They win their first map of Challengers Elite Season 1, and albeit for some heroics that came through from Fire, 34 and 25, sure. I mean, Boston Academy did a great job at just sharing all of the legwork continuously. We'll be able to show you the stats more here momentarily, but I gotta tell you, man, the way that Boston really did look through the opening first few hard points there, just being able to contest P1, maintain P2 spawns, lose those spawns, and then immediately contest for the back 25, and then break over by P3, not once, but twice, in 2 different sets of hard points, is so massive for them to be able to lean on some of the slaying factors they were able to have for themselves. Those slaying factors that they didn't have yesterday, and that guy's name is Shawnee. The construction man showed up in a big way. 31 in 21, 3,600 damage. I mean, when you're Beans and Kremp, I mean, you're just licking your lips, because that makes your job so much easier just to lurk and find some of these offset slays.
I think the key thing for me there, right, is that Shawnee he's not just getting these kills off watching angles. You know, he's got 1 minute 18 in the hill. He's actually getting stuck in, getting it done inside the hard point. And the difference, I think, that we've seen in the past, but I think previously, you know, he's been kind of that coverage player for this roster. Now he is absolutely getting kills inside the hard point. Again, a 1.5 KD at the end of that game. Beans doing Beans things as well, providing the proper coverage at 31 kills too. So Boston Academy looking pretty hot in their first map against Team War. We'll see if they can continue for now, though. Let's go take a look at another match that's going on right now. We were talking about the Mikado Search and Destroy between Omit and Wobbabob's NA. Right off the start this one, already a 3 versus 3 situation. Trade's going down here as the bomb will be down. And now for Wobbabob's trying to make the retake happen. 30 seconds left, and Omit, well, they know where they're coming from. Hixie looking to extend out. Squirt did not expect that peek from Hixie. It's a reckless play, and well, it will catch Squirt off guard. Mohawk now in a 1 versus 2. He's pulled stuff off like this in the past, but not to be done here. He's trying to play whack-a-mole with the players through the windows.
That's so annoying, isn't it? I mean, through so many different times when we were watching the Mercado Search and Destroy from Omit's perspective yesterday, where we ended up seeing just that specific setup versus Aphelion Esports, where they were just able to get the bomb planted over at A and then just constantly cycling players out just from that building.
Well,
okay, I honestly thought it was me there for a second. That's why I stopped talking. I thought it was me. I thought I lost power, but I saw both my lights were still on. And then I heard you talk, and then everything was fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, it was just the way you stopped speaking. You were like, what? I was like, oh, is he gone? Did he disappear? No, I really thought I'd lost you there for a second, mate. It was a really sad. I thought it was like Titanic for a sec there. Regardless,
I can't quit you.
So yeah, I have seen some movies, Andy. I promise.
Yeah, but you still haven't seen The Emperor's New Groove, and that really makes me angry.
I don't. What is The Emperor's New Groove? I don't know. Am I supposed to know what that is? I don't know. Regardless, Omit 4-3 up in that search destroy. We'll see what's going on with that one moving forward. Let's take a look at the map set then for Boston and Team War. I really think it's not necessarily a surprise to see them come out and win map number 1. You know, I think the names in this Boston Academy roster, there is a lot of talent on the team. You know, Shawnee, historically speaking, one of EU's best players, and obviously Beans in recent history up there with the best of the best from European challengers. Mikado Search and Destroy, though, that is up next. And again, this is a battleground we already kind of covered, where Mikado Search and Destroy, it could well be a good one for Team War.
Yeah, both these two teams did play this at least once yesterday. A round 11 versus a Wubbabubs North America for Timor. A round 9 loss for Boston Academy going up against that Omit roster. And it's just one of those things, again, for this Boston Academy team. When you were going back and rewatching with that matchup versus Omit, the one thing that kind of really sticks out was just those first bloods. Just constantly swaying in the favor of Omit. We know what they're able to do once they do get those first bloods, that you're either dealing with Capsidol in your face, or you're dealing with just Hixie and Day Patty inside of Cantina. Very annoying to deal with, constantly. But Beans was really trying to enforce his way with the boomstick in hand. We know what this guy can do when he has a sniper rifle. You just need to be able to have some follow-up on the opposite side from maybe an SMG. And if Shawnee can continue on with this performance of what we saw from that Embassy hardpoint, I think that Team Warner might get a good run for their money here.
That's the key thing. I think that the key to success, I think, for Team War, at least in this Search and Destroy, is going to be making sure that you avoid the sniper rifle of Beans, because Beans is just such a monster of this thing. Again, it comes back to the conversation that we had at the top of the show, right? In regard to Beans, it's just like, you know, arguably, he is the best sniper rifle in the entirety of challengers. He is so good. I think I recall like a clip or something. It was like on a 1 versus 4 or something silly, or the 4 piece on like Embassy. Yeah, I think it was Eric that tweeted out, maybe, or Maple or something like that. And it's just like GA the sniper or something like that. It was like, or GA Beans. I think it was probably more the app reaction of the two. It was just insane, and I think Beans has always been capable of that. Of course, we saw it, you know, first blood percentage for Beans in Vanguard was nuts. So he is more than capable of it. If War can avoid that, if he can avoid that battle in the middle of the map, better if they could win it and take Beans out of the equation, it will be pretty good. But of course, as we said, you know, for Boston Academy, they're looking pretty good at the moment. We were talking about that confidence booster, and maybe it will give a confidence booster to the subs as well to start really getting involved in the situation here. Maybe we're going to see Kremp get back into do those kind of early Modern Warfare 2 Kremp things, because Kremp, arguably, again, is another one of those players that we haven't really had the chance to talk about, to be honest, Andy. You know, formerly known as Volance, so you guys might have heard of him before when he used to be called Volance.
Formerly known as
yeah, we don't need to go through his various aliases, mate. We're not trying to expose the guy. But, of course, Volance, I mean, or Kremp now, this is probably the best he's looked in a long time, I think. You know, maybe not so much consistently, but when he does go off, he goes off.
Oh, absolutely. And it's one of those things that we got to highlight specifically last year when Shift and I were actually casting the Boston Open. Was when Kremp was playing with Ghosty, actually. And you can almost kind of go 1-for-1 more or less with what Beans brings to the table, like what Ghosty was doing, and that just makes Kremp's job feel a little bit easier, if you will. Having that trust with an AR to keep up with the pace that Kremp is going to be bringing with the sniper rifle. No one be surprised, it's going to be an A push off the rip here for Boston's first offense, but Fire has a nice play Semtex to find first blood.
And it is all about utility here on this map, isn't it? Trying to get the information off the back of that, and then off the back of that, working forward on towards Cantina. Already, though, one man down will be Boston Academy. Kremp, as you say, out of the round, and Team War off the back of that can play this one super passively. They're in that position inside the tunnel. That's ultimately the problem for Boston Academy. As center falls, things will go from bad to worse. The bomb now down just outside Cantina. Shawnee has to go on a retrieval. Beans has to take that 1 versus 2. Shawnee now in a 1 versus 4. He's got 1 kill, Andy. So it's you know, possible, but not really probable in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the frustrations of a first-round offense, especially on Mercado Los Almas, when you're trying to force your way over inside Cantina. I don't care what god timing you're going to be able to get. There's always going to be a nade or two that comes over the top, both offense and defensive. Like, obviously, round 1, trophy systems have not been earned yet, so well done by Fire to be able to get that first blood. And then it immediately called for at least one more player that was going to rotate in the middle of the map to reconvene over by the AS&D side and make sure that Boston fell trapped inside Cantina. 2 kills in that round for Fire. Gonna have to see what Team War do on their offense, and stuns, nades over the top, get some information. We'll get at least a tag, confirm the trophy systems here. Team War trying to commit over towards A.
That was a really good effort from Center, to be fair. He actually ran straight towards Cantina, thinking that was probably the best play that he'd make, and it probably was in that situation. Regardless, though, Team War, they will win out on the trades, obviously off that first nade. Now for Kremp and Beans. Split up at the moment. I think Beans is just keeping an eye on that top position. See if he can catch anybody top Cantina. Gotta be careful you don't go out of bounds here, Beans. And, oh, there you go. He gets the warning notification that he's in trouble. Knuckles, I'm in danger. No! It's Johnny that's in danger. Beans gets the snipe off. But Kremp has already fallen. And now Beans, it has a 1 versus 3. The bomb will go down. Beans, sniper rifle in hand. He could still lose if he gets anybody through the windows. And it will not be long before Fire and Parasite peek out.
There's at least one of them's up here. Should at least have the senses that both of them should be over here in a post-plant situation. He's going to have to do it mostly with a sniper. Does find a TAC 56 to maybe try to force his way to do it. You have to allocate about 7.5 seconds to be able to get the defuse. And Parasite, I don't know where you thought you were going there, brother. Drops down from the Cantina balcony. But Beans has no idea where Fire's located at. He's going to come do the bomb check. And yeah, Fire's going to be gifted that free final elimination. He gave himself a good effort, you know, showing that really unintended line of sight for it to be able to get that first blood for the 1v3 versus Johnny. But very tough to beat doing here, especially when Fire pops dead silence, makes no noise, finds kill number 3 in a row.
It's kind of funny in a way, because I thought Fire there. I was a little bit concerned for a second. He ran back at the wrong time entirely. Beans is able to get that kill for free. And 1v1 prior to that. But no information, as you say, to win out on the round. So despite a couple of good snipes here so far, Beans hasn't been able to be the catalyst for Boston Academy. A couple of rounds that do go the way for Team War. And now do they do something different here? I was considering whether or not they would go straight towards B. It seems like that has been the case. And Fire, he seems he's really fed up. He just doesn't like Johnny anymore. He's fed up. He's had enough. Takes him out of the round.
I think the nade just kind of got caught. They're on a teammate trying to cross in front of him, or maybe on a wall. Not too sure. All speculation. 3v4. And Team War have the whereabouts. I mean, whether there were nades thrown over top of the cantina or not, they got no information whatsoever. It's going to be a B assault coming through from Boston Academy, but they need to be careful here. They don't get trapped inside of 10, and as soon as Sensor tries to go plant the bomb, he had no assistance to overwatch that dumpster peak. That will make things even 3-piece.
Yeah, they were being so cautious of their backline. They weren't actually being careful about the front at all. Parasite comes through dark and takes Sensor down. So despite having the numbers hit, they now have to do the improbable task of grabbing that bomb. Parasite still around the site as well. Slow and steady as you like. Well blow this entire thing up. Boston Academy do not know where he is. The longer he takes, to be fair, the longer they might have an inkling that something's up. And, well, Kremp comes for the check all the way around the middle of the map to make it happen. Fire left up in a 1 versus 3. The bomb will go down regardless of what happens, unless he dies, of course, which is what happens. Good choice by Boston there to hit B.
Yeah, I mean, you get gifted the first blood off of a teammate that comes through from Fire, and you immediately make the call. You just commit over towards B. I mean, Team War did have the read, albeit because they did not get any nade connections apart from maybe the team kill. Again, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop beating that dead horse, but nothing else connected over top Cantina, so they knew that it was going to be a B committal. Lau did find the timing to at least stop Sensor from planting the bomb at B, but I mean, numbers advantage, top 10 positioning, it was all going to falter for sure unless some snappy kills came through.
All right, well, the stuns and nades are over. Verdict is in. Team War have control of Cantina. Boston Academy content to sit back for a second here. They don't have anybody in the middle of the map. Surely enough, Lau and Fire checking that soon. They should be wary of that fact. So still not confident enough to get this bomb down just yet. They want to kill, and Lau will be the player that makes the advance towards the Boston defense. Pushed all the way back by nades and stuns. They're relying a lot here on Beans.
Seems like the recipe for search and destroy for Boston. That peak again. You see up top, I mean, got to be very careful with how you do peak this, but in a 3v4, you're really hoping you'd be able to find that next pick. Johnny finds the timing to find Beans. Gonna be Kremp now in a 1v2, would technically be a 1v3 off of that elimination on the Lau snaps to the window, but there was a player top dumpster. Wonderfully done this time around from Team War. Again, the A committals are at an all-time high for them. You get the information from the nades, the tax over top, whether it's a trophy system or not. Once you get inside this top Cantina positioning, you should almost expect that there's going to be another chow that comes through from tunnel, if not over on the backside of L. They read it perfectly, wonderfully executed from Team War to slow down the pace after first blood.
That's just a lot given up. The bomb site there by Boston Academy. I didn't really have much of a choice, to be honest. Held hostage by all the utility thrown early from Team War. Looking pretty good here, War. Johnny at 4 and 2, Fire at 4 and 1. And off the start of this one, it will be Parasite that takes out Beans. That sniper rifle, the secret weapon for Boston Academy, is down for the count. Maybe they can tie things up, and they will, as Kremp forces his way in towards the site. Lau is down. Gonna get the bomb down. They got to be careful for the flanking player in Johnny.
Yeah, I was about to call that out. Johnny, he is very quickly on the flank. Now, what kind of timing he's going to find? He sees Sensor down low. Sensor should have a submachine gun here, so Johnny should have the better weapon for it. Shawnee, though, up top. He's going to get the better of him. Kremp on the opposite side, able to take down Fire. Now it's Parasite's turn. With the sniper in hand. 1v3 for the retake. Good luck, have fun, brother.
Oh, he gets a free kill on towards Kremp. Also free kill on towards Shawnee, maybe? No, the shots are in. Shawnee takes him down. Oh, yeah, that's a close one. Big kills coming in there for Boston Academy. Right off the rip, taking out Beans does certainly help. That is a nice snipe from Parasite to take him out of the round. And then, of course, to be wary of the fact that Johnny is flanking and get the team shots on too. Boston Academy, good close part positioning here around the A-bomb site. They're keeping themselves in the conversation, Andy.
That was going to be my question, though, is who's going to pull out the sniper to maybe counter-snipe against Beans, right? I mean, we saw Lau do it back in Cup number 3, specifically on Fortress. Dude was putting on a montage, but Parasite pulls it out here, albeit able to at least find a pick or two. It's not enough to maybe try to enforce your way towards one of these sites. Parasite trophy system in hand, throws all of his utility. It's a little bit of a bait play, but you still have 2 players over here defensively for the B defense.
Sensor gets that first blood, or rather not the first blood, because elsewhere Beans has already drawn that with the sniper on a fire, but it's first blood in terms of that particular engagement over towards B. The bomb is already down inside silos now. This is going to be a real tough one for Parasite and Johnny. Parasite, perhaps if he can get this kill versus Shorty, will make it a much more manageable situation. Nobody's watching the cross as well, so if he does kill Shawnee, it should be an untradeable kill. Still a big ask, still a big 1 versus 1 it takes since Shawnee is L-triggering around the corner. Steady. Shawnee has his number. Parasite is down, and now Johnny left up in a 1 versus 3. He was really relying on that kill. And now in a 1 versus 3, there's just not really much you can do.
Nah, really needed it, though. These 2 rounds that were sequenced have been played quite wonderfully for Boston Academy. I mean, it was a pretty standardized 1-3 split with Parasite throwing all of his utility over towards A, maybe trying to get a bait play. I don't even think any nades came through from Boston. If they did, they might have landed a little bit short to hit Parasite's trophy system. Regardless, they're 2-2 standardized setup defensively. I mean, getting Doug in bottom 10, playing the head glitch of that desk was just so massive. I mean, whether Team War got some information or not off of Parasite's utility throwing over by A, they thought that they might have been able to really enforce their way over towards 10 and maybe get that bomb planted at B. Not the case. Tied up, round 7.
Boston choosing once again to pull the B trick out of the hat. Much slower this time around, though. That will enable Team War to get over here if they too choose to do so. I think it's too late now, though. A reaction around the back. Here comes Parasite. Fire. If you can get around this alley unscathed, would be good. Daddy hasn't been activated, so Parasite is going for it. He should be able to get the kill on towards Sensor. Now can he get the hell out of dodge? He actually wants to get stuck right in the thick of it here. A second would be great, but no! Beans with a close snipe. Holds the angle. And well, it was a good effort, but no. 3v2 now. Fire and Lau still got to get this site.
Just the way the ragdoll just hit the floor. It was just so enforced. 2v2 though. Bomb still needs to be planted. Kremp, he was on the flank the entire time. Did the bait play over towards A through some utility. Now reprises past Dumpster and L. Fire. Act 56 in hand. Pops dead silence. Bomb still needs to get recovered here by Shawnee and planted. Fire might be able to find some good timing, get some shots on a Kremp. Can't see Shawnee planting the bomb. Gives away his positioning as well. 2v1.
Well, maybe those shots would have got the player off the bomb, but nope. Now still a 1 versus 2. They don't know how far he's pushed up. Kremp is preempting the door, though. Should have his number. There you go. Good effort there in the 1 versus 2, but not to beat. It's Boston Academy. Again, it's these B kits, Andy, looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. And again, I'm pretty sure I'd have to go back and really rewatch it, but I'm pretty sure Kremp this time around, rather than 4 players all hitting over towards B, Kremp actually was lurking over by the taco truck, and I think he threw some nades over the top, maybe try to get a little bit of a bait play, because 2 players for Team War were still lurking over by the planters box, and then by the time that Team War were having the wits about them, they thought that maybe we should probably go check B. It was just a little bit too late, and albeit Parasite does stop the bomb from getting down initially, the setup inside top 10, Beans on the backside of the cut, which is too much to bear.
It's been 3 rounds on the bounce now for Boston Academy. Can they make it 4? Trades going down in Canteen right off the rip here in favor of Team War for the moment. Lau looking to extend that further. Haven't quite accounted for Beans, though, towards the tunnel side. He's already got a Parasite, and now on the flank will be Kremp. They don't know where he is. Down towards Lau, looking for the top kill. No, so close there. He got him in the right order, but just couldn't finish off. And that's one of the faster 8 rounds we've had so far.
I mean, that is Mercado Los Almas search and destroy in a nutshell. We've been seeing that since day 1 of this game's launching when we got private matches. Everybody just full flood to A, 4-4. Let's see how the guns end up working for one another. The nades can only find so much information when trophy systems have been accrued. It mostly just comes down to who's able to get control of top canteen. It works out for Team War in their favor. They stop the bleeding after those 3 rounds in a row by Boston. Keep things tied up here at 4 apiece ahead of round 9.
Boston, they are choosing to go towards A. They sent a couple of players that way. This might be a late hit, potentially. Trying to play off the sniper of Beans. Once again, we're going toe-to-toe with Parasite in the middle. And it's Parasite. Hugh wins out. Beans just couldn't get an eye on him. Parasite had the angle and doesn't have the angle for Krem. Actually misses with the first shot. And I don't think he quite was ready for that one. Kremp will tie things up here elsewhere. Johnny has taken down Kremp, and is that double sniper setup? I think it might be.
No, he picked up Parasite.
Yeah, he picked up Parasite. Yeah. I was thinking for a second there. Regardless, though, Team War coming out on top of that round, and then the Parasite versus being sniped will continue.
I mean, it's like you were saying, Parasite was just not ready for that hit flinch to come all the way through. That thing is a burden and a half. How about this snap from Lau, though, up top on the lamppost? Nimble as a cat. Able to find the first in the window and then drops down to find the last. Yeah, I mean, that first blood coming through from Parasite, again, is big. Again, it was a massive consideration on who's going to pull out the sniper rifle in these elite matches for Team Warp. Parasite's showing up in a big way. As the bomb this time around, it's going to be an A-Flood, 4 players strong. Team Warp up map point.
Boston looking to get much more involved this time around. Sensor down for the count. Kremp needs to go huge here on the flank as Shawnee has already fallen. He's able to get one pre-fires around the back line, but nobody is there. Instead, into Cantina he goes here. Beans is providing the coverage from the tunnel side, but Kremp still needs to win one of these gunfights at least. Can't find it, and now it's best up the Beans in a 1 versus 3. Of course, War well aware of this fact as well. They could probably get the bomb down if they so choose. They have to get it down in the right place, though. Coverage has to be provided. I think they've actually gone for... Yeah, they're good around the corner here. Beans is not going to see this one. Just get shot down. There you go. Beans down for the count. Good coverage from War. They're able to take it.
6-4 is the final scoreline here on Mercado map number 2. We're tied up in the series 1 apiece, but I mean, I gotta say that Boston really gave themselves a good old Scholars attempt to maybe try to close out this map number 2, barring some heroics and some other B executes that came through from them. Really kept a Team War on skates, but I mean, hey, one of the biggest difference makers, especially in those last few rounds, was Parasite pulling out the sniper rifle, looking across that mid lane, and being able to get that first blood onto Bean. Shutting down that pressure continuously is very massive. It allows so many different players to get in those very annoying and lurking angles, such as Lau, top Cantina on that windowsill, being able to hold strong while any other player from Boston Academy were trying to get top Cantina in their favor. But it also has to be said, I mean, the flexibility and creativity for Team War on a lot of their offensive executes are at an all-time high. Definitely look a lot better in that Mercado Search and Destroy comparatively to how they may have looked yesterday, albeit still in a winning form. They're definitely looking pretty darn good and poised to continue on with their winning ways.
Yes. Team War looking pretty good at the moment. They're able to tie the series up 1-1 with Boston Academy. Let's take a look then at another match that's going on right now. This is that matchup that we were talking about. The teams that are currently 2-0. TFL Enterprises and Smog Alpha. Surprised a lot of people on day number 1. Going head-to-head at the moment, and I want to say toe-to-toe. I don't necessarily think that's the case at this point in Embassy Hardpoint, as TFL, given Smog Alpha the old dingery-do, goes to on 7 in a row.
What? You know what? Never mind. I'm not giving you the light of day.
No,
I'm not giving you the light of day. T-Real's 20-9. He's on a 5 spree. Relax, Brody. Everything's fine. T-Real's just having his way. The Fellow Master going absolutely AWOL on this map. Although here on P3 for the AC Hill, Smog Alpha are in for the time being. I mean, you essentially have to get a full 60 here. Cruise Missile was earned quite some time ago by Ghosty. We'll get Thresh, but that's really all you're going to be able to get. I mean, TFL Enterprise is not necessarily in a position to maybe contest his hardpoint.
At least they take Tudor down off a spree there. I'm not too sure if he has something already ready to go, but if he didn't, he will not earn that cruise missile. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel here for Smog Alpha. You need to hold on towards us back 20 seconds or so of time, but this does give TFL Enterprise quite a lot of room to maneuver around this map. Fellow just going to keep in this position. It will, of course, help them on the rotation also. Good call from Fresh there to take him out of that power position. Now need to be careful about players coming on the flank, and Ghosty wins that one-on-one engagements. There is a lot of TFL Enterprises players to deal with here if you're a Smog Alpha, and here they come. T-Real looking for the player behind the desk, will not find it. Infinite wins that particular 1v1. Now Yuli versus Fresh in the back line, and Yuli wins that as well. Still though, Smog Alpha have one crucial gunfight inside their kill. You gotta deal with Yuli though. He's creating space for his team, and T-Real more than happy to get in that space. The gunfights are there for TFL Enterprises. That might well just be the break they needed.
Just need a handful more seconds. 20 to be exact. They're all basically just stacked inside the hardpoint. They're playing angles, and nobody's able to get the trade on a T-Real. Fellow over by the planter's box. Gonna shut down Rupa before they can even get in. It's just Infinite who's on the top side of the balcony. Needs to go big here. I mean, all of his teammates are being cut down. Needs to check every single corner. Does check at least the close right, but that's about all they're going to be able to find. 3 seconds are all they're required. Fresh cannot get any nades in as well. Can't even contest. TFL Enterprises continuing on with their winning ways from yesterday with an emphatic W here on Embassy Hardpoint, 250 to 138.
Yeah, that's more like the 2-Real that you love to see, and Ghosty too, playing extremely well. It was a long, it was like a long time since I've actually been able to watch 2-Real play like that. So great game out of him, and of course Ghosty, as we said, you know, playing exactly like he did yesterday when he was playing Iron Blood Gaming, absolutely just crushing it at the moment. Those sprees so integral. Kind of feel gutted in a way that we didn't get to see the start of that hard point, Andy, because I don't know what was going on for Smog Alpha. Things did not go well. That is one of the more indomitable scorelines on Embassy Hardpoint, a map that, generally speaking, I mean, every single time we've seen Embassy so far this season, it's always been within like 50 points or so. That one, definitely not.
Oh, you know what's actually really funny too is that well, you and I were casting all of EU yesterday. We barely even saw any Embassy Hardpoint. I actually don't even think we got a single Embassy Hardpoint here in NA for our first 3 matches on broadcast. All Embassy Hardpoints, and all of them were very emphatic, but not as emphatic of what TFL Enterprises just did against Smog Alpha. I mean, it had to have been a pacing difference, wouldn't it? I mean, for 2-Real to be able to find that much value with an SMG on the majority of a map like Embassy is something for a site to absolutely behold. He only had 3 traded kills for 2 minutes of hardpoint time. I mean, come on!
Yeah, as I'll credit Colin for the joke. Colin made the joke here that he had 2.0 real is the joke that we said in the chat. I think our producer said it as well, so give him a little bit of credit. Yeah, so it's low-hanging fruit, guys. Come on now. 24 and 12 though, it is a good point to make. 2-Real again playing out of his mind. Ghosty as well at 20 and 12, doing a lot of that inside the hard point, and that smells to me that Smog Alpha, they made a lot of attempts at heal time but couldn't really get in. And again, I mean, a lot of the players that we were pointing out, you know, those big boy players, Smog Alpha yesterday, Snoopy, Rooper, that had a great time, just shut down in a lot of these key situations. TFL Enterprises versus Smog Alpha, we were talking about these teams being the Titans of day one. Well, TFL Enterprises at the moment, they're starting to win that joust.
Yeah, I mean, continuing on with their antics of what we saw from yesterday, right? I mean, for this TFL Enterprises roster, here's their best of 5 map set. They'll be going into a Mercado Search and Destroy. Same 2 maps, by the way, that we have for all 3 of our matches. The only time where we see a little bit of wrench in the system is in this specific matchup where they go to a Albagra Fortress for their map number 3. But regardless, this TFL Enterprises roster, I mean, a lot of people were kind of, you know, shaving them off to maybe be a team that could maybe cause a little bit of ruckus, but I mean, how can you ever forget what 2-Real as well as Yuli were doing with that Decimate roster going back through Raleigh? Yuli is just constantly able to drop numbers. TFL has that aggressive AR flex in Ghosty. They remain undefeated in their group play so far.
Well, we'll see if that continues to be the case. The Smog Alpha could well fight back. They are a pretty talented roster. We saw that very much in day number 1 with 2 huge Game 5 victories. Let's get back into our focus matchup, though. Team War going head-to-head with Boston Academy. Again, the storyline coming into today was the Boston Academy. They needed to start firing on all cylinders, and while they have done that so far, it feels like Team War might have woken up with that Search and Destroy victory. Let's see if that carries across to Hotel Control. We always ask the question whether or not Team War or whether or not a team will hit B right off the rip. It is the harder point to take, so you want to get some progression early on. Parasite, at least having a look over towards it. Boston Academy, though, they are staunchly defending B off the rip.
I'd say it's pretty standard at this point. You know, you start off here on Hotel Control for an offense. You basically want to try to force your way over towards B, maybe get a segment or 2. If you win it, that's great. But off the respawns now, Team War has shifted their focus over towards A, and they actually get the read on Shawnee and towards the back. That's a great trade to find for yourself to be able to keep fire in the zone alive. A lot of Beans to worry about here in Rugs.
Beans does fall, though. Team War making that progress today now, and just one more player close by. It's going to be Sensor that could do something, but Parasite with the read to take him down, and that should be A fallen by the wayside as long as Boston Academy do not overinvest any more lives. They do still have to be concerned, though. Lau over towards B in the back line, looking to take the players off the spawn. I like the repositioning from Beans, just making sure he gets involved with Sensor here for a potential 2 versus 1 situation, but Sensor goes early to deal with Lau. Elsewhere, it's going to be Shawnee falling as well. There goes Beans. Lau has wasted well enough time here for Team War to find their way on the point.
Start differences coming through from Team War. They lost this 0-3 versus a Wubba NA yesterday. They are stringing together eliminations. They're having players in key positions, but nobody clear top bedroom where Kremp pounces, is able to find 2. Johnny will be there for the trade, but stops that second segment from tacking on over.
Big clutch there by Kremp. Now for Boston Academy, things are normal again. As long as they deal with Johnny inside bedroom, they haven't done so just yet. Sensor trying to get that advanced position to make sure nobody comes and helps him on out. Still haven't dealt with the Fred just yet, and there you go. Johnny jumps down. Sensor's like, what are you doing, buddy? I'm here to deal with you. And Johnny will get soaked up there. Good kill from Sensor. Second one in a row. Still again, though. There is Lau in that back line. Once more. We're going to deal with the players off the spawn. Beans will finally take him out. And now for a walk back to square one, they go. Bedroom control for Boston Academy. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, it has to be talked about. I mean, finding that elimination onto Lau in the back is just massive, so that way at least you can work your way out from the spawns. But Fire is able to find some unique timing. Laying on his belly, might be waiting for some dead silence. Got the whereabouts maybe to check the lobby area to where Kremp is just laying on his belly inside of P4. But while all this is going down, you got players that are going rogue on the map. Sensor's actually on a 5 spree, will get shut down. He was all the way inside of kitchen while he was doing that, Brody. But now the flank, again, being looked at by Johnny. I mean, this is just clear-cut dissection of the map coming through from Boston Academy. No flankers allowed. Ever since that last push where you got that first segment, Team War have not sniffed the B zone.
Talking about allowed, it's Lau around the back line here. Trying to flank. His teammates dying around the front, so Lau's importance becomes much more so here, getting 2 kills. Well, again, there's nobody there to capitalize on it, despite the fact that those 2 kills come through. However, Fire getting that kill into Kremp, this will leave Shawnee with a bit more of an important role here inside bedroom. Needs to stay alive. If not, War might well get that close spawn toward his luggage. But again, those players in the middle of the map just not getting the kills required to get 15 seconds now on the clock for something to happen. Fire able to take down Sensor. The first kill is through for a Team War. Players around the backline again. Lau, his attempt to flank will not go through. Shawnee is not dealt with. Should finish this round on 4 in a row. Just one more player in Parasite to deal with. He goes down. Johnny falls as well. And Boston Academy looking pretty chill there, to be honest, on that B defense.
Yeah, no, they really resurged themselves quite wonderfully after losing the A zone, didn't they? Just making sure that they had at least one player top bedroom. That was Kremp. If Kremp doesn't stay alive top bedroom and then pounces from that top bed area to find that 2-piece on the B zone, we could very much so be looking at a closure of that offensive attempt for Team War. They're only able to find 4 segments. You can also tip that to Sensor's 5 spree that they were able to find while Team War were trying to work their way out from the spawn and setting players on the flank. Really just kept Team War's numbers at an all-time low. Shawnee comes in towards this one off of the previous round on a 5 spree. Going to be looking at double arches potentially for that 6 and the cruise missile.
It'll be good for Boston Academy to get it here. It's a good start nonetheless, though. Shawnee playing this one much more passively, providing that mid-map coverage to get it safely. Oh, looks away at the wrong time, and Lau's going to win that 1v1. Huge stop from Team War now, and I think more to the point, that mid-map coverage has dissipated. So Team War could well stop A. Kremp towards Spa, able to get one, going to have to come and help out Beans on the point itself, and well, does exactly that, getting that kill on towards Lau. It will clear the point, and Boston Academy now should be able to make more progress. And now the question is asked, Andy, how much do War want to put into this?
The answer should be not much, if any at all. I mean, if you find an entry pick, that'd be great. It has to start with Shawnee inside of Wine, and it'll just be a trade, so you really have to be careful here. If you are Team War, yes, you got the Wine hallway in your favor. Fire is going to get stunned up, so he can't even contest the A zone. So, yeah, hold the lives for now. It's 24 plays up against 24 with 2 minutes on the board.
Yeah, no point giving anything away for free here. Boston Academy, they do have a secret weapon. The form of Kremp hasn't been identified just yet, although I think he might have been. Johnny is looking towards that back line. Not sure if he's already seen Kremp, but this is an inkling that something's happening. And there you go. Yep, Kremp has been spotted and is swiftly dealt with too. But on the other side, Parasite falls on around the back line. So Sensor and Beans now on their way. And didn't see how many of those players Parasite actually saw. So as Parasite takes one down, isn't aware of the second. But neither of those things going to happen anyway as Kremp and Beans picks up 2. Players around the back line, players inside bedroom as Shawnee gets that close spawn required. It will be a 3 versus 3 for the moment. The Beans going down now means that a lot of this will come down to Sensor and Shawnee. Sensor slowly capturing the point, isn't able, or is able to get that 1 versus Parasite. Doesn't quite account for Fire. Coming through luggage though. Taking shots from the middle of the map, but Fire still staying alive on 4 in a row here. The coverage is there for Team War, and Fire kisses his teammate.
Yeah, nothing like a quick little dive bomb to smooch your teammate climbing up a ladder. Can't say I've been there, can't say I won't. But Beans finds 2 on the rebound. And first segment will get depleted. Sensor almost able to get that one on the previous attempt, but now you have to start battling for these positional advantages on the map. The one player you have to watch out for is Shawnee. Off screen is able to find 2. Sensor Kremp combined. That's a 4 down.
The stack should come through now for Boston Academy. They know they've got 4 down. They know that Team War will spawn out over towards Spa. Sensor watching the middle of the map. Has the help of Beans as well. Couple of players watching that bar side. It's trades galore. Just 2 players now left up from Boston Academy. They've got the second tick on through. Sensor will fall. So now Beans left up. 1 versus 2 gets the first. Parasite down for the count. Johnny 2. Beans on 5 in a row. Has he wasted enough time here? The coverage from Shorty from the stairs is in. Beans with the capture. 2 huge kills. And Boston Academy get the offense.
And the potential for Beans to come into this next round and get a cruise missile. It's the same thing that happened with Shawnee on their previous defense. Was unable to do it. But that 2-piece, this spree there at the end, was everything. It bought Shawnee enough time to help things out top bedroom, top luggage stairs. Make sure that Beans had the coverage required to be able to get that last segment of progress. But, man, I tell you, this Boston team is coming a little bit different, specifically Shawnee on the day. 15-8 on the hotel control after a stellar performance on the Embassy hardpoint. This guy is in tip-top form. Team War need an answer here. They have to reverse move the control.
A lot of those players that we were talking about at number 1 and 2 being shut down here. Johnny at 7 and 18. We start to pick things up. Maybe Team War will find their way back into this game. But as far as that first push towards B is going, hasn't exactly gone at all, really, to be honest. Just Parasite left alive here. If maybe he can get a couple of kills, it would be good. But nope. Shawnee shuts him down. And that should have got the attention of Team War over towards B. But look at this from Kremp. Just swings straight through bedroom. He's not stopping for anything as well, keeping up the pace as he tries to make his way over towards A. But Fire shuts him down. The comms are in for Team War, and now they'll look to try and capture A here.
Yeah, finding that elimination onto Center in the double arches means that you can comfortably get 3 players on this A zone. That's going to start attacking up pretty quickly. You can see Shawnee on the flank. He's going to be working his way through the side door. It should be looked at here momentarily by Lau. You got to be really careful here, though, to even try to recontest this. You're not even going to be able to get there in time. So if you can find a couple exits, that'd be great. But you want to maintain any sort of life advantage that you have. And Boston doesn't have one to even speak of. So Kremp's going to play here inside of double arches. Also pops dead silence. The guy is flying. He's frying. Looking for number 3 in a row. He's going to get it.
Massive clear from Boston Academy now. They haven't managed to save the point, but at least Kremp has pushed up here. Starting to really heat up in this game. Parasite takes him down now. So that'll open up that lane for Team War to put players around on the flank. But last time around, they kept on knocking at the door, and Boston Academy kept on denying. And of course, the other big problem that Team War had is that they just didn't get any bedroom control whatsoever. Beans now really accentuating that by pushing forward in towards the parking lot, and, well, has a little bit too much to deal with there, a little bit too much on his plate. So he can only get shots into the players, no kills, but elsewhere it's okay, because his teammates have picked up the slack. Kremp with the overextension to kick down Johnny too. Just 1 player from Team War. Would you believe that it's Lau flanking, Andy?
Oh, I've never heard of that before. Never in my life. I mean, last playing the head glitch back here, but Johnny should find this free kill. Yep. Hey, how you doing? Get off my flank. John, I guess the construction man is now become the bartender, so gonna be holding that flank for now. Sensor off screen, able to find 2. He's having a great map here, Brody. 19 and 13 is on a 4 spree.
Boston Academy again. It really does just feel like that round number 1 reincarnated. Back with a vengeance. Team War, no bedroom control whatsoever. Every flank has failed, but maybe this one won't. They've got 2 players this time, both Lau and Johnny. They've got to be careful about Beans coming off the spawn. Beans is not actually moving. I think he might just be pre-aiming to make sure that there's no players coming all the way in towards that back line. But again, Boston sitting inside bedroom. They're relying on defending the point from this side of the zone. Now Beans getting involved in the gunfight. Lau is actually going to win that one, so that might enable here a pinch, but there's only 5 seconds. You've got to make the move now if you're a Team War. You've got to jump on towards the point. You haven't dealt with the players inside bedroom, and that might well lead to disaster. 1.9 seconds of the clock. Parasite has to go huge. He can't get it done. And Boston Academy, 2 huge defenses there in that game to take the lead in this series.
I mean, that's now back-to-back 3-0s on this map mode combination of hotel control for Team War. You almost have to start feeling that it'd have to be a very specific hard veto going forward, as they are 0-6 now in their group play. Still plenty of COD left to be played, but I mean, we'll talk more about the stats here momentarily, but we got to talk about just the overall cohesion that was Boston Academy in that specific map mode combination of Greenberg Hotel Control, because I mean, you had every single corner of that room just squeaky clean. You had Kremp that was being a lurking member, constantly just berating all of Team War from the side. Sensor was also picking up some really unique timings, mostly through double archway, looking and making sure that the chandelier push was never really coming through. Beans the overextension into towards the parking lot you even saw there towards the end. Didn't find all the kills there in the final defense, but in the first one was at an all-time high. Not to mention how Shawnee, through 2 rounds worth of play, was somewhere damn near double positive for himself. This is what the Boston Academy roster can look like when everybody shows up to play on the day. A terrifying roster to go against.
You know, Andy, I'm going to agree with you, but I'm also going to add to it in saying that I feel like there was mistakes from War there on their offenses. You know, I think we've seen kind of an evolution of kind of, I guess, the strategy on hotel control in the offense, which is you need to make sure you take bedroom. I think previously at the very start of the season, people were relying on flanks, getting players through statue, getting players through that back lobby area. But I don't know what it was. Team War, they just kept on trying the exact same strategy. I mean, I don't have to ask you, what is the definition of insanity, right? And I think we know the answer. Trying the same thing again and again, thinking you'll get a new result. You didn't. Team War, they sent Lau on the flank time and time again, and very few of them were actually successful in any way, and they just got no bedroom control at all. I would have probably liked to see a bit more of a concerted effort in actually getting players in the bedroom, getting 2 or 3 players in there, just to get rid of them, because they just couldn't do that on the offense. But as you say, I think Boston Academy did a splendid job there on the defense time and time again. Here's a look over the scoreboard, though. We'll turn our attention over towards TFL Enterprises and Smog Alpha. What happened in map 1, Andy? I don't remember. Didn't TFL decimate Smog Alpha? Smog are like, don't worry about the hard point, mate. We got S&D.
I don't know if you meant that to be a pun, but it was quite funny. Yeah, hey, we didn't get to see it obviously on broadcast, but just from a stat line perspective, that's the Snoopy that we've come to expect, especially coming away from that qualifier ahead of this elite stage. And hey, even the matches that we had last night, this guy was showing up in a huge way. Apparently, 11-3 for them, 5-2 for Rupert. And maybe Rupert might have to change his name to Woodstock, because, I mean, Rupert and Snoopy are just a dynamic duo, let me tell you, because they have just been everywhere when it comes down to search and destroys. In that reverse sweep that we got to see versus Convoy, they were just tit for tat, just making sure that they were having everything possibly cleared out of their mind. TFL will finally have a blemish on their record, albeit by just a single map. They are no longer undefeated in map count.
Was that a Charlie Brown reference?
You only know that because I told it to you a few days ago. You only know that because I told you about Charlie Brown a few days ago.
I wouldn't know. That was all I was gonna say. I didn't know. I just wanted the explanation, Andy, for the layman. I didn't know what was going on. I don't know. You make these references to things that are completely culturally irrelevant to Brits like me. I'm sure I'm not the only Brit here that's confused. All right, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Probably
all right?
are.
We have the in-betweeners. We don't have the Charlie Brown, although we probably do, and I just don't know about it.
You keep digging that hole, brother. Keep it going.
Yeah, I'm an educator. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, regardless, TFL Enterprise is now 1-1 with Smog Alpha. We can take a look at the map set here for this series. Again, these Titans going head-to-head. It has been a completely different set of maps here between the two teams. Fortress Control will be up next between these two teams, and Fortress has actually been a pretty successful map, I'd say, over the last couple of days for Smog. Yeah,
well, for Smog, specifically for Fortress, the only time when they actually played it was the Search and Destroy 6-3 win versus PRS, and then they played it on a hardpoint that actually continued on with the reverse sweep. They won it by a single point versus Convoy Gaming in the map 4 yesterday. Have not played it as far as Control is concerned. We've only played El Asilo. On the other side, for TFL Enterprises, I think that this is where things get a little bit more interesting, because Fortress was very good for them yesterday versus Rocker Academy, where they did go 3-1 in that map particular to close it out in a 3-0 fashion. Won't be able to get that luxury for a 3-0 here. They still have to guarantee themselves at least that map 4, and hey, maybe be able to find some further strides, because, I mean, that Mercado S&D clearly did not work out for one particular Yuli, who was, I believe, 0-6 we ended up seeing there in the stats screen. Yeah. On a map like Fortress, specifically for Control, you're almost really hoping for Yuli to come back into their own slang ways.
Kind of wild, isn't it, really? Because if you remember, like, early last season when Two-Real and Yuli were on the same team, like, they were both really good at S&D together, right? So I know Two-Real specifically was, like, an S&D god on that early Stallions roster. So, yeah, I think, you know, to see that him go 0-6 there, not the best. But you know what? He can recover. We know that Control is a really good game mode for TFL Enterprises. Prior to that matchup, of course, they had a really good start in day number 1 of Challengers Elite. So we'll see if they can recover after the Search and Destroy loss against Smog Alpha. Right now, though, of course, we did talk about our main focus matchup being Team War and Boston Academy. And we've got to say it again, the storyline coming into the day, I'm going to keep on saying it, Boston Academy, they were 0-6 on day number 1. And I think even prior to today, I think Boston Academy have had a pretty disappointing season. Please don't kill me, Sensor. I love you, buddy. But I think top 16 every single cup, right, is what I want to say is where they're at. I think they got top 16 at Raleigh as well. I think for Boston, they're looking to kind of climb the ladder, if you will, to kind of break that top 16 scene and to get inside the top 8 and go further and eventually actually win either an elite or an open. they're making progress. I think coming into today, they are looking a lot better. I think what we said, we need to see everybody firing all cylinders. Shawnee has turned up to play. Center has had his moments as well. Kremp is getting back to early Modern Warfare 2, early Cup 1 and Cup 2 form. They're looking pretty good at the moment and could well take this series away from this Team War roster. Cup 3 champions, by the way.
Yeah, Cup 3 champions indeed, but they're definitely not looking as comfortable as they did even yesterday, Brody. So some things obviously have to be done, and just to confirm that point, yeah, top 16s across the board. Boston Academy, I think that their best placing all year long was actually in the Pro-Am qualifier, where they lost out on that final qualification spot. They did place top 4 in that specific endeavor, but I mean, enough has to be said is that the coaching staff for Boston Academy clearly put in the work last night along with these 4 players. We know that they obviously have some good backing. I know that Magic is always staying up super late at night, much like how you are right now, Brody, to make sure that this team is all fine and dandy, to make sure that they are as comfortable as possible going in towards their match. But we'll have to see how that Hotel Hardpoint does go. We'll continue on here with our Bravo matchup. TFL Enterprises versus Smog Alpha. Fortress Control is underway.
Well, if Snoopy keeps on playing the way he is, I might have to buy myself a Charlie Brown box set. Is it a TV show? Is it a TV show?
It is. Oh, yeah.
It is. Okay, well, I don't know. I might have to get one imported from the US. I don't know. Snoopy's pretty good, though. I'm a big fan at the moment. The way that he is playing. He's actually giving me Rooper, though. The start of this defense that's playing strongly. 7-2 start for him. Posting up here is Smog Alpha, just making sure that TFL Enterprises do not find their way through T-Real. That cool, though. Might have opened up a lane here, and it's a bit unorthodox from TFL Enterprises. Instead, pressurizing B instead of the substandard A. We'll throw off Smog Alpha for just a moment here. 7 seconds on the clock.
7 seconds on the clock. It's going to be stalled out on B. You really do feel like this is their last chance to be able to maybe continue on with this round. T-Real playing in the corner, though. Going to get some help there from Ghosty. Yuli also able to show up in a big way, but now it's just up to Ghosty and T-Real to hold the line.
And T-Real will do it. 2 kills there. Rooper and Infinite down. And, well, how about that one from TFL Enterprises completely swiping away B? And they might well just be able to transfer themselves over towards A as well. It is just Fellow on all the point, but off screen, Snoopy picks up 3. And now it'll all fall on the shoulders of Ghosty here to really try and shock the foundations of Smog Alpha. Patience will be key as he actually waits for Infinite to move away before going in for the kill. And to be fair, I still think a lot is resting on him here. He needs to try and waste some time, try and create some space here for his players to get off spawn. And they will. He does waste enough time for a couple of players to get out.
What sense does Snoopy play on it? He was guy always putting on a good old spinorama. Was going to give Booker T a run for his money for sure. But, I mean, 5 plays up against 10. You're able to get 60 seconds onto the board, sure. But you got to play this flawlessly now. No more respawns remaining. Thresh able to get that elimination. It's all just crumbling at the seams so far. Barely able to get out from their spawn. This is the blunder and a half that we know for Fortress Control. And that 3 segments on B are all TFL Enterprises are going to be able to get for themselves, barring some ghosty heroics.
Yeah, you never count out Ghosty. I think in this situation, though, you probably could, to be fair, because there's 2 seconds on the clock, and Ghosty can't really do anything in that situation. Although, to be fair, he almost gave them a chance, right? If it wasn't for that Snoopy 3-piece to clear the point, they might well have had a chance of swinging themselves from B to A, but those ticks, I think, really important, Andy. When we talk about this map, obviously, it is very defensively sided, so getting those ticks could well be handy.
Yeah, it could be the biggest difference maker in between getting a round 5 defense and not. We know that defense is definitely the one that you're sought out for when it comes down to Albag or Fortress. Why is that speaking? Well, if you've never played Mosh Pit, you've never watched a professional match in your life, it's because of where you spawn on the map. It's very easy to succumb to a spawn trap blunder on the map mode combination like Fortress Control. It all starts with this opening rip, though. Big 2-for-1 in favor of TFL Enterprises here. Infinite finally able to get his first kill in this control itself. Has to hold the line and wait for his teammates to get out of the spawn trap.
Yeah, don't die here. Don't overextend. I mean, that is a ballsy challenge against Fellow inside the window. It's a good kill to take because now there's a lot less coverage around Art, but again, he just needs to try and play his life as much as humanly possible there. Wasn't quite ready for the kill to come through from Yuli, and for Smog Alpha, I mean, you've got yourselves in the middle of the map, to be fair. It's not the end of the world here, especially as Fresh picks up 2. That will most certainly open up a lane now, but it's still Yuli left to deal with on the point. A nice stun check that should have him down, but even stunned, it doesn't make a difference. Yuli will pick up 2. Snoopy next on the death list, as Yuli won't actually be able to get that gunfight. And for Smog Alpha, despite not getting themselves on towards B, they now have a shot at grabbing a Rooper inside the truck, though, is swiftly run over. T-Real in for 2, and well, a team nade won't bring anything down here for TFL Enterprise. They wipe Smog Alpha.
Oh, and they'll still have the close spawns. Yuli trying to go for the boxing mitts. Infinite with the gun is going to get it done. Down to 26 seconds. lives are really not too far gone for Smog Alpha, and to be quite candid with you, TFL Enterprises are actually allowing them to slightly come out from that spawn trap. Oh, never mind, 2 real finds 2. That's going to force them all to spawn on the top right side of the mini-map itself. 12 seconds remaining. You feel like you just have to bull rush over towards B. Not going to be an easy feat.
Not really much you can do here, to be honest. Maybe you can fly out of R. It would be good if you could take Ghosty down, but no, the coverage is in. Yuli top munitions. And that should be all she wrote here for this round. TFL Enterprises flawlessly defend the point against Smog Alpha. Very different to what we saw in that round number 1. Didn't see the same late surge we saw from TFL Enterprises. So 1-1 is where we will leave that game. TFL Enterprises able to take that round away from Smog Alpha. We'll keep you guys updated on what happens for the remainder of that map. But let's get back into our main focus matchup. Boston Academy going toe-to-toe with Team War. Map number 1 did go their way. We'll see now whether map number 2 can do the same thing. So far, things looking pretty good, but they have lost control of the kitchen.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the top of the screen. Boston Academy are indeed up in this series 2-1. Team War, though, trying to bounce back, maybe force a map 5, which will happen on Embassy, but they have so much work to do. They are still down considerably, 50 points or so. Fire was close to getting himself that streak. I think with that final elimination on the Beans, he was able to get that cruise missile, but Sensor just trying to play his life inside the hardpoint, can only stay alive for so long. Closer spawns intact here for Boston Academy for the back 30.
Shawnee has his anti-snake venom on. Just shooting through the counters instead of waiting for the player to jump up off him. Great way to play. Currently not the best start, though, for Shawnee. 3 in a row after an 8 death spree. To get this scrap time. Big 1v1 for the last 20 off the back of that gunfight versus Lau. They will win it. So Boston Academy here actually take a fair bit of time away from Team War. And now we move our attention over towards the rotation. Boston Academy. They've got a couple of players in the back line here. UG versus 2 against Fire and Parasite. They both win those ones. So Team War going to win that opening set of engagements. Now I'm curious about the spawns here. Boston Academy, they're going to get splits.
As a massive rotation, though, for Team War. You're down considerably. You almost have to convert P4 into a full 60. You also had Fire off screen, clearing away their spawn, but you still have a lurking Doug in towards the back. Fire thought he was clear. Doug's going to be in towards the back. He actually gets a proximal spawn from Kremp over by the chandelier. Now the flood is truly on.
And here we go. Boston around the back line. Kremps gets a second too. So a lot of this now going to rely on Johnny off the spawn. He can't do anything. It's Boston. They're in. Split spawns once again coming on through. Lau can get a couple of kills here. Would be huge. There's one. Not the second versus Kremps. And now Team War. Once again relying on the players surging through the bedroom. Fire already in for one. Johnny, you can't be teammating. Not in a pivotal moment like this. Doesn't matter though. Johnny and Lau are going to be able to pick things up as Lau picks up 2. Team War burst on through for the back 10 seconds here. And now the race for the rotation will begin. Fire, the player that will have to deal with not 1 but 2 players from Boston Academy. There's the first. The second, actually going to be looking for a route here. Sensor might well have found it, but does get tagged by an Aiden. Somehow still gets away with that gunfight. And that might well keep Boston Academy in the conversation here for the rotation. And it will do more than that. Might well have just secured it.
Looks that way. Big 1v1 inside of the double arches. Fire with the Vaznev going to be able to get the better of Beans, but numbers not in the favor for Team War. Sensor is having himself a day. 12-8. Kremp at 17-8. They'll be here for the initial time. They'll hold the spawns for now. 60 plays up against 140 is the scoreline. Team War, you can't exactly afford for all this time to go over towards Boston Academy, but you don't want to lose the rotation as well. So it's a tale of two evils. Do you try to contest the back 20, or do you just rotate over towards New? It seems that they're going to try to do a little bit more of the former, and they will get the break for 20 seconds, but Boston Academy should not care about that at all. They have just about double the amount of points that Team War have.
Yeah, nice repositioning there from Beans to take down Parasite. Shawnee also with the kill versus Lau will enable Boston Academy to get control of the rotation towards New. This has been a stellar game from them thus far. Effectively double the points here of the Team War roster as we move over towards this next hill. Question coming through from the other side, despite the coverage being made by Boston Academy. They haven't had enough yet to actually take down those Team War players. Finally there, Johnny will go down. Sensor under fire from a number of nades, but it's okay because the AIRs around the back line are doing their job to perfection. Parasite, the one player that has actually managed to slip past Shorty, but he does get swiftly dealt with after getting them that one kill. Nonetheless, though, players now spawning out over towards the kitchen side. Sensor just going to sit pretty at the moment inside, but now needs to get right involved in the gunfight here. Nades being thrown his way. And here's a little look, by the way, in the picture-in-picture at what's going on between TFL Enterprises and Smog Alpha. TFL looking good in their second effort. While that's going on, Andy, Boston Academy having a whale of a time here on Hotel.
Yeah, 100 point is the lead, as well as TFL Enterprises are actually doing a bang-up job of just keeping that B zone secured for them. We'll give you the updates there momentarily because we got to just take a look at what's going on with the main focus. It's Boston Academy, as you were saying, having a whale of a game. Team War just have simply no answer. I mean, ever since Fire went on that early spree at 15 and 13, there hasn't really been much help to really break any of these setups for Boston Academy, if not answer the pace in that first set. Now Boston Academy feeling pretty about themselves. 191 up against 85. You gotta break here if you're Team War. They're able to find the eliminations required to break inside of Atrium, but job's not done yet.
Johnny actually does have a spree, by the way. He has a streak in the back pocket from an earlier streak and might well be able to overlap it here. But I will say there is a path back into this game for a Team War. You can't really afford to give away the scrap time, but just make sure you're on the right side of the map for that next rotation because P2 can be a money kill here on Hotel. For now, though, they want to focus on the back 20 seconds. Parasite with that too should secure it as Boston Academy. I think they're just thinking, right, we've already got a 90-point advantage. Let's focus on getting the control of that money kill. And that's exactly what they will do. Now Lau, the opening engagement, Shawnee sitting in the spar, got his feet up, will actually fall. So an opening has presented itself now for Team War, or rather Team War have forced an opening. One has been created. Center now getting tagged with a nade. Lau looking to make his way in, only able to get one. It isn't synchronized with the rest of the team, and that streak comes in, it doesn't get anything.
Oh, it doesn't even provide much space. I mean, Fire, Johnny, maybe they're in a position to try to contest this from the front, but you can see the spawns very much so still intact towards the back, but the back stairs were being looked at by Lau. He will find two. Couple that along with Johnny through the lobby. He's going to be able to find 4 dead for Boston Academy, and well, that's a much required break. I mean, everything is going forward. You're still down considerably. 60 points is the difference now.
Give this one more hit if you're Boston Academy. Give this one more hit and that is it. Rotate away now. You don't need to invest too much in this. Yes, it's a good 20, but to be fair, Shawnee and Sensor have actually won the fights and Kremp will get it done. Back 30 will have been secured, and from Team War, you need to see some heroics from Johnny to secure it, or at least take this time away from Boston, remove those players from the kill. Johnny loses the 1v1. Now in the rotation, Kremp a 1 versus 2 here to potentially win the game. Has the backup on the way from Beans, but he needs to go huge. The nade on out, but he gets shut down. Beans now, a 1 versus 3, and I think if you're Beans in this situation, you have a huge margin of error. Just wait.
Yeah, you just have to wait. There was going to be some help on the opposite side. That was going to be Shawnee on a 3 spree. He's going to be able to find kill number 4 in a row, but the spree gets shut down. 154. Team War, they have numbers. They have entrenched themselves inside of the kitchen. 25 points are all Boston need to close out this map. So you give yourself maybe 1 or 2 more hits towards this hard point in this current juncture of time, and then you just have to rotate on over. Trades are good, though, for Team War. Albeit the hard point being contested from the side of the freezer area. Parasite wants to try to get a little bit more aggressive, knows that he has his teammates behind him.
And the margin for error is huge at the moment for Boston Academy. They have so many ways they can win this game, and this might well be it here. 19 seconds, they won't be able to finish it, but again, pretty damning if they lose this one. Huge 2-piece from Fire on 4 in a row now. Looking to hold this one down. Now the race for the rotation will begin. Lau has help right behind him. A couple of players for Team War here as the gunfights go down. Beans in for 2, though. Johnny still looking to hold on. A 1 versus 3. 25 seconds now, and no, Beans will be on 5 in a row, Andy. Just 20 seconds left now. 1 more hit left in the tank for Team War. They've got to anticipate that somebody is on this left side watching from the help desk. It will be Shawnee. Fire jumps out, gets tagged around the front of the kill. Gunfight's being lost by Team War now, and Fire going to have to back away because he's down to low HP. Going to try and strengthen the hit around the front, and Johnny actually taking that kill versus Kremp makes this realistic. They're still in.
They're still in. Boston still have these close spawns, though, but Team War can realistically just hold this from the front. Shawnee was still thinking that Fire was going to chow out from the statue area. Is not going to be the case. Repositions himself. Sensor now inside of the spa alleyway. He's going to get some help from Kremp. That's a good entry point, but there's still Team War members in the hill.
And they're decimating them as well. It's Fire, it's Lau, it's Parasite. They're getting the kills. Kremp now looking for the 1 versus 2. He finds it versus Lau. Still 1 more player, though. Johnny holding on. Will not give this up here. Now a rotation, and it's Parasite for a 1 versus 3. At least get 1 kill, and he finds it versus Shawnee. Surely this is not happening.
Johnny, he's low HP. Nate's gonna keep the door cleared. Beans actually runs into it. This is a massive deficit now that Team War have clawed their way back from. They have to continue to play flawlessly.
Kremp's going to go for it. Just try and waste some time here. Again, you only need 6 points. 1 good hit. That is all you need. Do this together. Do it simultaneously at point to point. Just get yourselves in towards Rugs. Get yourselves in towards Spa. It's Sensor for 2, but one of those is the teammates. Sensor goes huge! And Boston Academy won't have found it, but no! Fire's still holding on now. Shawnee, can you get in towards the point? Team War, 15 seconds away from victory. Kills in the kill feed going in favor of Team War. A 2 versus 2 on the point. Shawnee in for 2 now. And that could well be it. It's going to be Johnny trying to hold on, but Beans will take him down. And Boston Academy pull off a huge upset from 0-6 yesterday. They take down the Cup 3 champions.
no longer winless for maps, no longer winless as far as a series record is concerned. Into the breach we go, taking down Team War, the #1 team, arguably from this group itself. They looked fantastic coming away from Cup number 3, but this Boston Academy roster, let me tell you, this is exactly what we've come to expect from them. So long as they are able to play as a team, so long as you're able to get some help from Kremp and Beans in the way of Doug, Sensor, Martin. I mean, there's not many times that any of us commentators, any of us analysts, any of us COD enthusiasts are able to sit here and say, Doug just had a whale of a series. The guy was going off. Yes, say what you will about his S&D kill death ratio. There were at certain points in time where he was starting off like double, triple negative, but he turned it around in such a big way. That last break there at the end for the restaurant hardpoint was so massive. Yeah, he found a team kill, but with those 2 eliminations, that 3 spree that Sensor was able to go on, bought Shawnee enough time to come back through rugs, set himself up inside the hardpoint, keep it contested from the kitchen side, and it was able to enforce his way to be able to get that last elimination required. I mean, Team War, look, they really did bring that back from the depths, but with that leader's advantage that Boston were able to build for themselves at the early stages, you really did feel like it was just a matter of time.
It definitely felt like it, right? I mean, they had so many opportunities to close out the game. It finally happened on Restaurant, but here's a look at the stat lines at the end of the game. A pretty good effort, I think, from Boston Academy on the whole. Kremp is the stat leader at the end of it all at 32 and 23, but everybody did their part. Of course, Sensor and Shawnee locking down the vast majority of the kill time for that game. Shawnee actually particularly 15 of those objective kills being made. And on the other side of the board, Team War, again, some of those big names we were talking about being shut down there. Fire not having his usual Fire performances, and Parasite, of course, again, a big hardpoint player for Team War yesterday, not able to go big here.
Oh, good heavens. This Boston Academy team came to play today. 3,600 damage for Beans, leading the entire lobby. I mean, Johnny was trying to make an argument for it, but Kremp was just everywhere, man. It was kind of a continuation of what we saw from that 3-0 on the control, wasn't it? And he was able just to continue on with his devious antics throughout the entirety of the map of Greenberg Hotel, playing the fixtures to such a high degree with an SMG in hand. It always felt like that Team War were reeling, that they never really had a really forceful amount of numbers to either try to break, if not hold, one of those hard points.
Just incredible. It really is incredible. What a storyline for Boston Breach 8. Yesterday was not a good start for them. It wasn't a good sign, I think, just generally speaking, for Boston Breach again, especially considering the first few months of this game, the first few weeks of this game haven't exactly been beachy for this Boston Breach roster. I don't think they've got the results that they desired. They failed to qualify for the Pro-Am, and things were not looking great for this team. But here they are, proving that they are absolutely still worthy contenders for one of the best in North America. They take down one of the best in North America 3-1. And doesn't that throw a spanner in the works here for this group, Andy? Because now Team War, they're now 2-1. Boston Academy find their first win on the board. I mean, we were kind of saying, right, that they've had to play some really hard names right off the rip. Boston Academy, of course, I think they've still got to face a Felian as well. So that's a name they've still got to take down. But nonetheless, I think that's such a huge victory for them. It absolutely keeps them still in the conversation.
Yeah, Boston Academy, they have a Felian on their last day of round robin. On this day specifically, they have to play up against Awubabubs North America, who, by the way, just to give you some updates throughout the entirety of this match day so far, I mean, we got to talk about just that Omit team going up against Awubabubs North America. They were able to 3-0 them quite convincingly, that 3-1 hotel control. We saw some look-ins for that 6-4 win on the Mercado SND. Things you almost expect for this Omit roster to come in a little bit different right now. Some other updates for you all at home. It looks like Rocker Academy are still playing up against Iron Blood after 100-point clubbing them on an Embassy hardpoint. They have a 2-0 lead in that series. PRS also up 2-0 versus Convoy. And then, just to give you a final update, TFL Enterprises were able to win that control versus Smog Alpha 3-1. Now they have a 2-1 lead in that series.
Yeah, that is a big match as well, of course. We were talking about TFL Enterprises and Smog Alpha, which is where we'll probably turn our focus to now. And yeah, TFL Enterprises, I mean, 2-1 up in this one. Smog Alpha, they were able to take the search and destroy. We'll now go over towards Fortress once again for a hard point. What could be the final map in the series? If we turn our attention to what happened in map number 1, Andy, it wasn't exactly a very kind map to Smog Alpha.
No, it was not. They brought it back to a somewhat closer, respectable scoreline, but here on a map mode combination like Fortress Hardpoint, you really do need your SMGs to be online. Snoopy needs to come up in a big way, couple that along with Rooper, and we might be seeing maybe a different of a scoreline, but as far as this map is concerned, it's gone all haywire as far as spawns are concerned. You can see both Ghosty and Yuli playing down towards the Pillars of Art, trying to find where this player is located at. It's Thresh top rail. It's just trying to hold the line, wait for his teammates ahead of the rotation for 2.
Doing a pretty good job at it as well. 3 in a row start, looking for number 4 in the backline. Fresh! Goodness gracious, Ghosty! How about that? He's getting hoarded now. It's Fresh now, taking him out. Snoopy for 2. Smog Alpha looking to hold on, but they haven't dealt with Yuli just yet. He was still hanging around the Gallows area, able to take down Fresh, and now I think this is completely flipped. T-Real in for 2. How about that? T-Fell Enterprises, they looked a little bit threatened by Smog Alpha as they look pretty secure on Gallows. Now most certainly no longer the case. They're able to hold, but still again, one player that hasn't been dealt with is Fresh in the backline at 4-1. Could still well do some damage here, but I think all these stuns being thrown means they're aware of it. Hasn't still dealt with him. Fresh, able to take one off the kill. No more than that. Has that bought enough time? No.
Yeah, Thresh almost, you hate to really require your mid-AR to find a 3-piece into the backline of the pallet truck, but it's just not meant to be. I mean, T-Fell Enterprises did a great job. Just make sure that they maintain the spawns going in towards P2, at least maintain their spawns and their flank to be secured. Now we look at the rotation going over towards P3, and how has Fellow found his way past the horse statue to try to contest this early? I mean, his teammates are still spawning in over by Old, so Fellow's only able to find a single elimination ahead of the rotation, but 50 plays up against 18. You feel like Smog got to have it here. They can put up a good 40 here at this hardpoint for P3. We'll be at a dead even game.
Yeah, this is that money hill right for Smog Alpha. They want to hold this to try and get the lead in the game. T-Fell Enterprises, though, could well break on. They are able to get some nades out if the trophy systems are not there on the hardpoint. Ghosty, first offensive kill is through. T-Real through the double of doors for a 1. Fellow, though, defensively, able to pick up 2, and there you go. T-Fell Enterprises, they're able to find their way on through. Still close smalls, though, for Smog Alpha. They still want to give this at least one more go. It's still 25 seconds worthy of giving a grab, but again, just not to be. The kill's not in their favor. Fresh, the last remaining player left alive, he is shut down. And again, Andy, we always emphasize just how important that hard point is. T-Fell, they completely break that apart.
Yeah, but you're still able to get a respectable 30 points. Well, actually, a little bit of a fight happened off-screen. Infinite able to get the last elimination, so the scrap time will be secured. Should bring the game just with about 10 ahead of this munitions hardpoint where, yeah, on your screen you can see Smog are here. They have the numbers, but Snoopy has so much work to do inside the hardpoint. Didn't have assistance. Thresh just trying to keep spawns in his teammates' favor, but with T-Fell Enterprises being in the current hardpoint means that a few more Smog Alpha players are spawning a little bit further out.
Still Thresher along the backline once again in this vision that we saw him earlier on P2. This time around, though, looking to cause some problems inside munitions. Not able to do so just yet. Looking for the shots, and team shots would be nice if Snoopy could make his way on through. But look at the coverage coming through from T-Fell Enterprises at the moment. Kills being made all around the outside of the hard point. Nobody from Smog Alpha being allowed in. And knocking at the door, T-Fell Enterprises slamming it right back in their face. Ghosty finally removed from the rails, though. Fellow now starting to face some pressure inside single, but he will deal with the player jumping through the window. And T-Fell, I mean, for all the siege efforts that we saw there from Smog Alpha, they are not able to break. That is a solid hold from them. And now Fellow really starting to heat up here. 5 in a row, looking for number 6. Well, Ghosty will take that kill from him, but nonetheless, Fellow keeps his streak alive.
Yeah, T-Fell left one shot off of that Semtex that did come through from top maps. 14 and 8 for them. Up close and personal, trying to favor towards the melee, but Thresh is going to hold down the trigger. We'll shut that spree down. Now we go take a look at the rotation over towards the Blacksmith, where nobody really has a good hold so far to really speak of. But you can see T-Fell Enterprises on the minimap itself have the entire hardpoint surrounded. T-Real off screen, able to find 2. Snoopy up top maps, can't really piece anything together. T-Fell Enterprises in for the time.
That's a big break from T-Fell Enterprises now. Smog Alpha, things are starting to look like map number 1. If things go the way that they are right now, T-Fell need to be broken if Smog want to keep themselves in this game. And there it is, Infinite and Snoopy combined for 3. They removed them from the hard point. A big back 20 seconds, but now we focus more on the rotations towards New. Snoopy, good effort off screen to try and make his way towards the Gallows side for those spawns, but it is denied. Now for Fellow, looking to get some of these early engagements in. He's already picked up one towards Art. Good effort from T-Real now to try and provide the coverage. But while all that's happening, the spawns have actually flipped here. Smog Alpha on the side of the map that they require, but they do still actually need to get some time off the back of P1.
I don't think that Fellow would be aware that Snoopy actually no. Snoopy was coming out from benches from a little bit of a spawn out, and Fellow actually reads it properly. All while you have Yuli, the Truss is in the back line to clear away the flank, get the spawns ahead of New. Still ample time to be battling over here on P1. Keep in mind, just a Smog Alpha. I mean, they cannot allow TFL Enterprises to get set up and soaking up all of this time, and they also have to find rotational gunfights for this P2 rotation, Brody.
Smog Alpha have so much to do here again. You are taking time away, at least from TFL Enterprises, but you need to make sure you hold this rotation this time around, and the coverage of the middle map here is coming in from Infinite. There's a lot resting on his shoulders for now. Finally, Snoopy will actually come out and help things. Runs out of bullets there in his tax, has to switch over towards the Vaznev to try and win that gunfight, but they have allowed one player to break that defensive line. That's going to be Fellow. He will just sit top rails at the moment to try and cause some havoc, turn the attention of Smog Alpha his way, and while all that's going down, it works out perfectly because the TFL Enterprises on the minimap, they've got past that mid-map area. They've got themselves on towards the point. They can start to soak some time up from Smog Alpha here. Now for Ghosty. He's weak sat inside the corner. Yuli also with the help on the hill. Fresh comes through munitions, but it's all but a problem here for Smog Alpha as TFL Enterprises, Ghosty and 2Real, they combine for 3. TFL doing an excellent job at the moment, just keeping Smog Alpha out the hill.
Yeah, I mean, TFL are essentially holding this from the front, which is not an easy feat to do, but so long as you're constantly winning out in the trades, you're going to be feeling pretty darn good for yourself. Fellow also able to find 2. No trade to speak of for Fellow. 20 seconds remaining on this hard point, and it looks like Smog Alpha, yeah, they're going to concede it. That'll put TFL Enterprises at 200 points, and Smog Alpha going all in for this rotation over towards P3. They don't even win the rotational gunfights. This is worst case scenario turned disastrous.
I mean, I was going to credit Rupert for a huge rotational battle, but that just goes completely awry as TFL Enterprises going to break that pretty early here. And again, we talk about this being a money kill. Yuli picks up 2, removes all of the presence of Smog Alpha from anywhere near the hard point. And now look at the mid-map coverage coming through from TFL Enterprises. They didn't quite expect 2Real to be in the position that he was, but they got him regardless. And now it's Fellow causing those problems on a 5 in a row. One more cruise missile could well be the end of Smog Alpha here in this series. He is removed before he can earn that cruise missile, but it's 2Real now picking up the slack where he left off. Finally, he falls, and now Smog Alpha, a fair shake at this one. Infinite first at the bat to get towards the hard point. He's able to get 1. No more than that, though, as Ghosty is still alive, and Fellow providing the proper coverage. Now it is just Fellow left alive as his teammate will fall fresh in, and they will not fall just yet as Smog Alpha are in.
28 plays up against 94, and Yuli's just gonna let him have it as well. Just battling for the scrap time that is just so annoying to deal with. Especially when you're still struggling to get over 100 points here for Smog Alpha. TFL Enterprises are having their way. Look at the rotation going over towards New Fellow on your screen here. Top Rails has a 1v1. Another player that's up top. Rupert Infinite looking to maybe try to pinch this player of Fellow out from this positioning. I believe it's going to be Rupert that jumps up through the window. Fellow snaps on him. These are great rotational gunfights, but it's all for naught. You just need 6 points. One good breaker, all TFL need to win this series 3-1.
And they've been good on this hard point. They got basically a full 60 on the last rotation. 2Real doesn't even really have to do anything as Yuli will sit inside. Yuli actually going to back away for a second here. He knows that caution is probably the way forward, but Fresh will actually pick up 2 now. TFL Enterprise is spawning out on the other side of the map. As we said, though, just 1 more good hit. That's what all this will take here in this game. Smog Alpha have Kilimanjaro to climb, to be honest, at this point. It's such a huge mountain. Rupert trying to provide some of those supporting gunfights. TFL Enterprises, they managed to break on through. There it is, the gunfights happening off screen. Just like that, they're able to get the gunfights required. TFL Enterprises make it happen. And Smog Alpha, I'm not too sure whether it's a problem with hardpoint for them or TFL Enterprises just too damn good in the game mode. But regardless, that's TFL Enterprises making it look easy.
I mean, it's a lot to ask, isn't it? Especially for this team, for Smog Alpha to be able to come out of the woodworks and just have a consistent amount of performances, specifically on hardpoint. Yesterday, it was a little bit more of a struggle for them. Again, when they played Fortress hardpoint yesterday versus Convoy Gaming, they only won it by a single point. And the other few hardpoints were not exactly abysmal, but I mean, the 112 to 250 loss versus Convoy in their first hardpoint on Hydro, they won 250 to 188 versus PRS. It's just one of those things, again, that the pacing differential in between this team of Smog Alpha versus some of the best here in North America is very difficult, especially when you're taking a look at what 2Real is doing on the map continuously, the nuisance that is Yuli, always trying to battle for the back 20 seconds, and just when you think you make it past mid-map, you get over towards the hard point, and then Fellow's just playing a head glitch, Ghosty's playing in a corner. There's just so much slaying potential on this side of TFL Enterprises, and that'll be quite apparent when you take a look at the stats.
Yeah, you could say that. You could absolutely say that. Fellow at 26 and 16. It feels like an inversion of what happened in map number 1. That hard point where it was Ghosty and T-Real doing the vast majority of the damage for T-Fel. This time around, it is Fellow at 26 and 16 and Yuli at 22 and 16 that go off. And again, we always talk about kind of these non-traded kills as an indicator of what's going wrong for the opposition. Fellow got 26 kills. 20 of those were non-traded. Yuli with 22. Only 3 of those kills ended up non-traded, and that storyline goes across the board, even though T-Real ended up negative in the game. 19 of his kills were non-traded too. Things just looking so good there for T-Fel Enterprises across the board. They look hot in that game. They're looking pretty good on hardpoint. They remain undefeated after their map number 1 and map number 4 victories. That fortress control, the vast majority of it happened off screen. We got to check in with it at one point during, I think it was round number 3, and that was a very abundantly offensively sided for T-Fel there. Just the Mikado Search and Destroy that went Smog Alpha's way, and I think it goes to show at the moment that at least Smog, they seem to be a very good S&D team.
Yeah, I mean, 6-1 win versus T-Fel Enterprises on a Mercado Search and Destroy after they beat both Ironblood and Rocker Academy on that map mode combination yesterday is something to definitely write home about. I mean, hey, this is your first loss for Smog Alpha. You're now 2-1. You're going to be still sitting pretty when it comes down to this group stage as a whole. Just got to make sure that you don't lose out on your upcoming matches so that way at least you can qualify for playoffs. The story is not done yet for them, but the one thing that we can know for a fact is that this T-Fel Enterprises roster is coming different so far for their first 3 matches.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? This T-Fel Enterprises roster again. North America, I think, is always a box of surprises, right? Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And I think that's North America in a nutshell, isn't it, really? You do not know what you're going to get going into Challengers Elite Season. Everybody has their favorites, mind you, but nonetheless, I think there's always the propensity for surprises, and that is T-Fel Enterprise right there. They have looked so good. They are 3-0 at the moment after their victory. Let's take a look around the grounds and see what's happened off screen. Omit 3-0ing a Wubberbobs NA. I don't think that's really a surprise, to be honest, but that is yet another sinking loss for that Wubberbobs roster.
Yeah, that's going to be quite frustrating, especially for a Wubberbobs North America. I mean, your best hope is maybe to win out, and then you can take a look at some different tiebreaker scenarios to get that 4th spot for playoffs. Valiant Esports, though, continuing on with their winning ways over a win versus Phase 1, which is, you know, we're holding this Phase 1 roster to such a high standard, especially after their placing going back through Raleigh at top 6. But that's a good one to have for Gunzi & Co. for Aphelion. And then, of course, the matchup that we were mostly premiered on, Boston Academy. Getting on the board with their first W against Team War and Parasite nonetheless.
Yeah, that is just huge. It absolutely does shake up the group, doesn't it? I believe we could probably take a look at Group B as well. While we're at it, of course, so you can see Aphelion there getting their victory. Rocker Academy, a 3-0 victory against Ironblood Gaming. You cannot underestimate the importance of that victory. Again, a mid-table matchup there between those two teams. Rocker Academy, I think, needed that victory at least for a confidence booster. And more importantly, of course, for PRS Gaming, a victory, their first. They find it versus Convoy Gaming, another roster in Group B that were struggling. And then finally, the matchup that we saw on our screens just there, T-Fel Enterprises, a 3-1 victory over Smog Alpha ensures they remain undefeated.
Yep, will remain undefeated, and honestly speaking, that is an elite group to find yourself in here as far as North America Challengers Elite is concerned. Even PRS with a 3-0 win over Convoy Gaming is something that I didn't have on my bingo card for the day. I didn't honestly have Convoy Gaming being 0-3 as far as Challengers Elite is concerned, especially with their top 2 placing in the most recent cup. But I mean, that was a pretty comfortable win, I would add, for PRS at the end of the day. But still, a lot more work to be done for Convoy Gaming, kind of find themselves in the same boat for a Wubberbobs North America to be able to win out. Maybe hope and pray that you're going to be able to get your differentials and maybe some tiebreaker scenarios to be able to find yourself in playoffs. Take a look at some Group A standings, and that's exactly what I was talking about. I mean, T-Fel Enterprises, they find themselves high and mighty, which is that one map loss, Brody. Rocker Academy, Smog Alpha shortly behind them at 2-1.
Yeah, we should stress, by the way, that Convoy Gaming are technically speaking not out yet. The way that kind of everything works here, obviously, we don't know the exact circumstances in which they would be able to get out, but you could, technically speaking, get out the group at 2 and 3, pending tiebreaker situations, which they might be able to lose. So I don't think they're out just yet. The first season of Challengers Elite isn't over for them, but the road looking pretty rocky ahead of them. It's looking, again, one of those mountains to climb, which you're just going to have a tough time doing. So PRS Gaming and Ironblood also not looking in the best of spots at the moment, but T-Fel 3-0. Let's look at Group B then. Aphelion Esports with that victory. The only roster that remains undefeated in the group. They've shocked so many teams so far. And with Team War falling to Boston Academy again, things looking really shaky in what you described, I think, as the group of death, right?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that this group is going to shape up quite interestingly, especially with Boston Academy's win over Team War will knock them down a peg to be 2-1. Boston Academy obviously trying to gun for either that 4th or 3rd place positioning for this group as a whole. And Aphelion Esports, I mean, definitely waking up a lot of individuals about what this team can do as a whole, especially when you take a look at the roster itself. A lot of people were sleeping on their potential, but they are showing up and showing out for what this group has to offer.
Alrighty, well, Aphelion Esports topping that group. All is to play for still, as we have one more set of matches still to come, Andy. Next up, we're going to be focusing on Amit versus FaZe 1 Esports. Again, we just talked how about important this match will be for both of those two teams. Again, especially for FaZe 1, a roster which performed so well at Raleigh. They've been looking like they've kind of had an inversion in a way of what's been going on. Of course, teams in the past where play on well online, they don't do so well at LAN. With FaZe 1, they were the story of Raleigh, Andy. We're very excited for that matchup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's tons of different matchups that we're going to be having coming our way. I mean, this is just day 2 of group play. We still have one more, or a few more series to even get through when it's all said and done. There's still plenty of spots that are up for grabs. Only a few teams have already cemented themselves to find their ticket into playoffs, Brody. Anything could happen.
Anything could happen. North America is a wonderful thing to talk over. We'll have more of that action very soon. Do not go anywhere, guys. Go get yourself a cup of tea and a pack of biscuits. We'll be back with more Call of Duty after this.
Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Welcome back, everyone and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're about to get on our second set of matches in the North American segment of the broadcast. Things are getting spicy now here in these groups as, well, we just saw some shock matchups, including Boston Academy taking down Team War for their first victory in this season of Challengers Elite. But as we get closer to removing some of these teams ahead of playoffs, we have an important matchup coming up. Omit going head-to-head with FaZe 1 Esports. Omit currently 2-1, Andy. They are now going up against PRS, who are 1-2. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty about that matchup, we're going to jump into Rocker Academy versus PRS Gaming, another matchup, which is also another very important one because Rocker are 2-1 and PRS are 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, you almost do feel like that PRS need to continue on with their winning ways. You know, high in their strides off of their 3-0 win versus Convoy Gaming. I mean, I'm not too sure what's going on with Convoy Gaming, but I'm not here to analyze that. All I'm here to tell you is that this PRS gaming squad is coming a little bit different, at least on the day. But Rocker Academy, off the resurgence yesterday, they were also a part of that reverse sweep disaster versus Convoy Gaming yesterday, able to come back from the depths to be able to not only just finish the day 1-1, but also to reverse sweep Convoy Gaming is a big way and a good step forward for the potential of them making playoffs.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Rocker Academy roster. That's not to say I'm a biased caster, but this Rocker Academy roster has been part of recent Challengers history. You know these guys very well, of course. Godorex and Panda. Andy, one of my favorite seasons of Challengers, the Black Ops Cold War season. They were a part of that Built by Gamers roster, which were the silver surfers of the year. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride kind of situation. And it's kind of interesting situation that's arising here with Rocker Academy. They are one of the most consistent teams this season so far, but, you know, Rocker Academy, nonetheless, they're still going to be looking to not get into the same situation that Built by Gamers and even Electrify Steel were in last season. Nonetheless, apparently we do actually have our main focus matchup ready, so enough to talk about Rocker Academy and PRS Gaming. Let's get back into Omit versus FaZe 1 Esports. Again, a reminder for you folks at home, Omit currently 2-1. They win in this one would make them 3-1 and would basically secure a spot in the playoffs.
Yep, don't worry about the top of the screen. This is, in fact, map 1 between FaZe 1 versus Omit. And, again, Omit are trying to rectify that loss that they faced against Aphelion yesterday. FaZe 1 trying to, quite honestly, bounce back. I mean, to say that they need to win out now is just an understatement. They need to show up in a big way as Gravity, 4 in a row for their first life. Even swaps to the long-range shots with the pistol's going to get it done.
You know, it's kind of funny in a way, right? Because we did want to talk about this matchup before we got into it. This is a rematch of a match that did actually happen at Raleigh. That was a game number 5 that went the way of Omit. It caused FaZe 1 to go down to the lower bracket, and both of these two teams did place, top 6 at Raleigh. So both really good teams on land. We see their potential in FaZe 1 again. For them, the story has been enacting it online. At the moment, though, they are struggling to do that. Going up against Gravity, he was in 6 in a row. Caps starting to bring us 3 together at 4 in a row too. Omit, they've got control of the spawns from TP2. We know how devastating this can be. FaZe 1 trying to surge through ruins, though. Cruz and Dak combined for, well, 2. I was going to say 3, but Dak will actually take out his teammate, and that will weaken the point. Not enough, of course, for the spawns to go their way.
Gravity's still alive. He's on a 7 spree. Now he's finding 8 as well. He's getting it done with a pistol. Probably ran out of ammo quite some time ago, honestly speaking. But, hey, an A1 start there for your AR. That is not a bad spot to be in whatsoever. Yeah, you lose the next 10 or the final 10 seconds, I should say, there on P2. But the rotation towards P3 was secured quite a few moments ago. Wiz has much to do up top. The dance with the proverbial devil here of this map so far as Gravity will cut him down. Reinforcements not fully here yet for FaZe 1, maybe break.
Well, he most certainly is the devil for FaZe 1, but FaZe 1 not having a hell of a time here. 9-1 is Gravity now, as he will now sit inside the point, trying to get some time. Dave Paddy provided the coverage around the back line too, and they're working perfectly together with those tacks to remove FaZe 1 from anywhere close to the hardpoint. But now Cruz starting to heat up here. 2 kills for him, looking for number 3. Capsule with the denial. Capsule actually picks up a second there before falling foul to one of those pesky teammates that keep on plaguing players here in Modern Warfare 2. Nonetheless, though, it will not spell disaster for Omit, as they should get that back. 20 seconds or so of time. FaZe 1 now, they want to focus on the rotation. Gravity taking a very long route through the water here to try and disrupt that.
That little split spawn that actually just occurred. I mean, yeah, Gravity's in the water like you were talking about, but I mean, Hixie, as well as both Wiz and Cruz, essentially just spawn on top of each other. So yeah, Gravity's going to go down. He's going to be pretty confused off of that previous communication that came through from the old hill. Hixie's going to be the next one up there on the water route, maybe try to disrupt some things, but proximal spawns are going to be in for FaZe 1 to have numbers for this new hardpoint. Unless Hixie in the backline has something to say about it, does fine too. Now Dak has to go big.
Yeah, Dak's already taken a shot, so they know he's here, and can very quickly deal with him as well. Massive play from Hixie there through the water. He only able to identify one of the two players that attempted that water route. Omit now able to get on through towards this hard point and could really blow this game wide open. They do still have to deal with one player that's made their way in the back line. That's Flames, who has actually been spotted out there by Hixie. So good spot, good kill to make off the back of it. Do they anticipate yet another spawn coming through from Cruz is the question. Could still disrupt that time, and no. Good kill from Capstone now, so the last 20 should go the way of Omit here. And for phase one, this generator hardpoint becomes crucial. They cannot fall foul to an early push from Omit. Hixie on that scrap time, and I think these early gunfights for Gravity, that was a big one for phase one to take. They will have the early control.
They'll have the early control, and they should be more than aware that all of them are spawning effectively at all the old hill. Flames is playing such a good position here over by this rock to make sure that nobody can push the ruins for free. Gravity's actually going to dip into the resource department, going to pull out the cruise missile, but I mean, everybody should remain safe either by way of trophy or just being on the indoors. But look at the spawns now, Brody. You have two players that actually spawn in towards the back. Capsule found an opportunity to push all the way through P3. And that's a break that comes through for 30 seconds that phase one desperately need.
Again, we talked about it. This is a hill that phase one could not afford to lose, and Omit, well, they've got control of it. Caps now sitting in the corner looking for kills. It is, in fact, Dave Paddy up top will pick up a couple of kills. And now Hixie around the side door to try and regain control as Wiz and Cruz sit inside. He will fall. And now it's going to be phase one. Back in control for the back 15. And I think most importantly here for them, they have got control of the right. Well, I was going to say they've got control of the right side of the map. But Hixie is actually going to spawn up over there. Huge gunfight now being won against Dak, who will be forced to spawn away. And yeah, that spawn for Hixie doesn't exactly help phase one in this situation, to be honest.
No, but I mean, you still have a lot of time here as we get underway with our second set of hardpoints. Your biggest problem right now is Dave Paddy up top of P3, looking to maybe cause a little bit more of disruption for this team of phase one as they're still trying to battle out from their spawns. Now moves down towards the stairwell, gets the better of Cruz up top. Hey, how you doing? Dak will get that trade, thankfully, because that is now maybe a chance to get inside the hardpoint. Just got to overwhelm these players from the front, which they do.
Phase one still with a chance, but Caps is now swarming 17 and 8 so far in this game. Really fast-paced SMG play it right now. And he will go down, but phase one now find themselves on the better side of the map. And it gonna get players through the water. Cruz just currently sitting on the hill at the moment for that scrap time. He will go down. Back in for two, though. Pretty good start for him here. Flames now trying to get these kills off the hill. Not going to do so just yet. It's actually going to be a teammate from Hixie that will remove Capstone from that situation. So now there is a really good opportunity here in this game for phase one. They've got control of P2. They could get a full 60 off the back of this. They just need to identify some wayward spawns. I don't know if they're going to keep an eye on Gravity. That's all you can say really at this point, isn't it?
Just don't get Zarquad. Oh, and Dak doesn't fully clear it. Some shots come through. Gravity's going to get the kill. Now Wiz in the hill. He's got to turn around. There needs to be this trade on to Gravity. Sooner rather than later, the nade, not exactly something to write home about from Wiz, will actually open up the door, and Wiz will fall from Dave up front. Gravity from that gifted Zarquad spawn will find his way in. Disastrous for phase one. Need to break back in.
It's almost like you should just keep an eye on your backline at this point, to be honest, when it comes to this hard point. Just have somebody watching that back. Maybe it's a high time for somebody to just sit at the back of the map and anchor the spawns like the old Black Ops 2 days, but Omit regardless, excuse me, going to get that scrap time, or rather the vast majority of time off the back of that hill. A gulf now between themselves and phase one in this game, and it kind of increases the importance of this next hard point, doesn't it, for a phase one? They need to make sure they hold this and start to take some of these players off the sprees. 3 players in a row now that would be on 3 sprees, 2 of them taken down. Just Gravity, the last one on a spree, and he is over in old hardpoint. Hixie now along the back line here, really starting to surge now for Amit as they've got players in the back. That should influence the spawns. They're looking to get on through. It would be a disastrous break for phase one, and there are the kills. Amit, they're in. Gravity on 5 in a row. It's not a good spot.
You can also see there in the picture-in-picture, Rocker Academy putting PRS in the proverbial blender on an Embassy hardpoint. Again, not exactly easy to do, but Rocker Academy getting on quite nicely in their map 1 of their second match of the day. Still on screen, though, Omit doing the same exact thing to phase 1, 217 to 115. You're battling for some scrap time. 4v4, essentially, you're going to get closer spawns. The break might not be there as sufficiently as you would like for phase 1. Still the 1v1 from Caps up front. He's going to win it. Phase 1 are going to be feeling a little sweat dripping down from their spine as now they need to go all in for this P4.
Yep. A couple of players looking to be the advanced guard here for a minute. Cap's still one of those players, but does get shut down by Dak in the back there. And good spot as well from phase 1 to make sure that Hixie wasn't being an annoyance inside that Ruins building. So now coverage in the middle of the map here from Cruz. Good effort. Able to take down yet another one. Phase 1 in a good spot here to take away some time. Spot gravity in the water. They're winning all of their crucial one-on-one engagements, but Cruz now falls in the middle of the map, and that's the first player down. So Amit will be able to get past that first post. Any more now to find here for Amit. They're not exactly in a hurry, to be honest. They're only 21 seconds shy of victory, so all it'll take is one good break. They might not be able to find it here, though. Kills, stuns, utility galore being thrown towards this hard point. At the very least, Amit take a few seconds away from phase 1, but at this point, I wouldn't even be too concerned about what is ultimately scrap time. You gotta focus on the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, again, leader's advantage in a nutshell here for Omid. I mean, you can maybe fight for the scrap time. You'll get closer to finishing the game. You could just go all in for this rotation for P5. That's exactly what a few players for Omid are currently doing. Caps it all, just showing us how nimble he is, jumping across the rock. Has the whereabouts maybe that the flank might need to be looked at, but Hixie off the spawn is going to pick it up.
Big kill against Cruz there to take him out on the back line. That would have been a really disruptive play. Wiz now through the water. He falls as well. Can anybody go near? Dax, the last player left alive, and no, not anymore. Down for the count of phase 1 here in game number 1. Amit will win it. A big, big game for them, as we'll talk about it in just a second. Search and Destroy looking pretty good for Amit so far here in Challengers Elite Season 1. So massive, massive start from them there, Andy.
Yeah, no, fantastic start for them, and it was really all off the snowball effect, I would definitely call it. That was the name of Tom Gravity off the beginning there. Went like 9-1, was like his first death once it finally came all the way through. I mean, it was just absurd scenes. Then got picked up by Dave Patty there at the very end. 30-13 for them, but we'll show that in a little bit as we talk about Aphelion Esports versus Timor. A bounce back required for Timor after losing the Boston Academy versus an undefeated Aphelion Esports.
Oh, look at this off the start. Right down to Switch Observer there as Gunzy now on 3 in a row. Gunzy! Goodness gracious, 4 in a row. Whips the head of Parasite in Aphelion Esports now. This is really my first look at what this roster's been able to do, to be honest. Gunzy on 5 in a row. Gunzy for 6 in a row. Goodness me. He is on a tear at the moment. That will be the cruise missile earn. And I was going to say, well, they don't have control of Nu, but Gunzy has effectively just guaranteed it. Only one more player to deal in the backline. And I think at Lau, at this point in time, probably just quaking in your boots, to be honest. Just trying to influence and anchor those spawns. Fire. Okay, goodness gracious. It was actually fire in the back line. He's gone. Round for the count. Johnny now the last one left alive as he will spawn in the back line. To be fair, does pick up 2 kills. So this kill is not in control for Aphelion just yet.
No, it's not, but I mean, you look at the lead, I mean, you could really just pick and choose your battles if you are Aphelion. Look at them currently residing over by the Chandelier, trying to poke and prod this, at least from one side. They'll lose the majority of the gunfights. You also had Lau off the respawn, trying to pinch that effect. 25 seconds might just be conceded for this hardpoint for Aphelion, and yeah, they're kind of playing around with the idea. They'll pick up Lau on the rotation past the Atrium. They're going to rotate all the way over towards Kitchen, so that way they can set up for Nu. They're already over 200 points, just have to hold Timor at bay.
This is the hard point here for Aphelion. It's going to make sure nobody comes around that backline. That will be what Team War want to do. Expecting a player like Fire to be a crucial part of that play, of that flank. Parasite also prepping for it. You can give away a few seconds here. Just make sure this hit is good. Synchronous between the players. Here we go. Johnny has already fallen around that side door, so now relying on players around the front as well, and well, not able to do anything. Lau only for 1. It will leave Parasite all on his lonesome around the back line. He faces down 2, and just overwhelmed is Parasite. Johnny down for the count as well. The first hit doesn't work.
Oh, it's not going to work at all. Back to the drawing board, and Lau was also maybe trying to find an entry point, but Gunzy's playing an off angle inside of the restaurant, just cutting down reinforcements before they can even get through rugs. Johnny's now next up. Needs some help coming through from line, but again, it's just Gunzy just proactively changing his positioning. Lau will find that trade. You gotta go. You gotta break this hill.
Lau can still do it. Just going to go for the connect spot for now. Again, you're wasting time. You've got a teammate with you. Lau, though, he's going to fall. Fire able to get 1. Is there anything in it for Team War here? No! Gwyn shuts the door on them. Can anybody touch still? Parasite should be able to, but doesn't even get a look in as Gunzy shuts him down. And that's probably the entire description of that first map there. We only saw the end of it, but Gunzy went absolutely huge with that spree in the middle of the map to secure the spawns.
I mean, it needs to be talked about, doesn't it? I mean, everybody keeps on saying just like, well, we don't know too much about this Aphelion squad. We haven't really seen them too much on stream, and I'm just here to give you a quick little history lesson about one in particular of Gunzy from that 8th spree, 2,500 damage, 27-16. I mean, Brody, you go all the way back to Modern Warfare 2019 in finals. Yes, Triumph won it. That was with both Standy and Dave Patty on that roster. Who got second place? Carnage Gaming. And who was on that roster? None other than Gunzy. That guy was frying in the last Modern Warfare game that we had. He's looking comfortable right back at home to his devious ways.
I want to say, am I mistaken in saying that Gunzy was also on the Strike X roster that got to
Yes, he
Pro-Am
was,
last year? Yeah, I was just thinking, I was like, yeah, he's on that Strike X roster that we totally should forget about for Gunzy's sake. Yeah, absolutely. You know, Gunzy, he's been a good player in the past. I think again, it's been a kind of a case of getting yourself onto that good team. It feels like he's got a good supporting cast here as well. Cryptic, of course, of last season against Stallions fame. Coming out of play at 26 and 15, although it felt muted sometimes, he absolutely did his part in that game win at 22 and 18, and Geo there at 21 and 23. Aphelion Esports, again, looking so good. They have shocked so many rosters here, and Team War, I'm not too sure what's going on, because again, we were talking about them being super cracked at hardpoint, not so much when it comes up against Aphelion.
I mean, look, Parasite can read all the spawns in the world, but when you're not dropping numbers and you're not finding all of the slays required from, like, their big number droppers, like Fire only going 17 and 15 was almost a non-benefactor. Yeah, a minute of hardpoint time is fine, but the kills just were not there to keep up with the pace that Aphelion laid down.
Right, well, let's turn our attention back to Amit versus FaZe 1 here. Over towards El Asilo, Search and Destroy we go, and FaZe 1 going to kick things off here on the offensive side. Coverage though from Dave Paddy, pushed all the way up towards Courtyard. In FaZe 1, they don't feel comfortable enough to get the bomb down on A. This is a very fast reaction though to try and get control of B.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're going to start scrambling, going past all of this top patio side. Cap doesn't have Dead Silence pop, so he's just going to wait for the confirmation to maybe try to peek around the corner. Numbers are good for Omit. What's Cap going to do with this positioning, especially with Flames going all the way to the backside of Pride Rock?
That getting that kill will help FaZe 1 here with this transition as Dave Paddy falls over by Pride Rock. Well, Hixie goes down as well. Flames on fire now. Gravity left up in a 1 versus 3. I think the best thing you could do in this situation is maybe pick off some of these players from afar. 20 seconds left. You don't really even have enough time to realistically get to the bomb and do anything of note. So don't feed at this point. Try and get something. The shots are going in towards Dak, but he knows this is a futile effort.
Dak might just be looking for this exit through the window. Gravity might be able to catch that, but Wiz underneath the gun itself tries to just swan dive his way towards the elimination over by Kegs. Won't be able to get it. It needs to be said, I mean, FaZe 1, as good as that 3v4 over towards B, that rotation was superb. You know, the one time that they played this yesterday was actually up against Team War. They won it 6-4, so the rep is in. Maybe some comfort to speak of.
Yeah, that was a really good reaction, I will say, from FaZe 1, to be honest. They knew that they didn't have any control over A whatsoever, so like, right, okay, fast as you like, get yourselves over towards B. Maybe a little bit, not enough coverage of B, to be fair, from Amit. They dedicate themselves to A so much, but regardless, it was a good effort from FaZe 1. It will work out. Flames, of course, having a huge part in that round at 3-0. One of those players to watch from Raleigh. For now, though, Amit back on the offense now. They're looking to get some control over A. They haven't quite accounted for Wiz just yet, who's putting a flank in from behind. Dave Paddy didn't expect that.
Oh, not at all. Very forward approach. Dead Silence. I mean, Wiz is not done yet. Dak off screen also takes down Gravity. That is over by the shack. So now these two players that are alive, both Cap and Hixie, I mean, they're inside their interior. Here at bottom billiards. Need to make a play here.
Cap still trying it, of course, playing the map like he's playing Mikado at the moment, straight through the middle of the map, and it will work out. As stunned or not, he's gotten away with a kill there, gotten away with murder against Cruz. 1 versus 3 now. Still got to go and retrieve that bomb, and, well, that's got across the middle of the map unscathed, but Dead Silence has now run out, and that will slow it up to a snail's pace. Just try and make a bit of noise, bait out one of these players now. That's exactly what he does. Opens up the door to see if he can bait Wiz out from the top. Knows that somebody's here, and Wiz goes for the peek. Doesn't give him any more than that. Cap's still good effort, but 1 versus 3 with that amount of time, with Dead Silence running out. Not really much you could do.
I love that aggressive push that comes through defensively for FaZe 1, right? I mean, you get control of that tower from Dak, but most importantly, Wiz just flies through the fence line, gets up close towards green, and then just holds the line, finds first blood, and then it really does force all of Omit's hand to really force out a play and maybe find a trade for themselves. It does not come through. FaZe 1 just hold the numbers. Flames, by the way, 4-0. Dak also up on 3-0 as well. Streaks potentially on the horizon.
And just a reminder for everybody at home, maybe you guys didn't know this, but definitely feels like at least phase 1 are a search and destroy team. They haven't lost one just yet, it would seem. My stats are correct, so looking pretty good here in Search and Destroy, here in Challengers Elite Season 1, and it looks to get even better as well, as the bomb will go down, although things might fall apart pretty quickly here. Numbers in favor now of Amit. Dak tries to swing out the door to try and do something, but nope. Nothing to be done there. It's Amit with a very fast retake.
I mean, why not just start feeling yourself at that moment of time, just to start flying in towards the site and maybe just try to brute force your way via gunfights, because, I mean, you got 2 rounds in. They're both in your favor. Just Omit holding the irons, waiting for the push to come through, and it works out in their favor. And just to correct you slightly, because I love doing it, Brody, Phase 1 did lose their Search and Destroy versus Aphelion Esports. It was on a Fortress nonetheless, so a little mark on their Search and Destroy record, but they do look very comfortable when it comes down to their execution in their pre-round setup. So won't be able to get that one out, but still much more work to be done here for Omit. It was their offense on their previous attempt that had 2 players for Phase 1 get very, very aggressive. One through the fence line, one over by top tower. Interested to see the adaptations come through for Omit for this offensive round.
You know, I actually realized I misread it as Amit for some reason, because we were obviously casting Amit, and I was reading Amit's stat line. So, dummy here. It's all right, you know, give them the best. Make mistakes sometimes, and I'm not that, so regardless. Amit trying to make their way over towards B, doing what Phase 1 did to them in that first round. This time, though, Amit doing it via pure brute force. Couple of kills going their way. Now in a 4 versus 2 here. Dak and Wiz, you're nowhere near the site.
Hixie's going to join his teammate of Capsidol over by Back Pride Rock. Wiz is going to be so weak. Hixie just has to sneeze on him. As gross as that is, he will be able to find that elimination. The trade soon to follow, and how about it? Omit, as aggressive as you like, you said there, Brody, just fly over towards the B zone, or the B site, excuse me. And I have to start questioning whether or not Dave Patty actually broke out the sniper as well, because there was just so much coverage there. It was just so quick that once Dave Patty was either top house or over on the side awning, was able to recognize, I'm not being looked at from the top side of Rock. There's nobody in the window. There's nobody top AC. Go B. It works.
Just works. Despite the good start here from Phase 1, Amit seems to have got themselves back towards the game. Now on the defense, Amit here. They get players further forward enough. Hixie going to fall to Dak right off the rip in this one. For Phase 1, is that enough to feel confident enough to get the bomb down just yet? Got to be wary of the fact that Capstall is pretty far pushed forward.
He's just going to hold this angle, see if anybody comes out from this house. But we know because of the mini-map and the X-ray, nobody's in there. All 4 players for Phase 1 essentially holding hands, sitting on top of each other, slowly moving away inside of AS&D. They will be able to get here. Dak's going to plant the bomb.
Dak will get that bomb down. A lot of this still rides on Caps in the back line here. Blow this entire play up. They still need to even the odds, and Gravity will actually do that on the other side, but still, Caps could get both. Dak and Flames in one fell swoop. Doesn't get either. Big read from Dak there, recognizing that someone's going to be on the flank, and now Gravity. Daddy has been activated here. He's got himself in a position to try and do what Caps could not, but nonetheless, the shots go through. The element of surprise has been ruined, and on the other side, Dave Patty is down and out. Gravity, the 1 versus 3, the chances for this to go through quickly fading. You don't even have time to make it happen anymore. Cruz eliminates him. And it was a good effort again from Amit to try and make the retake happen. Caps tried it and he fell, and the second attempt didn't go well either.
I mean, time wasn't going to be on Gravity's side either. I mean, you find that first pick, maybe you get the hard read onto the second. Dak was in the office area, then moved over towards the catwalk area, but it just was not going to be working in Gravity's favor with only about 14 seconds remaining. You have to allocate maybe about 5 just to be able to get the defuse all the way through. But, I mean, Phase 1, you know, they get that first pick, and then they are very quick as either 3 or 4 players just to fully clear away the site, get that bomb down. With conditions set, they lead by 1.
Gravity, off the side of this round, throwing utility out. Doesn't matter anything, but he will take some shots elsewhere. He's gotten that first blood, so Amit might feel confident enough now to get the bomb down, and they will. And this time, unlike what Amit had in the last round, even though they couldn't make the retake happen, Phase 1 don't have any players push forward just yet. They will go for a double pinch here. Cruz on one side, Dak on the other. But will they anticipate Gravity's positioning on the stairwell? That's the question. Will they even go past him, to be fair? Well, Flames now joining the party too. Flames up top, and nice double hit. Flames will fall, though. Not able to get away unscathed, and now that's information here for Amit. stop this retake. Numbers still in their favor. Cruz flies down in the middle of the map here. Shut down. Dak goes down as well. Amit not falling to any flank here.
Very standardized offense, might I add. I mean, you're able to brute force your way all the way through billiards to get that bomb planted at 8, and then you just have a standard post plant situation. Caps playing over by the TV, Hixie playing in the close corner by the side door. You just have one player that's just constantly lurking in and around the staircase, making sure that your top office at least stays secured. It works out quite wonderfully for Amit. We keep trading blow for blow here into round number 7, tied up 3 apiece. Dak 7-3, Hixie 7-4. The offense going to be looking like for phase 1. Last time they were able to get that first blood and move their way over towards A, it seems that Omit have put players in a position to stop that from happening this time.
This is fast from phase 1 this time around. Yeah, and there is one player that's managed to make his way through. That is going to be Hixie, who is swiftly dealt with. An overextension that does get punished. Back for the bomb down. And now Amit find themselves in a situation not all that dissimilar to where phase 1 were before. Going to get players through on both sides. Caps through the middle this time, though. Oh, joining them. He's actually one kill and gets away. Will now come round to assist Dave Paddy Kit. Checking every single corner. Flames could well be the playmaker for phase 1. Caps has to check it, though, and Flames gets timing. Flames could still win the gunfight, but no. Caps wins it. 20 seconds now. Gravity jumps on the fuse and just shut down. Now it's Caps. A 1 versus 2. He's going to jump on the defuse. He's going to jump on the defuse. Wiz checks it, rightfully so, and Caps is denied. Such a clutch.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a respectable call coming through from Caps at all, right? I mean, you lose your running mate on the flank of Dave Patty. Cruz was just playing in a close corner over by the fence line to be able to deny that 2-player flank, albeit Caps at all it was doing a great job of just enforcing their way of that top office area. Found a very tough gunfight win on the staircase. With only 16 seconds remaining, not having the immediate information where both Wiz and potentially where Cruz had relocated at, you really only have that one play in your back pocket, and that's just to hop the defuse. But Wiz, the amount of S&D that this guy plays, knows, hey, I probably should check this bomb, does it quite wonderfully. Phase 1 will lead by 1.
Such a close search and a story here between these two teams. Yeah. Back on the offense once again, and this time around, Flames gets the better of Dave Paddy in the middle of the map. They still go for this, though. There's nobody actually inside this area here. There's nobody inside the A site, so they can get away this bomb fun. Unless he gets shot through the door. Nicely done from Flames. Not even through the door, by the way. Right above it. That is such a nice little strat there. And it does kind of leave Cap still and Gravity stranded.
Really does. Bomb's actually going to get up here. It's going to start getting played, and Gravity can't commit towards it. You got one player that's going to be Caps all playing over by Kegs. Maybe try to deny the push, but when it's all said and done, your flank over by the pillar side was not secure whatsoever. And yeah, I was starting to question it. I mean, especially from Hixie's perspective, right? We saw as they were trying to work their way inside of the AS&D, Brody, that this side door right there was open. So you almost have to start questioning, is there going to be a player on the opposite side over by checkers? Is there going to be a player up top? That wallbang spot is there through the door, obviously, but then that one little peek that Flames has right above it, very much so in play. Also needs to be said that Flames has been finding a continuous amount of first bloods for this roster of Phase 1 with an AR in hand. This would be a very good map win if Phase 1 can close it out here.
Would be good to start the series against Amit here. Kind of necessary as well, considering how that hardpoint went. Nonetheless, though. Phase 1. Back to their old antics, straight towards B this time, but they haven't cleared it. They don't check for Dave Paddy in the backline. Now things go from bad to worse too. There's nobody there to help him out as Dak falls. And they have full control over B here for a minute.
Yeah, they really do. You look at Dave Paddy's positioning all the way in the back, essentially over by the map. Where it ends, Cruz going to be finding that out the hard way, and then Caps it all, rechows it with attack 56. We'll get traded by Wiz, 2v3. 40 seconds left to play. Got to make this play happen. They'll be doubled up together.
That's probably the best way to play this, to be honest with you. Try and pick these guys apart, but not much time really to make it happen. 30 seconds now on the clock here. Time dwindling down in the round. Will they check for Dave Paddy by the lorry? Should do. They know he's here from earlier on. There you go. First kill through. No immediate trade now from Amit. They can grab the bomb. They could probably plant it as well, provided the cover is in from Flames. But is it? Gravity goes in for the door. It's Nate weak, but elsewhere, Hixie in for one. Flames able to keep this one alive. I think he just lined them up.
I mean, Gravity was one shot, no stim. As soon as they try to peek that, doesn't see that the bomb's being planted. we'll see it from this perspective. Yeah, Flames, there's the first. Hey, how you doing? A weak gravity. I'll find 2 bullets to go. Thank you very much. 10-6 for Flames. And the 6-3 win over Omit, which we were honestly sitting there speculating when you and I were doing our pre-series notes and our pre-day notes. We were sitting there saying, it was like, this Omit roster is just disgusting at Search and Destroy. But Phase 1, clearly up to the task with a handful of Search and Destroy grinders themselves, able to shut down Omit on that Search and Destroy. They'll make this series interesting as they're tied up 1 apiece.
Yeah, crazy. Really important map, I think, again, especially with how that hard point went. They needed that Search and Destroy victory, and off the start, it felt like it might well just be theirs. Not necessarily with ease, but they were looking so good in the first couple of rounds. They looked like they'd kind of outplayed Amit, but Amit able to fight back in a fair few crucial moments there. But great performance coming out there of the Phase 1 boys. Again, a crucial map. It's a map that I think, again, you know, we've seen them being good at Search and Destroy before, so they definitely needed that victory, and we saw some great performances coming out of the players there as well. Let's take a look then around the grounds. Out of another match that we did mention earlier on, we saw Rocker Academy kind of take the hard point away from PRS Gaming. Now, into this Search and Destroy on Hotel, things pretty even.
250 to 119 was that Embassy Hardpoint finale, if anybody wanted to know. Got our X with a sniper in hand. 3v3. That bomb is in a precarious spot. Let's just put it that way. But you got one player on the flank. That's going to be Real all the way in towards the back. Godorax is going to be waiting maybe for this challenge to come all the way through. And you essentially don't have to do anything. You could play retake here with these positionings that Rocker Academy have.
Godorax could still blow this up, though. They've opened up the doors, so they've got an idea that someone's probably around here. Godorax slowly inching his way around that angle. Doesn't have to worry about this just yet. I think as PRS are more concerned with getting the players out by the parking lot. They're sending players on the flank here. Godorax just sitting in the corner. As that door swings wide open, he will be in a position to deal with it. And the gunfight does go down. Godorax does win that. Siski has been dealt with. An immediate trade from Pro Omar now, but the bomb has gone all the way through towards Bedroom. They're going to have to retake the site once more. And they haven't removed Panda from this power position. The plant will attempt to at least go down, but the feet are exposed. Panda will just slap him out. And yeah, that is done and dusted. Pro Omar, he's not going to do anything here. Might as well just try and get away with your life. But yeah, they spent so long trying to deal with a sniper rifle.
Keep in mind, names up top, obviously backwards, but we know the colors for Rocker Academy are obviously there, and the names included with them. And you really just got to shout out Real. I mean, the discipline all the way into the backside of lobby was just waiting maybe to see if anybody was going to exit, go through Chandelier, and maybe try to push over towards that BS&D. Just was not going to be the case at all. It's still going to be said that Godorax basically got away with highway robbery. I mean, the fact that they got double chowed is still able to walk away with 1 kill with a pistol really kind of put that all to rest as Pander was unscathed top bedroom.
Splitting hairs between these two rosters at the moment, it would seem. This time, though, Feint goes for the first blood and couches, and it's laid to rest. Let's trade, though, from Panda to try and even the odds here. Elsewhere, all the way through the middle of the map. Seems like it's Real that's causing problems once again, finding that route, the routes which he was famous for in European challenges. Still doing it. Nice reposition from Gus, to be fair, at the back line to deal with this one. I don't know if he's ready for Real, though. Is he ready for Real? Peak finally falls to Pro Omar, actually, from afar. But look at the map at the moment. Rocker Academy, if they want to get the bomb down, they're absolutely 3-2.
It's 2v2, and Pander and Godorax are essentially separated from each other. So Pander's going to pop dead silent, start moving his way through bottom bedroom, and this is going to be a tough gunfight ahead of him. Pro Omar's all the way in the back with the sniper rifle in hand. Gus playing that back half wall as well. Pander actually has 2 weapons to play with. The challenge might be coming through a lot faster than what Pander wants, and Pro Omar will pick up Real's tack that he was using previously. Now Godorax in 1v2. Time not on his side.
That was a strategy. We'll talk about that in just a second. Godorax now makes this a 1 versus 1, though. Could still grab this bomb and sprint his way towards the site. I'm pretty sure he does have time to make it happen. Sprint! Run! Run, Godorax! Run!
Run, Godorax!
Run! No! No! What?
Oh.
What is happening? Hello?
I mean,
what was that
look,
round from Rocker Academy? They had free reign over the bomb site.
But did you really know that? Yeah.
Well, they checked it. The thing is, Godorax actually checked it and still went for the gunfight against the player in the back line. Like, I don't quite understand. I think you should have got the bomb down, if I'm on it. I don't think there's really much else you can say about that.
I mean, without knowing the knowledge of where that last player was located at, it's going to be really, really tough to gauge. I mean, there obviously could have been that timing to hit all the way through the atrium and maybe look at the A-bomb site, so I can't really fault Godorax for doing that, but regardless, tied up into round number 9. Godorex does have Dead Silence. Actually has a Vaznev in hand. Pops Dead Silence. Plays a corner.
For this round for PRS, Ramar, the only player from PRS, actually centered over towards A. They're putting a lot of stock into B. Maybe thinking that they can clear this one, and PRS or Pro Amar can come on follow, but no, just noise, just smokes and mirrors, and look at this. Rocker Academy, they look in that direction for a moment, but there isn't an immediate reaction from PRS just yet.
Dead Silence is being popped galore. Site starting to be flooded slightly by PRS. Pro Amar is going to feel comfort to at least get this bomb planned, but look at the split on the map as well, like you were highlighting. Misiski pushed all the way past the Jacuzzi. We'll find that first blood on a Real, and Godorex is going to get scouted. He only has a Vaznev top bedroom. Bob's going to be planted.
Godorex, courageous as ever, swings out towards the middle of the map to see if he can get anybody elsewhere. Panda has actually picked up that kill against Lunars in the middle. So that's that mid-map coverage that has fallen. 25 seconds now for Godorex to make this one happen. Or Rocker Academy to make this one happen. Feint checks bottom bedroom, knows that somebody's going to be the massive one to take. Yet still, there's another massive 1v1 on the other side, and Panda will win it versus Goose. So now, Pro Amar left up 1 versus 2. Just has to stop this bomb from being defused. Yep, time is absolutely on his side, and Pro Amar gets the kill to boot. PRS Gaming. That's a great strat. It's a little bit abnormal, but it's a great strat.
Yeah, a little unorthodox, I would say, to split the map the way they did. And when you had 2 players push all the way past wine, essentially inside a kitchen, it becomes a little bit more of a head-scratcher for this Rocker Academy roster on what they are actually up to. That they only had the immediate information once the bomb obviously got planted, but Godorex was going to be the player up top bedroom, maybe to shut it down. He gets shaved away from that positioning. It completely all falters for Rocker Academy to try to retake that site with the mid-map coverage that PRS Gaming had up on that point.
One more round for PRS Gaming. Can they get it done? It's a swift push towards A this time around for Rocker Academy. Real's all the way through. Lunas with the first blood. It feels troublesome at first, but there is an immediate trade now. Real just brushes there. I think Siski did see him. Call will be made now. I know that somebody's trying to make that flank happen, but for Rocker Academy, it's not the end of the world. They did actually get away with the bomb here.
3v3. See Fame just understanding that top bedroom has not been cleared yet. I mean, the only person that might be able to do it is going to be Real. Pops Dead Silence. Bottom garage now. He has so much to clear over here, and whether he knows it or not, he needs to be ready. Does not commit towards the back staircase. Didn't even show himself as well. Now will pounce up top. Is Siski. Real for 2.
Huge. Just completely clears the bedroom. Didn't see Gus towards the back, but it doesn't matter. Gus now in a 1 versus 3. That bomb goes down. His best chance is to stop that from happening. Now facing down Feint to stop the round 11. He's going to leap to safety here. Down bottom bedroom. Yet still. Above him remains Real, and there you go, Real to take him down. Not really much that you could do in that scenario, but Real again, you know, the route maker for Rocker Academy does it again.
That was such a big round out of Real again, just playing his life on the bottom side of luggage. Wait for Dead Silence, clears away the garage. I thought he was going to come up through the staircase where there was 1 player located for PRS, but doubles back, bottom bedroom, whether it was Fame that conveyed that information that bottom bedroom was where a player was located at, was wonderfully done by Real to be able to find that first. Snaps on to Siski up top of the ladder. Real for the finish. We'll find 3 in the round. Round 11 we will go. PRS up on the offense.
Seems like PRS here in the round 11 going to be aiming for A. Keep an eye on the antics of Siski, though. Could well find himself in a powerful position here to blow up this entire play from Rocker Academy on the defense. Whether or not he'll get caught out, that's the question, because Fame is here watching it all. Shaky shots from Siski. Fame able to get it done. And now for PRS Gaming, they were relying on that play so much.
Yeah, now everything kind of slows down to a snail's pace, doesn't it? Bomb's actually going to get dropped by Pro MR. They have so much more space just to clear. But, I mean, if you're Real, if you're Godorex, top and bottom bedroom, you essentially don't have to do anything. But one player actually slips the net. Pro MR is in bottom luggage. Now up top, and Godorex has the read, gets the kill.
Now things just go from bad to worse here for PRS Gaming, don't they? They've got no map control whatsoever. They're still trying to force the bomb down on towards B, and Gus falls. Luna's left up in a 1 versus 4. Gets the first. 25 seconds here. Has to be swift with his actions. He's going to get caught out here, surely, by Panda in the middle of the map. Stunned is Lunas, and, well, Panda doesn't even need to ego chalice, to be honest. just try and stay alive in this situation. Lunas is really unlikely to do anything of note. Lunas checking for him, and Panda, he is out. What can you do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Rocker Academy. The ice is there for them as they win the round 11 here.
Yep. I mean, honestly speaking, could have been a 6-4 scoreline had God of Rex maybe try to go for that plant rather than try to look for the gunfight a few rounds ago. But regardless, all of Rocker Academy make up for it in a huge way, with Real in particular. What a last few rounds out of the kid from Spain. 7-8 will be the finish for them. 10-6 there from Fame. Things you absolutely love to see for Rocker Academy going into the day 1-1.
All right, well, back over towards our main focus matchup. We're going back to El Asilo here for the control. Phase 1, of course, did win on El Asilo Search and Destroy. And already to start this game, it feels like excuse me. Did win that first round on the offense, so that's a pretty big victory for them. Phase 1, I think things not going so bad for them on the offense here as they look to make progress over towards B. And as Dak falls now, Wiz has a choice to face. Can he actually pull off some heroics here? Gets the first kill, not the second. Try to create some space here for phase 1.
Snapping on dead bodies, snapping on a player that's actually alive, still able to find the elimination, gets traded. 14 plays up against 12. 40 seconds remaining here. Maybe try to assault over towards the B zone, but you have so much space that you just have to clear. It seems that Dak might be the player to do it. Bottom checkers can't find much of anything at all. Mitt just holds strong right now. The next player up would be Flames, maybe to touch the zone, but the coverage from top AC is just that much better.
20 seconds left now for phase 1. Players to deal with right in your face as well, as Capstil's getting right involved in the spawn point, and he gets himself into green too. It's another problem that phase 1 have to deal with, and I think for now I'm just going to have to forget about it. Make a move forward towards Pride Rock side, and as Hixie picks up 2 huge gunfights. Yep, not really much that they can do here in this situation. Cruz, I don't think he's going to be able to touch the point at this point regardless. Flies for it! Gives it a go, but not going to happen. Despite getting a B, it's just too much to ask here for phase 1.
Yeah, Omit take a 2-0 lead. Which would only suggest the simple fact that they indeed closed out their offense, so we could have deducted that, especially with the scoreline that we had on our screen with phase 1 on offense. But nonetheless, 3 segments are all phase 1 were able to find for themselves. Could not work their way past the field. Could not even get past the middle of the map interior. Again, this is what you come to expect when you have players like Gravity and Dave Patty on your team. I mean, these are just 2 individuals that are quite adept at holding their irons and making sure these longer lines of sight always get shut down. Now it comes down to phase 1 to reverse sweep into control. Maybe take the swing map mode combo.
Quick look at our picture-in-picture then at what's going on elsewhere around the grounds. There's Aphelion Esports, of course. We saw them with the hard point away from Team War earlier. It seems like Team War able to tie the series up at 1-1. Currently, though, 2-0 down in the control on also El Asilo. We'll keep you guys updated on what's happening with that one as it continues on. Feels like the regular performances out of players like Gunzi and co. Regardless, though, back to this one. And Amit here at the start of this offensive round. Kills going in their way. Gravity and Dave Paddy going to double up on the point here. And I really like this advanced positioning from Hixie. They know they've already got the point. They want to get themselves right, stuck in the mud here, over towards B. In towards Garage they go. Could still do some serious damage here.
The biggest issue, whether or not Hixie was aware of it, that Dak actually spawned right behind where Cruz is playing top Pride Rock, but you will find the first. Wiz will answer back with 2. Now Capsidol just needs to get the hell out of Dodge and just try to stay alive here inside the staircase, though. Dak Flames very much so adept on trying to make sure that Capsidol cannot play this forward positioning. Dak will find that kill, and the map resets essentially, but 60 seconds out on towards the board from that A-zone capture. 1:40 left to play here, and Omit could still close it out in this round.
Just going to get control of the middle of the map now. Our Omit. All of those players that have managed to cement themselves inside, or rather just brute force your way through the point. Dave Paddy in for 2 over towards the garage side. They've made the space required now, but they still haven't dealt with Wiz on the other side. Wiz, who, by the way, actually picks up 2, but Dave Paddy is piecing alone here over towards the point, still alive. Once again, his teammates have fallen, so he is left to try and create some space for his team, and well, again, just a little bit too much to ask. Wiz, by the way, still hasn't died over this side. 3 kills that would be huge to try and hold him towards the point.
Just gonna play in the office. Wait for the challenge to come through. There's Cap. Added some good shots, maybe, to take down Wiz. Will be get the better of him. 19-19 now on a 4 spree. Pops dead silence. The potential to make the play is on the cards here. The potential to get the streaks also on the cards. Also has to be talked about. Phase 1 have mitigated that 4 life deficit that they had faced against themselves. after Omit had converted the A zone. 16 plays up against 15, just under a minute.
Yeah, Dave Pad is watching it though. Ooh, did he see him? I'm not too sure if Dave Pad is still around. I don't think he did. Wiz still alive though, regardless, and it's still a problem that Omit they need to deal with. On the other side though, Omit causing all sorts of problems. Crew's taken down off the car, heading out. Potential for Omit to make their way through. Dak and Flames ready for this push out. There you go, one down for the count now. Caps will go. Wiz still alive now on 5 in a row. Wiz finally taken down now from Hixie. It's Gravity who actually will pick up 2, and now Hixie and Gravity on the point here. 15 seconds remaining. They're getting close to securing that first tick of aggression, but Gravity will get taken down by Cruz now, and Hixie just trying to create some space in the middle of the map. First kill versus Dak is in. Cap still able to get another one towards the point side, but again, 4 seconds left. Hixie forced to get right in towards the point himself. He's actually still alive. Does some serious damage. Is it enough to Gravity jump the point? Yes, it is. 0.1 seconds, and Gravity will fall to a nade. Phase 1 is still hanging on here with a good defense.
Still have to win an offensive force around number 5, but nonetheless, I mean, you really got to tip your hat to what Wiz was able to piece together there after the A-Zone got converted. Was just alive for such a long time, top offices, and was just able to enforce their way with that spree, then brought that all the way over towards the field, really forced Omit's hand to maybe try to find where that player was located at, where he might be lurking at, and was just constantly keeping Omit's numbers slightly down, but never truly out, as you always had just players like Capsidol and Hixie trying to force their way in towards the field. And albeit they got there a handful of times, Phase 1 did a great job at shutting down any segment progression over at B.
Phase 1 Esports now. We said what they needed to do here. Just get themselves back into the game with an offensive victory. We'll make it sound so easy, but it most certainly is not. They've opted to go for a B push right off the rip. Still one more player to deal with in the backline. That's going to be Dave Paddy. Cruz more than aware of the fact. It will in fact be Dak that finishes things off. And now the way is clear for Phase 1 here. Stack the point. Get yourself some progression at the very least. A tick would be nice. 2 ticks would be great. The capture, even greater. But now here comes Amit. Encompassing from all sides. Cruz, too much to deal with there. Dak and Wiz still around the crowd, but again, Wiz falls, and now Dak again, stuck in one of these positions where, yeah, you got 1 tick of progression, didn't quite get the second. Just try and stay alive in the middle of the map.
Pops that silence over inside AS&D, just maybe try to make a play going forward. And off spawn, Wiz actually deals with one player. That was Capsidol, maybe trying to make a forward approach play to deny more respawns from getting over towards the A zone itself. Flames, not by surprise, Dave Patty was actually top catwalk inside that window. Has some help with Hixie down low. This one, Phase 1 thought that they were going to be able to cause a distress over by the B zone, maybe get 2 segments of progression. They find themselves down in numbers and still struggling to get over towards the A zone.
All right, 20 seconds left now. Wiz gonna get on the point, but his teammates are falling around him. Hixie in for 2. Hixie just eviscerates Wiz there in that situation. Wiz will get the posthumous nade. But Gravity completely shuts it down. 15 seconds left. I don't think Phase 1 will have much choice here, to be honest, but go straight towards A. There's one last hurrah. Gotta check this corner that Gravity's sitting in. But it doesn't even matter. Dave, Paddy, and Hixie watching it. Dak, he's the last remaining player left alive. And, well, the teammate comes through from Dave, Paddy towards the end. Doesn't make a split of a difference. Amit, they're able to take it. We didn't see that first offensive victory, but that absolutely was the reason they're able to win.
Yeah, I mean, that was just emphatic gameplay coming through defensively. I mean, say what you will about the opening breakoff, right? Being able to at least have numbers slightly in your favor for Phase 1. You got to really appreciate their attempt to try to go for B, and they almost got that second segment. And you really do feel like, Brody, that if that second segment was able to come all the way through, maybe Phase 1 could have bought enough time for them to move their way over towards A, but it's just simply not to be. Back over for LSCLO control, but 2 different teams. Team War versus Aphelion Esports. Team War, by the way, they won that Mercado Search and Destroy map 261.
And that's the answer back that I think they really needed, to be honest. Again, after what happened in map number 1, we talked about how good of a hardpoint team they've been so far. To lose that hardpoint to Aphelion wasn't the best start, but they've recovered well enough. Not so much in this round, though. Aphelion looked like they could well close the door. Here. After going down at A, it would be a miracle, though, to win this in a 4 versus 12 situation. Gio knows it, too, and Mesh push some teammates, shots into his teammates. Excuse me, the gunfight's, though, starting to go down. There you go, just Lau left alive, and, well, we got it, just the tail end of the game, but Aphelion Esports, they're able to get it done.
These guys are just absolute reapers in respawns. I mean, they are just completely outgunning and outpacing all of Team War continuously. I mean, even Gunzy, 18 and 16, had himself a whale of a hotel map number 1, but I mean, You take a look at some of those stats very quickly. Gwyn 31 and 17, 28 and 18 for Geo. Those guys must have been everywhere. We only got to see the tail end of round number 4, but I mean, they were letting Team War have it in these respawns.
Yeah, Aphelion, they're absolutely showing up, aren't they, again? And we were talking about names that maybe you guys haven't heard of before. Yeah, you probably have heard of Gunzi, but Gwyn and Geo, I think, pretty much new names to a number of players or a number of teams, a number of spectators here in the scene. And they're looking really good at the moment. Andy, Gwyn, again, showing up there with 31 kills at the end of the game. It's a shame we didn't get to see the rest of that game one, because I think it would have been a really good one between the two teams. Team War, though, on the other hand, not having such a good day number 2 here. We were talking about how spectacular it looked at the end of day number 1. Well, day 2 not going so hot after they lose to Boston Academy, and now potentially looking to lose here against Aphelion Esports. We can take a look at the stat lines at the end of that game. We already pointed it out, Andy. Gwyn, 31 kills at the end of that affair, but the rest of the team also doing their part.
Yeah, I mean, again, just from top to bottom, what it starts to scream is that both Gunzi and Cryptic, as well and as adverse as they were keeping themselves alive, Gwyn and Geo were truly a thorn in the side for all of Team War. And it's got to be said that this Team War roster as a whole, especially in this series right now, barring obviously the Mercado Search and Destroy that we didn't get to see, is that Aphelion are completely outpacing Team War, which is something I didn't think that I would honestly say, especially with the numbers that we're seeing from Fire yesterday in the respawns, what Lau has been able to piece together continuously, how well Parasite's been playing in the respawns as well. It's a very uncharacteristic territory that Team War have found themselves in day 2 of Challengers Elite Group play.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. We kind of knew that this was going to be a tough match for Team War, right, against Aphelion Esports, just given how Aphelion looked in day number 1. Again, I think the problem for them is that losing this in addition to losing to Boston Academy would be a bit of a problem. I think with day number 2, they'd end up at 2-2. Nonetheless, let's take a look at the best of 5 map set for this series. Lasilo Control will go the way of Aphelion Esports 3-1. We can show you guys the earlier maps that we saw as well with that Aphelion. Pretty convincing victory on Hotel Hardpoint, and then, of course, the pretty convincing victory equally for Team War on Mercado Search and Destroy. We're going back to Mercado for a map number 4 between these two teams. It's time for your subs to have a hell of a time.
Yeah, you really do need Fire to step up in a big way comparatively to what we got out of them from that Hotel map number 1. And honestly speaking, this Mercado Hardpoint could be something that you could really lean on for Team War. This would actually be the first time that they would be playing it, but we'll talk more about that later, I'm sure of it. We'll go back over towards Rocker Academy versus PRS, a must-needed win for PRS Gaming to stay alive in the series.
Rocker Academy looks pretty hot so far, and Real, massive reason for that. We jump in with him being on 9 in a row. This is the Real that we know from the Rocker Academy in Vanguard days, or even before that, really. Rocker Academy looking really great here, but they're only looking for the first few ticks of progression over towards A. I say only, to be honest. Everybody really starting to heat up now as Fame in for 2. Made weak there. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see the immediate challenge coming out from Lunars, but Fame now back up towards 100 HP, has the assistance of his teammates, and Lunars will have to get involved sooner rather than later here as the second tick about to come on through. Rocker Academy sitting pretty at the moment. Finally, it's Gus who will come through for the challenge in for 2. Gus for 3. Pro Amara is also here to help. Just 2 ticks gone, and finally PRS stop the bleeding.
Back to the drawing board here, under 40 seconds for Rocker Academy to make a decision. Which zone do we start going towards? But you got to start clearing away your side of the building first. It's going to be Siski inside. Actually gets the better Real playing footsies with the pillar itself. Fame will be there for the trade. So elimination starting to look pretty good. You can start seeing the rotation come through from Lunars and Co. over by the B zone. Maybe try to help things out over by the A zone. The only player that's over here, maybe try to stop things from tacking on over, would be Pro Amar. But before they could even think about maybe getting over here, the stack is in. 60 seconds out on towards the board.
There you go. Extra 60 seconds, as you say, Andy. Rocker Academy, they've got Real's streak to go. They could utilize it if they wanted to force PRS inside Garage or inside the main building. Got to get themselves in position before they even think about doing that, and that's not going to help as Luna's actually picks up a pretty crucial gunfight versus Panda. Rocker Academy still don't have control of that side of the map. They've had Godorek sitting in a pretty good position for a very long time here. Now, I think more to the point, they have to do a players pushed up on towards them. Siski's got himself in towards House, the very back of the map. Still in that position to cause some problems here, and he does actually take out Panda. This is going to turn Rocker Academy around.
Yeah, Real has to split his focus, right? I mean, he's got to be fishing for the timing, and he's going to start getting shot from behind. Siski took that positioning top green, so now Real has to split their time to maybe try to clear away the flank, also start clearing away bottom checkers, but You need to start moving now. 24 seconds remaining. There's been so much clock that has been shaved away. The flank also very much so into effect. It's Godorex in towards the back. Gonna be the heroic play potentially for Godorex to extend this round.
Could well get it done. There is only really one player on the point, but I think Godorex is more preoccupied with taking players off the point. Has a lot of faith in his teammates here to make sure that they can deal with Lunas there, and they do. 1 second on the clock, 0.3. Finally, someone's on the point. Godorex still trying to fight those supporting gunfights, and elsewhere, Siski has taken down 2. Real on his lonesome for the moment here. Won't be long before Fame joins him from the middle, but Fame needs to hurry up. To be honest, it will only take 1 kill, and there you go. Real, he's off the point. PRS, they deal with all of that pressure from Rocker Academy, but it's plays like that towards the end, like why I really love this roster, to be honest. Again, Godorex in that position realizes all he has to do is just stop the players off the spawn. There's 1 player to deal with on the point, just lets his teammates do that.
Yeah, just misses the timing from that player mantling up towards top AC. Didn't hear him, probably didn't see, obviously didn't see him either. But hey, that's the trust that you do get from this core 3 from the end of last year. Both Fame, Pander, Godorex. A lot of time spent together. We already highlighted Pander Godorex playing all the way through from the BBG days of Cold War's past. Fame joining the likes of them throughout the Vanguard year, but this team has been sticking together all the way through the Modern Warfare 2 year so far. As you can take a look at the picture-in-picture of Fellion Esports versus Teamwork getting it on Mercado Hardpoint.
And we'll keep you guys updated with what happens on that matchup. It's pretty early doors at the moment. Team War looking to force a game number 5 versus Fellion Esports. I kind of love it, to be honest, since those 2 teams are both pretty good. Regardless, though, back towards this matchup, and it is PRS Gaming once again on the offense. This time around, though, they've opted to go straight towards B. Real's utilized his streak with not much to talk about, to be honest. You remove 1 of those players, it just leaves 2 on the point, but there hasn't been able to capitalize. Finally, there is. Spana takes out Siski, and a lot now on the shoulders here of Pro and Mark, who is taking shots from all sides. Finally, here, gets involved in the gunfight and will fall. So, Rocker Academy, they use the streak, and it does actually go pretty well in the end.
Yeah, I mean, lives even 24 apiece, 2 segments for a cruise missile. I will take those odds, especially with how PRS started off this offensive round. Need to have it here. We've sent around 5. Need to have it here just to stay alive in this best of 5 series. And Siski down low will get the better of Real. Still not traded, keep in mind you, but is the only player that is still alive this far forward for PRS Gaming. He's being shaved away from that positioning. Fame will finally cut him down. Map essentially goes back to even, with just under a minute left to play for PRS's offense.
Things stabilized for Rocker Academy here on the defense. And up and shots in to Siski. Forces him to move away for a second there. Now the hit is on for PRS Gaming. Overextend Pro Amar, you have to imagine here towards a position that would be beneficial, but Panda, he's ready to deal with him. Panda, there you go. Godorex gets the second. Now 30 seconds on the clock here for PRS Gaming. They lose Lunas up top as well. And now it might just be the Hail Mary play, but you don't anticipate Panda being in this advanced of a position. 5 in a row for the man towards what could well be the end of this game. Loses his teammates, so really can just go huge. Just try and waste some time for your teammates to come off the spawn.
Godorex knows that there's going to be 1 player on A. Gonna wait for the timing. He's gonna challenge out the boxes, get some very unfortunate timing, gets the turnaround, but the damage is gonna be good enough for Fame to collapse on that play. But the B zone was fully tacked over while that A zone was being assaulted. 17 plays up against 12. You're down by 5 lives. You have a minute to do it.
Oh, Real gets skewered there by 2 PRS Gaming players. And I think the big problem here for Rocker Academy is critics of progression on A have already gone the way of PRS. Oh, Fame gets his butt handed to him there by Siski. Pro Amar follows up with another one too. And now for Panda and Godorex here on the red tower. You have to use your advantageous position to your benefit. You have to make sure you get these guys before they get anywhere near the point. 45 seconds to be fair on the clock now. Godorex has done his part of that effort. Panda still with a streak ready to go too. Godorex continues, by the way, up top in that power position. PRS just can't get past him.
Tough gunfight for Pro Amar to take down Godorex from that top tower position like you were highlighting. And now Pander, he's just been so annoying to deal with. He's up to 25 and 16. Also looking at the flank, 25 seconds, 6 lives remaining. Last chance to win for PRS to convert this last segment.
You've got 1 player through Pro Amar. Again, though, it is Godorex that you still haven't dealt with. Fame actually on the point, right in the thick of it. Looking to take these players out before they get anywhere near the point. Gus and Lunas are the target here. Pro Amar has it to take out Panda again, though. Real is actually the one to deal with the damage here. 8 seconds left on the clock. Siski gets past Godorex, but you're not getting past Fame. Gus falls too. This one's donezo. Rocker Academy able to take the 3-0 here versus PRS Gaming, despite some heroics here in round number 4. Just wasn't enough.
Yeah, cruise missile gonna get called in there at the end, just as the last little bit of fireworks for Rocker Academy to go 3-0 in the series. And honestly speaking, a much better day out of them. That is a 6-0 map count on the entire day there, Brody. They look so much better on the day today. I know we didn't get to see much of them versus Ironblood in their first series of the day, but man, I tell you, if Rocker Academy can find strides and find consistency in their performance on this day, they look so much better than yesterday.
Yeah, indeed. Yesterday wasn't great for Rocker Academy, of course, with a 3-0 loss versus TFL Enterprises. Nonetheless, though, turn our attention over towards Aphelion Esports and Team War. And Aphelion now starting to look like that map number 1. Aphelion again, their hardpoint is simply sublime. Cryptic at 22-11, Gwyn 26-14 also. Team War to pave their way back into this game. And they're not in a bad position to do it, to be fair. Don't give too much time away off this hill and make sure you're on the right side of the map for the next 2. But Aphelion Esports, again, at this point, I mean, do you even really have that choice if you're Team War? This is a lot of time to give away.
Yeah, it really is, and it's a lot of time that you absolutely need. You're down by a lot of points. You just simply cannot allow Aphelion Esports to start feeling themselves. I mean, off of that map, one of what we got to see, 250-169, was mostly all at the back end of Gunzy, Gwyn, Geo, just absolutely having their way, but Cryptic stepping up in a big way. 24-12, double positive. The kill feed erupting in favor of Aphelion Esports. They'll hold the rotation over towards New as well.
It's not looking great for Team War here. You really needed that rotation. You didn't get it. Johnny could perhaps upset Gwyn, but no, not on this day. They haven't got anybody in the hill just yet. Finally, Gwyn will jump in for the time, but I don't think they're really eager here. They're up by about 100 points. It's like, Gunzy! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Gunzy! Doesn't even need the Vaznev. Just sats up loud there with the knife. And now 25 seconds remaining here for Aphelion Esports. Things looking so good when you've got supporting gunfights going in your favor like that. Team War. One last tick here. 15 seconds remaining. They're able to get 1 kill, but no more. Cryptic turning on towards fire. Parasite down. Loud down too. It might well be War down also, and I think it is. Can anybody touch fire? Nowhere near. Cryptic finishes on 5 in a row. And that last hardpoint really does just emphasize what Aphelion do right in hardpoint. They look so good on the supporting gunfights around the hill.
I mean, just respawns in general. I mean, we got to see just a single lick of that Asilo control map number 3 between these two teams. But I gotta say, man, this Aphelion Esports roster is just a bunch of young buck superstars just showing up when they absolutely need to do it. 30-13 for Cryptic. Are you kidding me? This guy was everywhere. He was slaying out of his eyeballs. Team War go 0-2 on the day. Things you don't love to see.
Team War didn't have a good day number 2, and very much contrast to day number 1. Maybe phase 1 can end day 2 well enough, though, as they're now 2-1 down to Emit. Up in the hard point, though. Some of a good shot here of forcing this one to a game number 5 would be our first one of the day, Andy. Regardless, though, Emit in control of P1 for the moment. Dave Paddy providing the support and gunfights from top munitions, and it is going to be a wave of green in the kill feed here as Dave really starting to heat on up. Gravity with another kill, and phase 1 for all their efforts just cannot get past the middle of the map. This does not bode well for them at the moment. I think with 30 seconds left here, might be a good idea to send somebody towards the gallows.
Saw a 250-180 win versus Boston yesterday from Omit. Can they try to reprise that same effect here? I mean, Dave Patty is looking comfortable, to say the least, up at 20-8 with 30 seconds worth of hard point time, and he is just piecing up on a 4 spree. Has a lot more work to do. Can't even get out from the back windows. Dak will find that trade. But is the damage done ahead of this rotation? Because, I mean, Caps is the only person that's over here. Wiz is going to scout him out. And albeit you're soaking up the scrap time, this could be a money hill for phase 1 to start running away.
We were saying they needed to get across towards P2. Now they've done more than that. They've actually got control of it away from Emit, but Emit not going to have it just yet. Cap still falls foul to some friendly fire from Dave Paddy. That'll weaken their assault enough to stop it altogether. I don't know just yet. Dave Paddy's still knocking at the door, as is Gravity. Gravity does fall, though. Dave Paddy's still alive. Weak. Doesn't matter for Dave Paddy. Doesn't matter for Dave Paddy. Shreds Cruz from the backline. Not enough again, though. Phase 1 still replenish their forces with these back spawns. Gravity now managed to fight his way in towards the corner. Has to switch with the pistol for that gunfight. And again, not feeling too spicy with it. 20 seconds left now for phase 1. A huge rotation. A huge rotation for Flames. If you can get 3, no. If you can get away there in the situation, that could have been big. But he still might have opened the door here for phase 1.
Yeah, no, he sure did, because the anvil push is very much so still open for phase one. You can see them flying all the way up through the staircase of maps. There's a trophy back there that's maybe keeping Hixie safe, and yeah, it sure will, but Dak, on a previous streak, was able to call in a cruise missile. He'll find two. That trophy system got obliterated. Now it's up to Hixie to go big inside the hardpoint. Does have Dave Patty's help, but doesn't expect Cruz to be up on that top plat area, so numbers not necessarily in favor for either of these two teams. It's going to be a full-on 50-50 warfare, 3v3.
Gravity's still trying here. Gravity's still trying, cruising the backline for two, but Capstal's still a danger on towards the point. Capstal still here, by the way, has a lot to deal with, a lot on his plate, and a little bit too much there. Just one player is all he's able to take down. So phase one should be back in for the back 30 here. If not, Omit might give this one last try. Gravity is certainly going to give it a go, at least a peek. Might be able to catch some of these players off guard. Another spawns alongside him in the form of Capstal. Now we look over towards the rotation, though. Flames loses a big one there. Massive kill from Hixie. You know how much of a money kill this one can be. And Wiz, again, has got past that 50-yard line. Nobody from Emit has managed to get themselves in towards the middle of the map. So that's enabled a lot more than just Wiz to actually get towards this point. And these gunfights now starting to go down. Not really in favor of phase one just yet, but Wiz could change all of that. But no, good call from Hixie. Great kill there. And Emit holding on now to this rotation.
And that's on the back end of Caps, just battling for 8 seconds with a hardpoint time over by P3. And phase one thought that they might be able to overwhelm the numbers that Omit might have had here inside of Art for this munitions. Hardpoint was not the case at all. Still trades coming through. Nobody really getting a firm grasp of P4 quite yet. From behind, over by the side door, Cruz will get the better of Hixie. Still trades to speak of, by the way. Cruz up on the 3 spree.
Cruz still alive. We can start to put more of that spree together. Maybe phase one could find a way to end this game in their favor. Right now, though, they're just going to make sure Emit don't get any sneaky players in towards the hill and take time away that is crucial for them as they cross that 200-point threshold. It will be Emit now with 10 seconds left, rightfully so, giving up this time away and moving towards the rotation. As a couple of kills do come through from Dave Paddy, actually, they think they might have a fair shake of taking this last 5 seconds away from phase one, and they will. It's a bit of a late kill to come on through, but the kill will help nonetheless as the wipe is in from Emit. Now they're in control of the Blacksmith hardpoint. Phase one will spawn close.
Spawning in over by P3. You have one player that's lurking top maps. That's going to be Gravity. Needs to be able to shut down that back stairway push. And inside of Open as well is being shut down. Cruz thought that he might be able to find an off angle to get this player off from the hardpoint. It's going to be Capsidol that has so much coverage to stay alive. The setup from Omid is a good one.
Flames and Cruz. Can they get past Caps? Can they get past Dave Paddy? That's the question. Will they get past the first one? Dave Paddy hasn't actually got involved just yet, but there you go. Finally will fall. Now Gravity into the mixer for Emit, and it's not enough. Phase one, they're in. Again, 20 seconds that Emit will not want to give away here, even if they want to focus on the rotation towards New. They still want to give this one more go, and Dave Paddy has been that guy. Not this time around. Just one. Is it enough to weaken the defense? Yes, it is. Hixie gets right back involved for yet another 5 spree towards the end. Hixie's still alive, by the way, and Emit now win for the last bit of scrap time, and they're on the right side of the map for New.
Hixie just making sure that the pillar side is completely clear, along with Dave Patty, who's going to be in for the initial time. Capsidol is also playing an off angle inside top maps, and that stun did not connect. So now you need to get Capsidol out from this position. Goes for the reach, Hal is able to take down Dak. Cruz only able to find at least a trade. Now, if you take a look at the scoreline, 225 plays up against 229. Phase one cannot allow just to go all in for the P2 rotation. They have to contest this hard point, Brody.
Yeah, they've burned a lot of time to make this flank happen. Phase one. Now they need to make it work here. They've given away 20 seconds or so. Caps, what does he have to say about it right now? All on his lonesome. Hixie's going to bring that streak in, though. And it doesn't actually allow because of the trophy system down for phase one. Wiz and Cruz in for 2. And phase one, 10 seconds away now from forcing a game 5. The reinforcements are not going to get here on time. Hixie needs to go big. Oh, no! Gravity takes out his teammate from the situation. Phase one, a trophy system stops the streak, and they will survive a map number 5. Here we go.
I don't even know if I didn't get a trophy system symbol on the screen. I think it just hit the top of the truck regardless of the matter. It didn't connect. It didn't find the eliminations. It sucks, but hey, phase one, when we hopped into this map, had themselves a pretty strong lead, and really the only person that was being an absolute thorn in their side, or I guess in the front, was Dave Patty. He was somewhere near about like double positive for quite a long time, Brody, and Omit just simply could not bring themselves back, albeit some heroics coming through from that P4 to P5 rotation. They kept P3 as scrappy as you like. P4 even scrappier, finding trades galore. P5 was really good for them to at least take a slight lead But in those final moments, phase one, being able to put themselves in a position to be able to play all the way on the backside of P2, contest from stables all the way over by the trucks, find the eliminations required just to get Omit off the hard point, and then cement themselves on that side of the map, really sent it all the way home for them to be able to force map 5. Wow.
It's a great IGL call, I think, right, from them, right, to make that move, because you're giving up 20 seconds. I think other teams in that situation might be like, right, we're just going to try and brute force our way in through the front, and you know how often that cannot work. Phase one realized it, and they send themselves all the way around on the flank to clutch up there and force a game number 5. Here's a look at the stats then at the end of that one. Phase one with some crucial clutch moments, a lot of hill time in for basically the entirety of phase one, a real team effort from the roster. And on the other side, for players like Dave Paddy, that is a rough one to lose.
Yeah, no, it's quite frustrating, right? I mean, Dave Paddy goes on a massive 7 spree, even Hixie there at the end, a 6 spree to finish 28 and 26 with 3,400 damage. To couple that along with Dave Paddy, and albeit, yeah, Gravity was kind of put in the blender for a long time, did bounce back in a massive way, but you look at the overall legwork for phase one, just look at the assist column itself. I mean, 22 combined in between Dak and Wiz. Flames had 12 assists as well with 3,200 damage. Every single one of those players for phase one just resting in and around a minute of hardpoint time, just was doing a great job throughout every single set that was played to make sure that everybody was in the right place at the right time to hold the lead that they did.
Phase one, they forced that game number 5, Andy. They've been looking so good here, and it's such an important map victory for them. Again, the other map they won was that Search and Destroy. It was a 6-3 in the end, I believe, against the Amit roster. And yeah, I think this phase one at the moment, this roster is fighting tooth and nail to take a match away from Amit. A reminder that the last time these two teams did face off, it went to a game number 5. That was actually on LAN over at Raleigh, and it was the Amit roster, formerly known as Revenge. They were able to force them down into the lower bracket. Didn't actually end their run. They still managed to get a couple of crucial victories along that run, one against the Iron Blood Gaming roster, or at least the old version of it, in the lower bracket to get to top 6. These two teams, both absolute demons at Raleigh. I remember being completely shocked at what this phase one roster was capable of, and I think we learned at that event not to underestimate.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what Shift was saying yesterday, both he and I were working the COD Mobile stage at Major 1, and we got a little word, a little birdie told us that Phase 1, Cruz was going to be playing for top 6, top 4, and we were like, no shot. We saw the roster, and we were happily surprised to be able to see what this Phase 1 roster was able to piece together. I mean, you can't call them dark horses no more when they're taking down teams like that. They also went to Map 5 versus Elevate, by the way, who finished second in that event itself, but it's got to be talked about, Brody. You know what this map 5 is going to be. It is Search and Destroy up on Mercado. And, man, I know you want to talk about it. Capsidol on this map mode combination is a problem. That man's got dead silence. You're not watching the middle of the map. He is definitely going to be running through it. Most importantly, Dave Paddy with a sniper on this map mode combination is a force to be reckoned with. Their A executes or omit as a whole are at an all-time high. Coach Mystic's got these boys looking nice on this map mode.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You know, again, for this roster, we talked about it so much, what Capsule is able to do, just an absolute maniac here on Mercado Search and Destroy. I would like to think, though, that Phase 1 will be wise to it. You know, I think they'll try and play passively where possible to try and deal with that threat, counter it in the right moments. But I think on the other side of that, we're kind of looking at a Phase 1 roster that, yeah, right, you know, that they did lose a Search and Destroy earlier. Okay, guys, I recognize that now. But they looked really good yesterday, able to clutch up on a couple of crucial Search and Destroyers against the teams that they faced. They've been looking so good, and the KDs that they managed to walk away with at the end of the day absolutely reflected that. And again, it's very similar to what we saw at Raleigh. The players that were playing well in Search and Destroy at Raleigh, the ones that were playing well here yesterday. And Wiz, again, has been such a massive part, I think, of the play here for the team, you know, constantly flanking. And in Search and Destroy, I think he's probably going to be doing the exact same thing.
You almost have to have it just to be able to meet the pace that Capsidol is going to be bringing to the table. You need to have a playmaker in the name of Wiz, or just somebody needs to step up in a big way for Phase 1 to be able to not necessarily always shut down Capsidol, who, by the way, at the end of day 1 walks in to day number 2 with a 4.0
Yeah, we haven't even mentioned this.
Just casual stuff out of Capsidol, but regardless of the matter, yeah, you do need somebody to shut it down. On the other side, you can be looking at the other end of the spectrum that Phase 1 might not have to be as aggressive as this Omit roster. You know, you go back to that LOCelo Search and Destroy, and what they were doing such a great job at was just playing poke and prod, defense and offense, just playing for those picks, knowing that Omit, just the players that they have on the roster, are just absolutely infatuated with getting aggressive, whether it's through the middle of the map, whether it's through one of the outer lanes. They got shut down. They lost at El Asilo 6-3 search and destroy. It was quite some time ago. It really does feel like it, but this map number 5 is for all the marbles in this best of 5 series for Omit to potentially go up on the day. Phase 1 desperately need the W here to continue on with their strides to potentially make playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely do. And again, this is just one of those matches in Group B that could absolutely just shake up the entirety of the group. Omit would be 2-2 after this one. Phase 1 also. I'm not too sure how the rest of the group actually looks. I'm quite excited to see the standings at the end of the day to see how many teams are actually 2-2 in their current forms. But regardless, into the search and destroy we go. Wasting no time or a mick here. They want to get an early victory out, and they're going to be to get it done. They've got to get past Dak.
Dak up top. I mean, he's going to have some good timing. Nice shoulder throw. The stuns up top is going to keep Dak rather honest in this position. The nades are just going to completely bombard him just as soon as they clear Dak up top. Pixie goes for the plant.
Yeah, they know how important really Dak in that position is. Of course, he completely ruined the play if he stays alive, but now going to have to deal with a trade here. Phase 1 esports as they take one down. Trades galore again. Dave Paddy with that sniper rifle that we were expecting. Now 2 versus 2 scenario here. Wiz takes him out, and now they know Dave is left alive with a sniper rifle on the plate to defend the bomb, and Flames just chows something. And Dave, I think rightfully so here, is just going to walk away in the situation, is unable to reposition, and Wiz is searching for him. Dave just playing the angle, gets the one shot with a pistol, just trying to waste time in this situation, ringing around the rosy around the car. He's done his job. 3-0. Defend the bomb all you like. Just make sure that no one's on the defuse. He doesn't care about any protective streets.
Yeah. Gotta appreciate that coming out of Dave Patty. I mean, there in that moment in time, you just have to check the bomb, knowing that it takes about 7.5 seconds just to get the full-on defuse. So just charges his way in with the pistol in hand. Didn't have to get the elimination, but that all starts off of a very fast B execute that came all the way through. Keep in mind, the beginning of that round did have gravity, throwing a lot of utility over by A, maybe causing some considerable doubt. But, I mean, once the nades and everything else came through, Phase 1 were very quick to rotate all the way through L, in over by Dark, just to make sure that they can try to stop this plan from coming all through. But before they thought about it, the bomb was already down.
Alrighty, well, a lot more classic Phase 1 now. They don't want any of that B business. Back towards the Old Faithful they go. Wiz going to read up a nade. I swear Dave Paddy pushes forward into the canteen, are able to get one off the back of it, but Dak reacts pretty quickly. So 3v3 now. But most importantly, that early push from Hixie has enabled Capstone to get into an advanced position. But look at this from a mid, just generally speaking. They have left one player hanging around the middle of the map. They're sending 2 players on a very, very long flank here, and already yet another player lost for Phase 1. Are they going to expect this? I doubt it.
Oh, Wiz inchworming his way forward. Oh, we know because the X-ray gravity was right there. They could have sniffed each other. Dak gets taken down, though. Caps is very much so on the flank, along with Dave Patty. Now it's up to Wiz. 1v3, pops dead silence, finds the first. 30 seconds.
Yeah, but the problem is he's lost full control of the site now, full control of the bomb as well. For Wiz, this is a long journey ahead of him. But if he does get one, to be fair, these players are pretty split up. Could get one without much of a trade. Capstone taking shots, and Wiz just going to jump and grab the bomb here. He knows that time really isn't on his side, but I think that situation becomes even more obvious here as he finds himself in this situation. Ooh. Gets the kill on towards Dave Paddy. A fast plant here. Knows that's what he has to do. He will get away with a plant. Capstone now going to run straight into him. He wins the 1 versus 1. Capstone waits for the bomb to go down, runs straight in a cantina, head first in towards Wiz. Capstone's gun just a little bit stronger in that situation.
It was impressive enough for Wiz to be able to get the elimination onto Dave Patty past the tunnel side to be able to then immediately plant that bomb. It's just a gut check call. Who knows where Capstone could be located at. Your last known position could have been back alleyway if anybody even saw him. He could have been anywhere. He could have been rotating back over by dumpster, planter's box. The odds is endless. Nonetheless, Phase 1, barring Wiz's heroics, find themselves down 0-2 here. The play call gonna be here for Omit. This time around, it's gonna be an A offense, and Phase 1 have read this correctly.
Yeah, Phase 1 eating a lot of utility at the moment. No trophy systems to take it down. And off the back of all of that, Omit have got full control over the site. Flames towards the middle of the map. Could still ruin this, and, well, even with that, I don't think the Cap saw him. So Flames position unknown. They've even checked that tunnel, but the bomb will now go down. Just got to find a kill somewhere here if you're Cruz and Flames. And now going to team up once again for the retake from this bush side. Good effort to take down Caps. Looking for the second against Hixie in the window, but the kill won't come through. And now Hixie and Gravity should be able to just double up here inside Cantina. Cruz jumps on top. Not sure if he meant to do that, but regardless, Amit, again, they throw that utility straight towards A, and it's just a classic A hit, isn't it, really?
Yeah. I don't think that Cruz meant to do that. You'll see from Gravity just picking up. I'm pretty sure that Cruz just meant to go for a little bit of a jump peek, but doesn't end up amounting to much of anything. But yeah, the utility, just to be able to get that one trophy system out and just very quickly, if there even was one there, it felt like it was a non-benefactor because all of phase 1 got stunned, naded. Nobody could get inside of Cantina. Omit were very, very quick. Deny any utility from phase 1 and get top and bottom Cantina in their favor with the bomb being planted 3 rounds in, all in their favor.
Well, it is going to be an A hit from phase 1. See if they can make this one work where they haven't before. Gotta be cautious because there's going to be a double flank coming through sooner rather than later. Capstor's Dead Silence has completely dissipated now, and they have lost Hixie on the flank as well. So what could have been a good flank could still be. Caps getting cat spot. Cruz! Oh, Cruz! Caps didn't see him until it was too late. And now for Amit, it was a good job to try and make that flank happen. But now they find themselves in a 2 versus 4.
Really relying on Dave to find a pick here. I mean, the guy's made of some nasty stuff, but along with Gravity in that AR, there's only really so much that you can do. I mean, Gravity doesn't even have that silence. 2 trophies in the back pocket. We'll take down Dak. Isn't expecting for the next shot to come from the top window, and just as soon as that one falls of Gravity, Dave Patty has to push through the tunnel side on the top balcony. Will garner phase 1 their first round win. It really does feel like that it's all thanks to Cruz. I mean, if Cruz doesn't find that elimination on Capsidol and Capsidol is able to get behind enemy lines, top Cantina like that, the round completely gets blown open. But just as soon as they get their way over towards the A bomb, Brody, they get it planted, they get coverage in and around Cantina. They execute it perfectly to get themselves on the board.
Cruz went big in that round. Now 3 in a row coming into this one. I wonder, do Amit? Let's go classically for A once again here. Yes, they do. There's that utility. A lot of it. Trophy system is going to catch a little bit of it. And it's still up as well. Shots going down. Dave Paddy's nade will get through this time too. Capsule, Gravity,
Jeez.
Look at that. Oh, goodness gracious. There is no stopping that player there. Amit, make that one fast and furious.
The trophy system was late, if not just a little bit further back. It doesn't get the initial few stuns that come all the way through from Omit, and then they just completely push all the way through. I mean, we cannot say it enough. When Capsidol has an inch, he turns it into a country mile. He just gets in your face, knowing that there was nobody inside of Cantina. You know that they're all going to be on the backside of Planters. That was confirmed with the player top dumpster, and Capsidol just basically sprints at them, finds themselves in that for that 4th round. Not allow phase 1 to keep anything going. Low 1-3 split coming through defensively this time around for Amit, though.
Might well favor phase 1 here. The fact they have one less player to deal with, but I don't think it matters at this point. Flames gets caught through the windows. Now the lack of control will certainly not benefit phase 1 in this situation here. Caps on the other side of the window. Playing Uncharted at the moment. Won't get anything just yet, but phase 1. Again, taking shots through the window. Caps has had enough of the waiting game now, and he will get Dak completely scot-free. And gets the hell out of dodge to boot as well. Cruz goes down. This is a disastrous round for phase 1. They fall so quickly, and they just look completely fucked. They lose that first blood, and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that you really can do after losing that first blood, Brody, is just maybe try to catch one of these Omit players in an unforced error, trying to get a little bit further aggressive, and maybe you can try to make numbers a little bit more even and marginalize a 3v3, maybe 2v2, but I mean, just sitting top Cantina like that, you can only ask for so much when Capsidol is just piecing the way that he has been. 6-3 for them, 8-4 for Dave Patty, 5-3 for Gravity. This team can truly do no wrong up on series point.
One more round. And Amit, well, they've got 3 run over towards B here. Nothing is going to stop them. Maybe apart from Flames, but no, that stun will ensure that that doesn't happen. Just get away with your life at this point. Caps are going to put a fair few shots into him, but Amit will have this bomb down before you know it. Unless some phase 1 could stop it. No, they're not going to stop this bomb.
Great, though. 2 for 1. Numbers in favor for phase 1. Not able to get planted here because Dave Patty's playing on the top shingles. You do have Gravity inside a tin. 2 ARs to play with. Cruz trying to spam some shots through the tin. won't be able to find that elimination. Some repositioning comes through from Dak inside of Dark. Won't be able to find that elimination. So Day Patty's going to collect the bomb. If they try to cross here, it's going to be tough because Flames is watching it. Nice help from Gravity.
And they know where the last is as well. Cruz has already put some shots in. And they're going to wait. They're going to wait for Cruz to try and make the cross towards the middle of the map. Look at this. Veteranship from Omit will come out to play here in game number 5.
Wow.
A 6-1 victory. We were talking about the prowess of phase 1 in Search and Destroy. How about that from the ex-professional players? Gravity closes things out.
Like I said, the players got to execute, but damn is Coach Mystic making these boys look better and better on this specific map mode combination. Dave Patty for 10 and 4. Are you kidding me? This guy's unstoppable. He's crazy. But even more so than that, they go back there in round number 7, and they reprise what they did in the first round. Gravity, throwing utility over top of A, and whether they got a connection on some trophy systems or not, whether they knew it or not, phase 1 went all in for a 4-player stack for that A defense. Why? Because the only thing that Omit has been doing since their opening offensive round is just rushing A continuously. So you try to stop that. It doesn't happen in round number 7. They do that 3-1 split. They get control of 10. Yeah, 2-for-1 trade to speak of after Flames got the information, especially through the market area, but it was all for naught. They got the swarm like you talk about, the AR duo, Gravity and Dave Patty. They held the line. Expecting that Cruz was going to come back through the middle of the map was absolutely the case. They'll take the 6-1 win here on Mercado Search in a map 5. And Omit will continue on their winning ways for the day.
If it isn't broken, don't fix it, right? Or if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it's the correct phrase. But
okay, good
regardless, yeah, I mean, straight towards A, time and time again for Omit. They knew they could outpace phase 1 on those first bloods, and that's exactly what they did. Look at the stat board at the end of the game. As we already said, Dave Patty just coming out huge here. Some great snipes on the board and some good kills with attack as well. 10 and 4 is how he closes out that Search and Destroy. But didn't do it alone. Gravity also at 7 and 3 and Caps at 6 and 4. Dominance here in a game number 5. A disappointment, I think, for phase 1. Yes, they forced them to a game number 5, but just like at Raleigh, well, it's game number 5 where they lose.
Do not face Omit on Mercado Search and Destroy. I repeat myself. Make this a hard veto versus this roster. They 6-0 Aphelion yesterday. They ended up beating, who was it earlier? Wubba North America 6-4 on this map. And then they 6-1 phase 1 after losing the LSU Search and Destroy 6-3. This team is a legitimate problem on this map mode combination. They look so confident on it as we trade at least the Search and Destroy and hardpoints amongst these two teams. But the pace was passed back and forth that it really did feel like that phase 1 were going to give themselves a good effort ahead of the Mercado Search and Destroy after scathing away that Fortress hardpoint 250 to 232, but it simply was all not. You got nothing on David Paddington III Esquire on Mercado Search and Destroy.
Yeah, Omit just looking so hot at the moment. We thought maybe it'll finish 2-2, but no. Phase 1 unable to take the game number 5 from them. So Omit finished 3-1 in their group at the end of day number 2. And again, we kind of did say this before we got into it. Once you've won 3 matches, you don't necessarily guarantee. We don't say guarantee just yet because we don't know 100%. There's always the propensity for shenanigans of the matchup kind when it comes down to all the tiebreakers and stuff like that. But 3 matches gives you a really good shot at making it into the playoffs. And I think at least Omit can feel a little bit more comfortable with that now moving forward. For phase 1, on the other hand, Addy, not so comfortable. They're now 1 and 3, and they need to go huge for their last 2 games.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really tough situation to find yourself in if you are phase 1. I mean, you have a Wubba North America. I suppose that you might be able to walk away with that series win, but then that one last series, you're basically hoping to be able to win it out in convincing fashion. Yeah. And then tiebreakers need to be on your side somehow. It's just really tough to be able to gauge how that tiebreaker situation might end up playing out. But you and I will work it out. We love our permutations, especially when it comes down to the last group play. But even more so than that, this was a blistering ending. I will say this much as far as the second phase of day number 2 is concerned, of Rocker Academy winning 3-0 on 2 different accords. Boston Academy winning not only against Team War, but 3-0ing Wubba North America. They go 2-2 now as well. I don't know what's happening anymore, man. North America is an absolute wild card.
Yeah, indeed it is. Well, let's look at our final scorelines at the end of Group A for the day. Amit, with that 3-2 victory versus FaZe 1 again, we'll get to the standings and how that impacts them in just a second. How about this one? Boston Academy, not only did they get the win versus Team War earlier on today, they 3-0 Wobbabobs NA, effectively to eliminate them from contention. Boston Academy still very much keeping themselves in the conversation. And then finally, Aphelion Esports with the 3-1 victory versus Team War, making themselves flawless on the day. And I got to say, though, I think the storyline for me here, Boston Academy, they make a resurgence after what was a dreadful day number 1.
Yeah, they bounced back in a massive way. Again, I will reiterate what I said after Boston Academy beat Team War. I mean, Sensor had himself a great day. He really did. I mean, the guy was playing his role to such a high degree. Kremp stepped up in a massive way. Shawnee was damn near undeniable through the majority of those maps, and that makes just little Ben Beans' job so much easier, doesn't it? I mean, we know that Beans is always going to deliver as far as KD is concerned, but when he has help from his surrounding Reach members like that, this Boston Academy team is going to be putting people on the absolute fritz to be asking themselves how you even deal with it. But I think even the narrative is that much push by Aphelion on the opposite side, isn't it? Because, I mean, Aphelion being undefeated as far as series record is concerned, yeah, they lost a few maps, but as far as a bunch of names that some haven't seen in quite some time and some honestly haven't even heard of, they're putting people on the map.
Yeah, pretty interesting, I think, when it comes down to the group standings in just a second here, because there's some kind of interesting scenarios. Again, I'm already doing it, Andy, mate. It's not even the final day. I'm already trying to work out all the permutations for how teams can get in towards playoffs. Here's a look over towards Group B, though. The final storylines at the end of the day. Rocker Academy with that crucial 3-0 victory over PRS Gaming. Again, we said they had a much better day here in day number 2 comparatively to what on earth happened to them in day number 1. Iron Blood Gaming, I think they're actually still going versus Swag Alpha potentially. Not entirely sure with what's actually happening with that one.
No, they won 3-1.
They did win 3-1.
Smog
Okay.
Alpha. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Convoy Gaming, we do know they are actually going head-to-head with TFL Enterprises right now. So we won't have the conclusion of that match, I believe, as we end things out here today. I think there was a couple of issues that went on with that matchup. Regardless, though, I think for Convoy Gaming, if they manage to beat out TFL Enterprises, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah, I don't even know if Convoy Gaming have any idea what's going on anymore. They get reverse swept twice yesterday, once by Smog Alpha, the next by Rocker Academy, who showed up in a massive way in their past 3 matches. Again, 3-0, 6-0 on the day for Rocker Academy, brings them up to 2nd place, barring what ends up happening with TFL Enterprises versus Convoy Gaming. But Smog Alpha not having the ending that they wanted for his group-based standings, of course, and Iron Blood desperately would love to have that win, of which they were able to find versus Smog Alpha, keeps them in the running for playoffs.
PRS Gaming, got to perform a miracle, to be honest, tomorrow. It depends really what happens with TFL Enterprises as well, right? Because as you say, if Convoy Gaming are able to beat TFL, then, that keeps them in contention, I believe, regardless of what happens. It's a lot of ifs and buts, I think, here, depending on what happens on the final day. Still, as always, though, it's North America, as we've seen today, and as we saw yesterday, to be honest, to get to this point, upsets are always on the card. I do want to take a look at Group B, though. This is perhaps the more interesting one. The Group of Death, you have aptly described it. Aphelion Esports, they've come out and shocked the world, or rather just the North American region, with their 4-0 start. They are flawless, and they have absolutely, I feel pretty confident in saying they've clinched a spot in playoffs at the very least. Just below them, though, Amit at 3-1. Team War leading in the middle of the group at 2-2, alongside Boston Academy, who did actually get a win against the former earlier on today. And then right at the bottom, FaZe 1 Esports and Wobbabobs North America. I believe Wobbabobs are the only team that are currently out.
Yep.
FaZe 1, though, really interesting dynamic, of course, because let's say, for example, I know I'm getting a bit complicated here, Andy. I know you can be happy, buddy. Let's say, for example, FaZe 1, they win their match tomorrow. They go 2-3. Boston, they lose theirs. Despite Boston coming out and playing really well in day number 2, they could still lose because they lose the head-to-head versus FaZe 1. There's a lot of different situations that could come to pass tomorrow. Or I say tomorrow, I still think it's going to go on tomorrow. Next week, in week number 2, it's going to be great. I can't wait for the end of this regular
the
season.
one thing, though, Brody, you got to remember that Boston Academy got to go up against Aphelion Esports, and then FaZe 1, albeit having to go up against a Wobbabobs. I mean, it might be written in stone. Who honestly knows? This Boston Academy team from day 1 to day 2 look so much better. Who's to say in next week for the last day of round robin, they can't look that much better? Excited.
Who knows? Who absolutely knows here between these two teams, mate? It's been a splendid day of Call of Duty. I believe that's us done here for all of today's action. We've had just an incredible day of matches, and as we said, I think the biggest surprise for us has been Boston Academy. The resurgence has certainly thrown a spanner into the works for Group B, and we'll see how things conclude both North America and Europe next week. Andy, any closing thoughts here, buddy, before we send everybody away for the night?
If you ain't watching Challengers, I don't know what the heck you're doing. Obviously, the CDL comes back tomorrow for Major 2 qualifiers and play-ins, but through the midweek, what else do you got to do? Come sit in, watch some Call of Duty. We got permutations on lock. EU is looking pretty spicy. NA looking even crazier as well. Hope to see you there next week.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day of Call of Duty. Cannot wait to see it. Andy, mate, it's I'm looking forward to it again. You know, that final day of action is always a ton of fun. Looking forward towards that last day of regular season. Again, reminder, folks, join us next Wednesday for more action, of course. And if you're looking forward to more Call of Duty, don't worry, Call of Duty League starts tomorrow again for Major 2 qualifiers. So a lot of Call of Duty sports going around the crowd. We'll join you next week again for more action from Europe and North America for Challengers Elite.